American Comics, Psychiatrist, Cut Who Wanda Gwen. Author, Simple One. 301. Inquiring about the ability in Gotham City. When Sinestro said these words, his expression was really very confused, and he looked like he really didn't understand. Su-Yi. No one would like others to force their will on themselves. If I asked you to give up what you want to do most now, would you be willing? Su-Yi said lightly. Sinestro's expression was slightly stiff, but he still didn't seem to think there was any problem with his behavior. Probably other people have spoken to him about this many times. Su-Yi believes that the rest of the people under Hannes's regime will not be okay with this. But under such circumstances, he is still stubborn, which means that it is very difficult to convince him originally. Because Sinestro is the kind of person who is only willing to hear what he wants to hear, and treats other people's words as nothing. Sitting in Su-Yi's consultation room, Sinestro would discuss some of his past encounters and current psychological problems from time to time, but every time Su-Yi asked some important questions, the other party would naturally direct the topic directly. It was transferred. Su-Yi knew that the other party was guarding against her. Don't look at him as if he seemed relaxed. But all this is just a deliberate appearance. His legs were attracted, and his body was always in a tense state. All of this was clearly stated. Mr. Sinestro, I can clearly feel that you have another purpose for coming here, so let's talk about something clearly. Doctor, you may have misunderstood. I just came here today to find someone to chat with. After all, many people in Gotham City are resistant to me and think what I want to do. I have heard you have come into contact with a lot of people, and your patients are even famous abilities in Gotham City. If you can tell me what kind of existence they are, maybe it will help me to be better in this world. Live on. Sinestro was still speaking these words slowly. No matter what Su-Yi says, he is not affected by anything. Seeing the other party's attitude, Su-Yi was not affected either. The corners of his lips raised slightly, always smiling. As a doctor, I need to guarantee the privacy of my patients, so I'm afraid there is no way you want to inquire about things from me. It's not inquiring, just like friends, to get to know each other, I think. This kind of request shouldn't be too much. Sinestro sat here and talked with Su-Yi for a long time, but he never got any positive response from Su-Yi. Su-Yi could feel that the other party was already feeling anxious too. After all, the other party is a leader-like figure, and it is already incredible that he can spend such a long time here. The more anxious you are, the more obvious some problems will be exposed. As a psychiatrist, other people can be anxious, but he must not. Su-Yi looked at Sinestro and smiled again. I'm sorry. Although you seem very sincere, as a psychiatrist, you still have to have professional ethics. After saying this, Sinestro left with a little satisfaction. After Sinestro left, the rest of the people also walked into his consulting room. Just when he was about to reach the door, he stopped again. There is something I have been wanting to tell you, and I think what you said is wrong in some respects. But now, Sinestro didn't get anything from Su-Yi, so he would probably go to other places and other people to inquire about news. This made Sinestro notice Su-Yi immediately, so he came over. When Sinestro said this, he obviously wanted to leave. Every move an alien makes is suspect. My people accept my rule, and they are very happy. Although some people are always so bad and always try to resist, most of them are happy. After all, I have built a utopian world. There is no people will reject a beautiful world. If you have the chance, you can go to my country, my planet, then you will understand. Su-Yi was silent for a while. After thinking this way, Su-Yi shook his head, never caring about the other party again. This is really a very dangerous thing. He didn't understand what Sinestro meant by saying this at all. What the hell did you discuss? We didn't hear anything. Su-Yi's smile didn't even change a little bit. Except for Gwen, the faces of the others changed suddenly, and they quickly separated and left. This guy Sinestro is beyond redemption. Doctor, I think you'd better think carefully when you say something, whether to answer or not. Such a posture can easily give people a sense of oppression. Sinestro stood up, and at the same time put his hands on the table, leaning forward slightly. This is because the existence of Su-Yi seems a bit high profile in this city. Gwen looked at Su-Yi, and couldn't help asking in a low voice. So far, they haven't figured out what Sinestro's purpose is, but the other party has turned around to inquire about their news. Seeing Sinestro leave, Su Fang was a little silent. For a moment he wasn't sure what he was thinking in his heart, but in the end he couldn't help but think like this. Su, what do you think Sinestro is thinking? Su-Yi looked at them, and after a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, there are many things about him that 380 can't tell you because of his professional relationship. The only thing I can say is that he seems to want to find out from me some news about Gotham City, such as the identities and backgrounds of you guys. He got up and walked directly towards the door. The core idea inside can be big or small. Feel sorry. My ears are very sensitive, and my eyes can see a lot, but I can't see through or hear anything going on in this psychiatric room. Su-Yi knew very well that Gwen must have come to a conclusion in his heart, and now asking again just wanted to get some more definite answers from him. Sinestro's eyes fixed on Su-Yi. The doctor is really a person with a very professional ethics, which is very good, and I hope you can continue to maintain it in the future. No matter what the other party says, there will always be only one answer from Su-Yi. Sinestro came to find Su-Yi, hoping to learn about Gotham City through Su-Yi. 302. Being invited by others to go to an alien planet. Hopefully nothing serious will happen. Gwen definitely understood what Su-Yi meant, so she could only say such a sentence with a little worry. The following days were still very peaceful. A lot of things are happening in Gotham City every day, but nothing too special happens every day. Things about Sinestro have been being followed. Su-Yi didn't pay much attention to this aspect until half a month later. Nisto found Su-Yi's psychological consultation room again. The appearance of Clark Kent and Billy Batson let Su-Yi know that Sinestro has always been very quiet. I also know from other people's mouths that the monitoring of Sinestro has begun to weaken, and under such circumstances, the other party actually appeared. What is the purpose of Mr. Sinestro's arrival this time? No matter what Sinestro meant, Su-Yi always had a smile on his face. No impatience with Sinestro. I've been hindered a lot in what I've been doing lately, which makes me feel a little down. Sinestro sat directly opposite Su-Yi. What he said made Su-Yi feel bad, because he wanted to tell him his secret directly. Is this something that can be said? It was just a joke with him. Although there was a smile on the corner of Su-Yi's lips, when his eyes swept towards Sinestro, there was a bit of thought and inquiry. It seems that the doctor is also curious about things. I thought you were not interested in knowing anything. Sinestro didn't have any angry emotions towards Su-Yi. It seemed that he thought it was quite interesting. As long as it is a human being, there will always be something curious, and there will be curiosity about every guest. Hearing Sinestro's words, Su-Yi responded naturally, and did not avoid talking about this aspect. Hearing what Su-Yi said, Sinestro nodded. Yes, you are right. As long as you are a human being, you must have curiosity. While talking, Sinestro paused for a moment, then smiled and continued to Su-Yi. Doctor, do you still remember what I told you when I came to you last time? I said, I must invite you to take a look at the planet. I just want to go back to my own planet. Do you want to take a trip with me? I am a very enthusiastic person, and I really hope to be friends with the doctor. This time, I hope the doctor will not refuse the invitation. Su-Yi didn't expect to be invited, and he was a little surprised at this point. I am very honored to be invited by you, but can you give me a day to think about it, or can I bring a few people with me? Although Su-Yi expressed that he hoped that he would have a day to think, in fact Su-Yi had already decided to go, but he just wanted to inform Wanda and Gwen about it. When he heard about the front, Sinestro's expression was very calm, and when he heard Su-Yi asked if he could bring a few people with him, Sinestro's eyes showed joy. He also understood that this time Su-Yi would definitely go with him. Definitely, no matter how many friends you have, you can go to Kruga with me. I can be your tour guide and tell you how beautiful this planet is. When he said this, Sinestro became more relaxed. I will wait for you here directly before departure. The former made people feel vigilant, while the latter left Su-Yi and his group speechless. In this way, they soon arrived at the planet Kruga. Except for the members of the Justice League, other forces also came to Su-Yi one after another, hoping to get a spot, and definitely they can also go to Sinestro. In the end, they could only watch Su-Yi take his two women and fly into the depths of the universe with Sinestro. Planet Kruga is a very prosperous, rich, and orderly world. Originally thought that Su-Yi would bring a few powerful abilities, but he didn't expect that he only brought two women. Sinestro came today mainly for this matter. Since Su-Yi has agreed, there is no need for him to stay here to continue. That's how it should be. Yes, once he gets to his own place, he will soon make Su-Yi loyal to him. These two women have been with him for many years. So in this situation, they can only come to Su-Yi. Regarding the decision made by Su-Yi, Tomorrow and Gwen will naturally not have any objections. Su-Yi, Wanda and Gwen walked behind Sinestro and his group. They have also made some efforts in other areas, but it still doesn't work. They even trembled involuntarily. But the people in Sinestro didn't seem to have a good impression of them, so they refused directly. They think people on this planet are very strange. Delicious food and beautiful people serving it. These bring bad feelings to Wanda and Gwen. A man who is easily seduced by beauty is nothing to be afraid of. Sinestro has inquired about Su-Yi, so he thinks that there are two women besides Su-Yi who have a close relationship with him. People on this planet are like puppet dolls without self-awareness, and they seem to have a program set up in their brains. Good, so they are almost doing the same thing over and over again. This time, Sinestro specially invited Su-Yi over because he wanted to completely control Su-Yi. Su-Yi didn't look sideways, but Wanda and Gwen couldn't stop scanning back and forth among the crowd. He couldn't even stop thinking about it in his heart. Sinestro arranged the three of Su-Yi into a room, and then left with the rest. Sinestro has been in a state of excitement. Too many people go. It's not a good thing. Then he involuntarily moved closer to Su-Yi. Although Sinestro didn't look back, he has been observing the three people brought this time through other means, and seeing the fear of the two women, he is still very happy. Useless woman. They thought it would be easier to come to Su-Yi, but they didn't expect that Su-Yi would reject them too. When they knew that Su-Yi was invited by Sinestro, the people from the League of Justice approached Su-Yi immediately and expressed their desire to go together, but Su-Yi refused. Vertical bar, here is the room I arranged for you. I hope you have a pleasant trip this time. 303. Kruger's War. Hee really likes beauties, but he doesn't have to accept all kinds of women. And he really can't accept this kind of beauty who is controlled and has no self-awareness like a puppet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help sighing, and shrugged his shoulders at Gwen and Wanda. Gwen and Wanda didn't know how to react. How should we deal with this beauty? Should we let her stay here, or let her go? While Wanda and Gwen were discussing like this, the woman in front of her suddenly knelt down on the ground. Her eyes showed horror, but there was no expression on her face. I always feel that if I drive the other party away now, I will definitely encounter misfortune. When thinking like this, several people did not drive her away, but let her stay. May I have your name? Wanda took the initiative to approach and hold the woman's hand. The panic in the woman's eyes did not retreat in the slightest, and she did not answer. Gwen and Wanda exchanged glances. Could this woman not be able to speak at all, or was she afraid to speak? After all, they knew very well that everyone in this room seemed to be being watched. However, although I can feel that I am being watched, I am not sure what kind of existence the thing being watched is. 420. Very soon, Hee and his group noticed the woman's eyes, and then they had some understanding. This woman's eyes may be monitoring their existence. So can you tell us what is so interesting about this planet? Hee said slowly. Mr. Sinestro invited us. We are very interested in it. He was a good leader. Just when Hee and the others thought that the woman would not answer, the woman spoke again, and felt that the words were insincere as soon as she opened her mouth. It's not like what the other party wants to say willingly, but these words just came out of her mouth. It's really weird. The woman then answered some questions under Gwen and Wanda's questioning. Gwen opened her mouth to the woman and said suddenly, men are lustful by nature, but our family pays more attention to the cultivation of feelings. Maybe you can stay with us for a little longer and cultivate your feelings well. Maybe later can we take you out with us? I don't know whether I said this to the woman in front of me, or to the person behind these eyes. The woman didn't respond, just nodded her head slightly, and there was absolutely no joy in those eyes. But during the period of time they came here, Sinestro, who was supposed to take them around to see around, seemed to be very busy. Occasionally when I go out, I can also see Sinestro's frowning. Once Hee bumped into the other party, she couldn't help it, so she asked if something happened. Is there anything we can help with? Hee asked, but Sinestro shook his head slightly, and at the same time his face showed a look of winning. Don't worry, Doctor, everything is under control, and soon everything will. The problem will be solved, and then I will take you around my planet as agreed. After saying this, he gave a reason, and then left. The other party's departure did not give Hee the possibility to continue talking at all. Hee just watched silently. This matter does not need an answer, and they will be able to get a result when the time is not much different. I believe that what happened at that time can also be seen at a glance. Hee is very sure about this. The appearance of Hee and his party emerged uncontrollably in Sinestro's mind. Hee said softly, this is a very important ring. Without the existence of this ring, Cena's twist can't do anything. You made war. Who is it? Why fight against yourself? Wanda couldn't help sighing. The people of Cruga seem to hate Sinestro very much. Although no one said it, I have actually observed it for a while. As soon as we mentioned Sinestro's name, the look in his eyes changed, showing fear, anger, and helplessness. Because the things that happened recently have really become more and more serious, and he has already made him careless about other things. War can happen anywhere. Everything I do is for you, for Cruga. But what are you doing now? When he met Sinestro again later, he didn't chase after him to ask any more questions. Suddenly feel that the people on this planet are very pitiful. He wanted to find the source, to find someone who would help Cruga get rid of his source. Hee said lightly, he controls all the people and forces them to listen to his words. Sinestro may be trying to be a good ruler, but he's obviously doing it in the wrong way. We have always been very curious about how Sinestro controlled these people, and what did he use. This time the riot caused Sinestro to collapse. But this is a war against Sinestro, and the people below are screaming and angry. Although Gwen and Wanda had guessed that Sinestro was controlling everyone, they couldn't help being shocked by it. He also almost ignored this person who he valued very much before. Hee, Wanda and Gwen are located on the tallest building, and they watched what happened below. For some things that exist in this world, some things that can exert a particularly powerful force, Hee himself can't help being amazed at times. And Sinestro's frowns deepened each time. He didn't even look at Hee more. Kruga's people are already jealous. They got rid of the control of the lantern ring, and everyone turned their attention to Sinestro. Who is it? A group of people are discussing constantly, but it was quickly denied. A very special ring. There appears to be a massive war taking place on the planet Kche. A mere ring can play such a big role. They didn't intervene in this matter, and the rest of the people didn't pay attention to it at all. Why would it be against him when he returned to this planet? This is obviously a war that has been planned for a long time, and it cannot be done by a group of people who have only been here for a few days. The utopia that Sinestro said seems to be aimed at his own originally utopia. How dare you betray me? If this ring falls into someone else's hands, will the same thing still happen? 304. The war on planet Cruga. Yi and his group didn't reveal anything, so in Sinestro's eyes, the three of them are just ordinary people. Even if there is a little bit of ability, this ability is simply insignificant. Sinestro quickly turned all his attention to others. I think we should do something at the moment. Come out. Gwen crossed her arms and watched the war below. Just how desperate are the ordinary people to sacrifice their own lives to resist a Sinestro who is much stronger than them? When Gwen noticed these Cruga people, there was obvious sympathy in his eyes. She felt that under the current situation, it was necessary for her to help. It's just that she wasn't sure what Yi and Wanda were thinking. So when he looked at them, he showed some questioning meaning. Under the circumstances, it is definitely to help the people of Cruga. Yi doesn't have too much hesitation. In fact, he didn't mean to help others much, but in the current situation, no matter how you look at it, you should make some choices. At present, there are only two choices for him. One is to help Sinestro, and the other is to help the people of Cruga. It is obvious that Sinestro brought them to this planet with malicious intentions. Under such circumstances, no matter who they are, they know how to choose. Blood, gunfire and wailing. It doesn't make people feel good to hear these sounds in people's ears. Yi, Gwen and Wanda joined this war together. Three people suddenly appeared, and they were obviously brought by Sinestro. At first, the people of Cruga were very scared, but when they found that these people did not hurt them, but helped them deal with Sinestro, they felt relieved one by one. It seems that the person brought back by Sinestro didn't treat him sincerely. Was directly kidnapped here? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Come on everyone. Overthrow Sinestro's evil rule. Overthrow this damned tyranny. At first, I thought that this war might be caused by some unknown person, but I didn't expect that these people who were brought back by him would also make a move this time. This is not within the scope of Sinestro's thinking at all. Why do you even betray me? Sinestro was very shocked by this. Because of the lantern ring, his whole body shone with dazzling light. The powerful force made the first group of people of Cruga perish directly. It would have been like this if Wanda wasn't there. It's just that, at that moment, Wanda directly blocked it. A dazzling crimson wall of fire hindered the opponent. It's just that Sinestro is strong. But in just a few seconds, the firewall was directly breached. Gwen couldn't stop saying oops secretly, and then rushed over quickly. Everything is so fast. However, even with the power of Gwen and Dan, they can only barely stop it. Sue said before that Sinestro has a ring in his hand, and this ring is very powerful. If it was said that they didn't know the power of the ring very well before, then it can be said that they understand it very well now. This ring is indeed very powerful. While thinking this way, their gazes involuntarily glanced back and forth at Sinestro, who was shining all over his body, but unfortunately, the light was so powerful that nothing was discovered. In fact, even if they found out, it would be of no use to them. They are now only reluctantly hindering the opponent's attack, and there is no way to even initiate an attack. In the DC world, they found that their strength was far weaker. It is not bad to be able to barely stop it now, although the word good really doesn't want to admit it. Beyond all expectations, Sinestro without the ring is nothing to fear. They all looked at Jordan in astonishment. But these two words are their situation at present. A tall man at the moment stepped out from the crowd. Thank you very much. Without you, our victory this time would not have been so simple. Sinestro didn't even react, and the ring in his hand was directly snatched away. His eyes flickered twice, and then quickly rushed in the direction of Sinestro. Naturally, don't have any other thoughts at this time, that is, you should directly seize the ring. Although Yi seemed to agree with what he said, but judging from the attitude of the other party, it seemed that it was not so simple. It all ended very quickly. My name is Jordan, and I am the one who led the people of Cruga to wage war this time. Pain quickly enveloped his whole body. He first bowed to Yi, Wanda and Gwen, and then he opened his mouth slowly and introduced himself briefly. Yi naturally also knows that the ring is actually the key. Although the word is good, I really don't want to admit it. If these people lived well, they would not have had the help they have today. Yi is well aware of this. You're welcome. It's all because we saw it. Gwen couldn't help whispering in Yi's ear. The people of Cruga expressed their deep gratitude to Yi and others. He was soon surrounded by the people of Cruga. He used the space ability to rush in front of Sinestro almost instantly. The idea of snatching each other's rings has already emerged in Gwen and Wanda's mind. Jordan's self-introduction made by this opening immediately bluffed other people. Sinestro realized that he hadn't felt such pain for a long time. To be able to organize such a big war, this man named Jordan seems very difficult. Yi nodded slightly, but she didn't quite agree with some of Gwen's words. As long as the lantern ring is captured, Sinestro's strength is not worth mentioning at all. At least in the original plot, that's how it looked. However, he didn't wait for Sinestro to think more about this aspect. Soon, he was under the hands of the former Rage people, and he made life disappear bit by bit. Gwen didn't quite understand, so she turned her head and looked at Yi. What should I do now? Seeking flowers 0. It was because of this that when they expressed their gratitude to Yi and others, their tone was so cautious. 305. Sinestro died too easily. Sorry, we still have a lot of things to do. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi and the others, Jordan took a deep breath, his face full of grief. Although the sacrifice this time was much weaker than I expected before, it was still very tragic. We all gathered the corpses of these heroes together and held a ceremony together to tell them that we did it. It is obvious that it has nothing to do with them. Hee and others are also preparing to leave. They originally appeared here not really for traveling in this world, but because of Sinestro. Now that Sinestro is dead, it is useless for them to stay here, and it seems that they can't help at all, so it's better to go back as soon as possible. After everyone's discussion, the Kruga people sent a small team to send Su-670 Hee, Wanda and Gwen back to Earth directly by using the spaceship. After returning to Earth, people in Gotham City couldn't help but look at them. They are very curious, why Hee and others who went to the alien planet come back so fast. What makes them even more incredible is that the person who sent them back this time seems to be different from the previous ones. Before they had time to show some curiosity in this regard, those who sent Hee and others back went directly to the abandoned factory. From the mouths of Hee and others, I know that there are still some of my companions left here. After sending the 3 of Hee back to where they lived, they couldn't wait to go to the abandoned factory just to meet their companions. Are you guys okay? As soon as they met, they couldn't help asking these companions who stayed in the abandoned factory. We waged a war and we won. They almost couldn't wait to tell these companions about the war that took place on the planet Cruga. We can feel it because the power that controls us has disappeared. At this time, we have already guessed that something must have happened to cause such a situation to happen. Are you guys okay? How is our family? The companions who stayed in the abandoned factory asked cautiously. Everyone is very nice. Everything is fine. Everyone talked to each other, telling everything about what happened in Cruga. After the talk, they discussed the matter of evacuating the Earth. Very different from the very ambitious Sinestro, the people of Cruga just want to live their lives freely, and they have no ambitions to rob other planets of resources or anything else. It is precisely because of this relationship that they quickly evacuated within a few hours. They left cleanly, with no thought of staying behind. The things that are posted are really outrageous. It is simply confusing, and it is not clear what caused it. What the hell is going on here? Why did the aliens who came here not long ago suddenly choose to leave? Don't they have more important things? Or are they planning something bad? The speculation suddenly became more and more outrageous, and at the same time it permeated the crowd, causing many social impacts. Many people approached Hee and others on their own initiative. These have had a serious impact on the lives of Hee and others. It also made Hee and the others not really like these. It's too troublesome to explain one by one. Let's just do that. People from the Justice League took the initiative to find the TV station. Hee was really not interested in going on TV, so he shook his head and refused. Others may not believe what I said. Let you people from the Justice League come, Hee said lightly, and Billy Batson immediately raised his hand very happily. In this way, no one would dare to entrust such a thing to him. This matter can be entrusted to anyone, but it cannot be entrusted to you. No matter how much he wanted to get this opportunity, the rest of the people ignored him. She also has a lot more empathy in some aspects. Others thought it was weird at first, but for a while they didn't want to understand what was weird, so they could only treat it as if it didn't happen. It is impossible for Sinestro to die so easily. One night, Hee sat up from the bed suddenly. His eyes flickered slightly. Not found by anyone. However, didn't this fellow Sinestro die too quickly? Everything is full of uncertainties, and there is no need to explain these to others. But it may be days, it may be months, it may be years, or hundreds of years. Bruce Wayne always felt that this matter seemed too easy, and he couldn't help but think about it. Hee's appearance looks really unusual. Thinking of this, Hee became more and more relaxed. He will be resurrected. Billy Batson, who originally wanted to argue in this regard, finally stopped talking. Clark Kent glanced at Billy Batson, and immediately refused. Sue, what's the matter? It is really unreliable to entrust such an important matter to a child. High speed. This matter was finally handed over to Wanda to handle. They saw Hee sitting there, motionless, with obvious curiosity in his eyes. Others looked at Billy Batson and agreed very much. It's just that this has not happened yet. Someone moved the timeline of the past. Plus Wanda has been through some really bad things. However, no matter how he jumps, because Hee, Wanda, and Gwen have personally experienced and seen these things happen. Billy Batson felt that even a child could do it, and he couldn't just reject him because he was young, which was really unfair to him. No one will know when Sinestro will be resurrected in 1.3. Gwen and Wanda couldn't help but wake up even if it was just a small movement. I think this matter must be taken seriously. Some things always happen unexpectedly. Bruce Wayne finally came to this conclusion. Hearing these people's conversations, although the corners of Hee's lips kept maintaining the same curvature, when looking at them, there was an obvious subtlety in his expression. These people are smart. 306. The past timeline is passive. Something must have happened to make Hee behave like this. Fine. Hee smiled. Although Hee said nothing happened, Gwen and Wanda still found that Hee suddenly became stronger. Although this kind of scene is not unfamiliar, in their former world, Hee would often become stronger suddenly. The two of them have been with Su-Yi for a long time and know how powerful he is. If Su-Yi suddenly became stronger, then he must have encountered something in another timeline. Did someone move your timeline? Is it now or the future? Although Su-Yi wants to lightly expose this matter and not mention it anymore, if Wanda and Gwen want to understand, he will definitely not hide this aspect. Therefore, Su-Yi just paused for a while, and then began to talk about these things. My past timeline was moved by someone. The person who moved my timeline is the future Sinestro. 30. They just came into contact with Sinestro, and Sue was targeted again? He's targeting the entire Gotham City, because in that timeline, some things have already passed, so when Su-Yi talked about these things with them, it was obviously easier than before. Sinestro awakened the Parallax monster and made a lot of plans. These plans are intertwined and very dangerous. His plan went very smoothly, and he tried to enter again. It is obviously a very dangerous thing, because Su-Yi explained it in a very calm tone, so Wanda and Gwen didn't feel too deeply, just like listening to a very ordinary story. Is Sinestro dead? After listening to part of what Su-Yi said, Gwen asked in a low voice. Dead. But it won't play a big role. As long as his ambition is always there, then he will appear in any timeline in many ways. Therefore, the matter of whether Sinestro is dead is not so important at all. Okay, don't think about it anymore, just lie down and have a good rest. Su-Yi spoke softly, and then lay down with her arms around the two girls. When they were doing these things, they didn't see a ring on Su-Yi's hand at all. Gwen and Wanda didn't realize this until the next morning, and they fixed their eyes on Su-Yi's hand almost immediately. This ring looks particularly familiar. However, no matter whether you are familiar with it or not, what is certain is that this ring once appeared in Sinestro's hands. The ability is very powerful, and it is not an ordinary ring. When they were on the planet Cruga before, the original ring was on their hands. But in the eyes of the people of Cruga, if the ring falls into the hands of Su-Yi and others, it is also unsafe, so they have always been very vigilant. Originally, Gwen and Wanda thought that they had no share in this thing. But now the ring is actually in Su-Yi's hand. No matter how you look at it, it is not very simple. Sue, what is going on here? Gwen and Wanda's eyes kept falling on Su-Yi's hand. In a past timeline, I got this ring because it was an item he obtained. It was also brought to this time and space by the way. After all, Su-Yi exists in any timeline and is different from others. Gwen and Wanda's eyes kept on Su-Yi's hand, and there was even a bit of envy in their eyes. However, Su-Yi just took the ring off his finger and held it in his palm. It seems that you want to get this thing. The ring is always something that people can't help but think a lot. Gwen blushed a little. I can send you off at that time, don't think about anything else. So you could see what Gwen and Wanda were really thinking. However, the thing in his hand has been touched by other people. Although he doesn't care, he doesn't want Gwen and Wanda to touch something that others have used. Gwen and Wanda didn't really want the ring either. But after hearing what Su-Yi said, there was some anticipation in their hearts. Su-Yi said that he would give them rings, so they just wait. They believe that Su-Yi would definitely do what he said. The two leaned on Su-Yi's arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Today is rest time, so they don't worry at all. It was also rare for Su-Yi to be lazy, and lay on the bed with the two girls for more than an hour before getting up from the bed. Spending time with the girls is always so sweet. Aren't you going out today? Gwen couldn't help but make a point. Sometimes it's good to just stay quietly like this. Since you want to stay at home today, then stay at home. Su-Yi is actually too lazy to move most of the time, but she thinks more about the two girls, so occasionally they will go out on a date. Since the two girls have no plans to go out today, they naturally will not go out. Gwen is busy in the kitchen and Wanda cleans. Su-Yi is wearing a pair of non-prescription glasses and watering the flowers in the yard. Delicious breakfast 567 is ready in no time. Both Wanda and Su-Yi put down their work and gathered around the table together. The food is really delicious. Gwen, your cooking skills have improved recently. Su-Yi praised. Gwen blushed when she heard the praise. She was naturally very happy to be praised by the person she liked. By the way, Sue, although we stay at home together during the day, we don't go out at night, do we? Wanda opened her mouth and said. If she hadn't suddenly reminded her, Gwen probably would have forgotten something completely because of Su-Yi's praise. Now that Wanda mentioned it, things that Gwen had almost forgotten at first, suddenly remembered again. By the way, we have a date with Barbara tonight, and we agreed to have dinner together in a Western restaurant. Although I have encountered it on the road before, it is just a brief introduction. I originally invited the other party to be a guest at home, but I was not satisfied for various reasons. When Wanda and Gwen said these words, they still looked at Su-Yi expectantly. Su-Yi has never refused any of their requests. Now that the two girls have asked him so much, how could he refuse? He smiled. Okay, just do it. 307. Barbara Gordon's inquiry. Barbara Gordon puts on her best clothes and looks in the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she took a deep breath. Today she made an appointment with Gwen and Wanda to meet. Definitely, the most important thing is that their man Su-Yi will also appear. Barbara Gordon met them today with a mission. She is looking forward to it. After looking at the time and confirming that there would be no accidents, She took her purse and left the house almost impatiently. On the way to the destination by taxi, she received a call from her old father. "Don't forget what is your purpose in meeting them?" When the director at the other end said these words, his tone was very serious and cautious. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this matter. Don't call me casually again. If they find out that my purpose is impure, I may not even have to be friends." After listening to what her father said on the other end of the phone, Barbara Gordon also eagerly said this to the other party. The director on the other end of the phone responded repeatedly, and then hung up the phone first. Barbara Gordon stuffed the phone back into her pocket, looking at the scenery outside the window. Her originally calm mood became excited because she was close to her destination. When she finally arrived at her destination and the taxi stopped, she took a deep breath, paid the money and got out of the taxi. Entered the agreed place and the agreed table. "The person I invited has not arrived so far." She glanced at the time, and it was still half an hour away from the appointed time. Not because of any other reason, but she came too early. She flipped through the menu in her hand and waited patiently. When there were only 10 minutes left before the appointed time, Hee, Wanda and Gwen came. They were a little surprised when they saw Barbara Gordon sitting in her seat, who had obviously been waiting for a long time. "Barbara, have you been here early?" Gwen walked over first, sat beside Barbara, blinked and asked. "No, I just came a little earlier than you," Barbara Gordon explained to Gwen with a smile. They also greeted Wanda, and then Barbara Gordon's eyes fell on Hee not far away. "We had a brief hello before. I don't know if you remember my name. My name is Barbara Gordon." When Barbara Gordon spoke to Hee, her tone was normal. Hee smiled. "I know you. We met a few times before." Wanda and Gwen also said a lot of things about Miss Barbara in my ear. "I am deeply impressed by you." Barbara Gordon was holding her breath when she said this. Hearing that Hee was very impressed with her, no matter what Hee said was true or false, she immediately laughed. She felt that her previous worries were completely unnecessary. Why was she upset in the first place? "The food in this store is very delicious, and I have always wanted Dante and Gwen to be with me." When it comes to food, Barbara Gordon is very enthusiastic, but also very light-hearted. "Then we have to try it." Hee smiled, and raised her hand to ask Barbara Gordon to order for them. Barbara Gordon didn't have any hesitation in this regard, and almost nodded quickly. She checked a few signature dishes in the store, and then pushed the menu to Hee, Wanda and Gwen. The three of them didn't have any opinions, and they still handed over the matter to Barbara Gordon. "Then let's have some snacks." Taking a sneak peek at Hee, Barbara Gordon made her next decision again. No matter what kind of eyes Barbara Gordon stared at, Hee still had a smile on her face. Hee could feel that Barbara Gordon seemed to have something to say to herself, but she had been in hesitation all the time and didn't make it clear. Wanda and Gwen also felt this, and they looked at each other very secretly. To say that Barbara Gordon is interested in Hee, Wanda and Gwen don't believe it. But if it wasn't for this reason, but he kept focusing on Hee, then it might have something to do with the recent events. It is only one thing that is something to do with the recent things. After much deliberation, is it Sinestro's thing? But hasn't that matter already been resolved? Why does Barbara Gordon seem to care so much about this? Is it because Barbara Gordon's father is the director? Because you are the chief of the bureau, you want to break the casserole and ask the end of many things? Gwen and Wanda couldn't help thinking about this in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. Some things had to wait until Barbara Gordon said it herself. So during this meal, Wanda, Gwen, and Hee kept their heads down very seriously. Only Barbara Gordon looked up and looked in their direction from time to time because she had something on her mind. The whole meal was not bad for Hee and his group, but Barbara Gordon looked restless. Obviously he didn't taste the taste of this meal. "The meal was delicious, but is there anything else you didn't tell us?" Looking at Barbara Gordon not far away, Gwen couldn't help but speak first. "After all, you also know that my father is the director. Although you have already explained all the things that were explained through the TV station before, there are some places that we have no way to understand. Therefore, in order to ensure Gotham the city is safe, and I hope some questions, of ours, can be asked to you." Barbara Gordon, who had always wanted to find time to test it out, never found a suitable method. After Gwen mentioned it, she simply took the initiative to speak out. "Maybe sincerity is the best way right now." "It turned out to be for this matter," Gwen said with a smile. "Actually, you don't need to worry too much at all, and you don't need to be too nervous. Some things can be said to us directly, and some problems can be told to you. We will naturally say that there will be no problems. Conceal, we are friends after all." It is said that there was a war on the planet Cruga, so who started this war, and will they affect our country and the people on our planet? While saying this, Barbara Gordon frowned. She is a researcher who has personally contacted Sinestro. The impression of the alien Sinestro is not very good. 308. Does the new ruler have ambitions? Although that person deliberately concealed it, the ambition in those eyes was always surging, and it was not well hidden. It would be a disaster for them all to have a man like Sinestro on Earth. It would be good for Gotham City, and good for the world, for such a person to be killed and leave this world. But the people on the planet Celu are still there. Although they have changed their new rulers, do those people still pose great harm to the Earth? These other people do not know. These are also things that the director of Gotham City is worried about. I am afraid it is also something that the leaders of those countries are worried about. However, national leaders may consider more comprehensive, and more complicated things, so they obviously have many opportunities to come to Hee and others to understand the situation, but so far none of them have come to look for them, and they have even left it like this. The whole thing calmed down. Although it is like this, although the whole matter seems to have calmed down, the director of Gotham City will receive some cryptic calls from time to time. These calls are all from state leaders, especially some politicians. Although they talked around the bush and didn't communicate directly, they asked him to find out more detailed information from Hee. If it wasn't for Gotham City, if it wasn't for peace, the director would not have taken the matter of 510 on himself. Because this matter is troublesome no matter how you look at it. Who is the person currently in control of Planet Cruga? His name is Jordan, and he looks very kind. Knowing people, knowing the face but not knowing the heart, who knows what is going on in his heart? Anyway, M is much better than Sinestro. Wanda said so. In her mind, she couldn't help but think that when she arrived at the planet Cruga, those people on the planet Cruga were like puppets, without self-awareness, and they didn't dare to have it. They can only do it according to everything Sinestro said. They are very bad, their lives are in a mess, and the desperation in their eyes is impossible to ignore. Gwen agrees with what Wanda said. No matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than Sinestro. Can we have a deeper understanding of the identity of that Jordan? We just asked about his name, and then left. We don't know much about his real identity. That man's name is Hal Jordan, and he used to be friends with Techstar. Just when Gwen and Wanda couldn't answer this question, Hee said slowly. They used to stay together one organization, but later parted ways. In a simple sentence, Hal Jordan and Sinestro are now enemies. There is no need to say the latter sentence, because Hal Jordan has led people to overthrow Sinestro's rule, so there is no other possibility other than being an enemy. But will he make the same choice as Sinestro, or something worse? Does he have ambitions for Earth? It is very natural for a ruler to have ambitions, and there is nothing to say about that. When Hee said this, his tone was light, without much emotion. Now I can guarantee that he will not do anything that will harm the Earth, but what will he do in the future because of what happened to him? Things. I can't guarantee all of these. Hee obviously knows much more than Gwen and Wanda, and obviously Wanda and Gwen are with Hee, but they don't know about it at all. They looked at Hee with complicated eyes, but nothing will come as a surprise to Hee. After all, they just went through Sinestro's future to the past, trying to kill Hee. It just failed in the end. Barbara, the questions we know are actually very limited. We can only tell you so far. If you want to know more, I'm afraid you can only go to the planet Cruga to ask. It is not a bad thing for the Earth to establish a friendly diplomatic relationship with the planet Cruga. They will come to Earth again. After hesitation for a while, Hee said this slowly, which made Barbara Gordon feel relieved, and then brought it up again. It's downright terrifying. What is there that we don't know? Can we continue to talk about it? Only when we are very clear about the whole thing, can he calm down and make some countermeasures. 17. Don't worry too much about this matter, live your life as you want. There are many powerful people in Gotham City. The director is just too worried. It's not good for your health. Wanda said to Barbara Gordon very seriously, you advised your father to take a good rest in normal times. 11. He works hard every day to manage Gotham City well. He won't listen to what I say at all. It's better not to say it at all. If her father is willing to listen to what she said, even if Barbara Gordon said it several times or dozens of times, she would be willing. It's because it's useless to say anything, and in the end I can only shut up and never mention it again. They didn't struggle with this matter. After they were satisfied with the meal, they went to the mountain to take a shower. Barbara Gordon originally wanted to refuse, but was invited by Hee and others, so she followed suit. After going to the mountains, they went to the seaside. The depression accumulated in my heart disappeared in an instant. Enjoying life is a very good thing for people. Sometimes if there are a lot of things in my heart and there is no way to solve them, it is enough to look around and listen to them at this time. Is this how you usually relax? Barbara Gordon naturally knew about Hee. She knew that he worked from 9 to 5, and the rest of the time he either stayed at home or played everywhere with Gwen and Wanda. Speaking of which, she really couldn't help feeling envious. If there is a chance, we can be together. They felt that they got along very well with Barbara Gordon, and if Hee could like her, then they would be able to hang out as four, which would be fine. However, they turned their heads to look at Hee, and Hee's expression was very indifferent. Obviously Barbara Gordon didn't have this idea either, so they just thought about this in their hearts, but they didn't mention this point at all on their faces. 309. Hal Jordan Approaches. Until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone finished shopping and chatting, and then everyone took the lead in sending Barbara Gordon back. When they arrived at the courtyard of Barbara Gordon's house, they saw the director constantly looking around in the courtyard. It seems that the other party has been waiting anxiously at home for a long time. When he saw Hee and his group, the director immediately said, "Thank you for bringing my daughter back. Why don't you come in and have a sit?" The director gave him a very warm reception. Before Su-yi and the others could speak, Barbara Gordon rushed forward and grabbed the director's arm. When the director was about to say something, Barbara Gordon waved goodbye to Su-yi and the others, then took her father's hand and walked directly into the house. "Barbara, you are so rude. Su-yi and I haven't finished talking yet. Why did you whip me into the room? The things that should be asked have already been asked, and they are also very tired, so don't disturb their three-person world," Barbara Gordon said in a somewhat displeased tone. Today, she has done a lot of things for her father, and also inquired about a lot of news. Now she has to tell all the news to her father, lest she accidentally forget it after a long time. After explaining this matter clearly to his father, the director finally had no other opinions. Seeing Barbara Gordon dragging his father into the house quickly, Wang Tan felt a little envious. The relationship between their father and daughter is really good. If her family is still there, she will definitely get along with her family in harmony. Wanda couldn't help thinking like this in her heart, and her eyes became more and more disappointed. Su-yi raised her hand and touched her head. "The past has passed. If you keep thinking about it, it will only hurt your heart, and don't you have us by your side? We are your family." "It's not family, it's my best friend, best sister and man I love the most." Wanda smiled, dropped a kiss on Su-yi's cheek, and then became happy. It has been such a long time, and she has actually been able to adjust her mood by herself. Gwen at the moment couldn't help reaching out and hugging Wanda, and then they went back together. Many people on the Earth are very worried about the things on the planet Kruger. Even after some news has been officially announced, they still can't stop discussing in private. Aliens are aliens. Do you really think there will be no problems if you change the ruler? I think that's more worrisome. That's right, it's really worrying. So what should we do in this situation? Build a spaceship, go to an alien planet, find the planet Kruger, and then occupy their planet. Crazy, we don't even know where the planet Kruger is, and with our current technology, we can't find a spaceship that sails in the universe. Indeed, it is estimated that he would suffocate to death halfway through the universe. They are constantly discussing the backward technology on the planet, and they have no hope for their own country and their own technology. The psychiatrist and the two girls. Why do you think the aliens brought a psychiatrist? Yes, there are two other girls who don't work at all. The two women are very beautiful, shouldn't it be? Some people couldn't help but have some bad ideas, but they were quickly buried by other people's discussions. Compared with some gossip and pornographic news, the rest of the people are more concerned about not the original planet. They are so curious about this matter and want to change very much. However, no matter how these people discuss it, they can only speak their minds on the website. Even if some suggestions were sent to the mailbox of the country's leaders, they still seem to have sunk directly into the vast sea. Not even 10 splashes were exposed. Everyone is watching. Some people even picked up binoculars and looked towards the sky, as if they wanted to find some UFO things in the sky. Some people even captured some blurry pictures, directly saying that aliens have come to the world. Sometimes it makes a big splash, but in fact, those are just speculations. Actually nothing happened. Zero for flowers. After such a burst, the storm soon stopped. And these things that have been discussed on the internet, and even in life, did not have any impact on Yi and the others. It didn't have much impact on Gotham City either. Live the life you want to live. Be as lively as you want. Make trouble however you want. Every day in Gotham City is so colorful. The two words forever and peace have nothing to do with each other. In the newly opened cake shop, Su-yi accompanied the two girls to eat desserts. This is sugar-free. Su, you have a taste. It should taste pretty good. Gwen took a bite of the cake and handed it to Su-yi. Su-yi didn't have any hesitation, just opened his mouth and took a bite. It is indeed not sweet, but this soft feeling made him feel uncomfortable, so when Gwen tried to take another bite of the cake and put it in his mouth, he shook his head and refused directly. Su-yi only took one bite, and even though she only took one bite, it still made Gwen very happy. She turned her wrist and stuffed it directly into her mouth. You boys, most of you don't like this kind of soft cake, but we like it very much. Me. While speaking, Gwen smiled at Su-yi, but found that Su-yi seemed to be looking out the window. What happened? She stopped biting the spoon with some doubts, and followed Su-yi's line of sight. Across the road, a man was standing there quietly. That man looked very familiar, but he wasn't the Jordan they met on the planet Kruger. Hal Jordan. Why is he here? Wanda was so surprised that she couldn't help but stood up, put her hands on the table, just about to go out, but was held down by Su-yi. No, he will come. Immediately, Su-yi signaled Wanda to continue eating the cake in her hands. Wanda frowned slightly, finally bit her lip and decided to sit down. And when they were eating the cake, about 2 to 3 minutes later, Hal Jordan, who was across the road, walked over directly, and then pushed open the store door. 310. As long as there is ambition, his existence will always be dangerous. After Hal Jordan opened the door, he walked towards the direction of Su-yi and the three of them. Su-yi, let's talk. When Hal Jordan walked in front of a group of people, his voice was obviously lowered on purpose. Su-yi raised his hand and said directly, if you don't mind, let's sit down and talk now. There happened to be an empty seat, so Su-Yi naturally pointed his hand towards the empty seat. Hal Jordan looked aside. Here they are relatively close to the interior position. From a point of view, it is indeed very hidden, and it can also be called a place that is more suitable for conversation. Hal Jordan is not a hypocrite either. After confirming that the current environment is acceptable, he didn't raise any other opinions. After a brief 250 exchange with Su-Yi and the others, he finally explained his purpose of coming here. I'm a little worried. When he saw Su-Yi and the others set their eyes on him, he continued to speak slowly. Do you think Sinestro is really dead? Sinestro? Su-Yi, Gwen and Wanda looked at each other for a while. They thought about other possibilities, but they didn't think that Hal Jordan came this time to ask about this matter. So did Hal Jordan know something? Or else why such a coincidence? Not so long ago, Su-Yi had defeated Sinestro in a past timeline, and Sinestro is still from the future. He did not die. It should be said that as long as Sinestro's ambition is still there, then he will always emerge from another timeline. This can be said to be a very terrible thing. Some things can be said to people around, but Su-Yi's ability cannot be said to Hal Jordan. This matter does not need Su-Yi to explain. Gwen and Wanda took the initiative to open the mouth. Jordan, why do you have such an idea? Didn't you witness the death of Sinis with your own eyes? The other bodies were taken away by your people. Gwen smiled and said, you wouldn't think we can take Sinestro's body away in full view. Hal Jordan waved his hand immediately. I definitely didn't mean that. You misunderstood. It's just that Sinestro died too easily. I always feel that this matter is not that simple. So you're actually here this time for Sinestro's business? It wasn't just this matter that Wanda asked from the side. Definitely not. In fact, the most important thing is something else, that is, the establishment of diplomatic relations between Sinestro and Earth before. I think this is a good thing, although he did these things for his own ambition. But it's also nice to have a partnership with Earth. After several inquiries, Su-Yi, Gwen and Wanda were never asked about Sinestro. Hal Jordan immediately changed the topic in order to avoid the atmosphere being too dense. Hal Jordan's attitude made Gwen feel that the other party was not bad. The establishment of diplomatic relations is indeed not bad, but in Gotham City, you will be greatly hindered. If you still insist on this, then it will be a good choice. Right now, public opinion is discussing whether the diplomatic relations between Planet Cruga and Earth will be terminated. If you have no intention of terminating the relationship, then the position that originally belonged to Sinestro will definitely be inherited by you and the people of Planet Cruga. Gwen, Wanda, and Su-Yi discussed this matter with each other. Hal Jordan didn't interrupt at the beginning, until he heard what they were saying, and then he said, since this is the case, then we will discuss this with the leaders of the Earth at that time. Hal Jordan came here with great expectations this time, although he didn't get the result he wanted. Without getting the result, Hal Jordan was actually a little disappointed, but no matter whether the result was good or bad, he already had an idea in his heart. After all, it is much better than getting nothing and not realizing it in my heart. See, Hal Jordan has made a decision. Gwen and Wanda said to Hal Jordan very seriously, I hope we can live in harmony in the future. Hal Jordan nodded, definitely. It must be like this. Hal Jordan is actually very interested in the planet Earth, and when he said these words, his tone was extraordinarily serious. Public opinion on the internet is still constantly fermenting. At first, everyone thought that the cooperative relationship with the aliens was over, but they didn't expect that one would come and another would come. And still in Gotham City. Although this man named Hal Jordan seems to be much better than the previous Sinestro, but he knows people and faces but doesn't know his heart. Who knows what these aliens are thinking in their hearts? All eyes are on Gotham City. In normal times in Gotham City, many people pay attention to him. However, no matter how much someone pays attention, no one takes it seriously. The situation is still the same now. Just like before Sinestro and others acted in the abandoned factory, except for the people in Gotham City who have been paying attention to those aliens in the later stage, who else cares? Although public opinion is fermenting, it will stop one day sooner or later. The people at the event center simply don't take it seriously. Compared with these unknown things, some people are more concerned about some situations around them. In addition to the things about those aliens in Gotham City on the internet, there is another thing that is very noticeable. That's something to do with Superman Greek. Definitely 3.7 should be specifically said to be related to the young version of Superman Greek. When Su-Yi received the call, there were still some who didn't recover. After all, he and the new version of Clark Kent have not been in touch for a long time. I heard that he has been working part-time and is very busy. When Gwen showed him the viral video of a younger version of Clark Kent uploaded on the internet, Su-Yi did not refuse. At the beginning of the video, a group of people were parading, wearing clothes of various colors. Some were holding placards in their hands, and some were taking pictures of the scene with their mobile phones. At $1 carat. I don't know why the scene of Creek fighting with the former General Zod was filmed. Wanda at the moment is frowning fiercely. 311. The previous scene of fighting with aliens was photographed. Even if it is filmed, it is reasonable to say that the impact should not be deep. Although Gwen had already watched this video before, but now she was by Su-Yi's side, she couldn't help but say these things. At that time, It was obviously in outer space. Why was it filmed? Yi opened his mouth slowly. He felt that this matter was not that simple, and this scene was obviously shot internally. Although the picture is a little shaken, it clearly captures Kent's appearance very clearly. At that time, Yi was also in this spaceship, but his appearance was not photographed. It's a fight against Clark Kent. Yi can understand this matter almost without thinking. There are a lot of comments on this video. There are neutral ones who don't believe the authenticity of this video at all, and some think that Superman Clark is a very powerful hero. There are also some who think that Clark Kent is an alien creature different from their existence and must be eliminated. After all, the power of 01 Superman is terrifying. If the opponent controls the entire city, it will be even more terrifying. This matter is also obviously being spread deliberately, and some things are very instructive. In any case, it shouldn't affect the people at home, and this thing happened a long time ago. Why are you still talking about it now? This is something that neither Wanda nor Gwen can figure out. Yi continued to scroll down, and his eyes would lock on those area codes from time to time. Originally I thought that the matter about me on this spaceship was deliberately ignored by the other party, but now I seem to understand one thing. It may be because of my relationship in Gotham City. That person felt that I could be released temporarily. Deal with it later, but this time it is focused on dealing with Clark. Besides, after Yi paused, he continued, the reason why that person is speaking now is because everyone is very concerned about aliens, but it is because they are afraid of Gotham City, so they are just rushing venting on the internet. But Clark is different. He lives in an ordinary town, surrounded by some ordinary human beings. Those neighbors who grew up watching Clark Kent will not have much fear of Clark, but those who don't know Clark at all, I'm afraid they don't think so in their hearts. Clark called and Yi answered. He meant to let Clark come to Gotham City to avoid the limelight, but Clark Kent quickly refused. I can't avoid it forever. This is my hometown, my town, and I will always live here even in the future. Clark Kent's tone was very affirmative. Hearing the other party's answer, Yi was a little speechless. He was only asked to come to Gotham City temporarily, not to keep him from going back for the rest of his life. But if the other party refuses, just refuse. Everyone's choice is different, and the person who can help him the most now is not Yi himself, nor Gwen and Wanda, but himself. Thinking about it this way, Yi felt that there was absolutely no need for him to take care of this matter. Compared to this, Yi felt that finding out the manipulator behind him was the most urgent and most important thing. After finishing talking with Clark Kent and hanging up the phone, Yi told the Justice League about the matter. The grown-up Clark Kent left Gotham almost immediately. The other party may not care about the young version of Clark Kent, but more for their adoptive father and mother. That is their most important family member. During this period of time, they must have been greatly frightened, and they need to be seriously appeased. The matter of Clark Kent has nothing to do with Yi and others for the time being. Yi and the others didn't ask too much about this. They originally thought that the League of Justice was involved in this matter, and the development of the matter should not be serious, but they did not expect that the Congress was suddenly bombed. What happened while everyone was watching? It was scary because no one saw who did it. The alien must have done it. Yes, he lives very close to Congress. There is no one else but him, and there is no second possibility. Maybe the criminals in Gotham City did it. Whether they did it or not, it's very dangerous. Get rid of Clark Kent. Get rid of the cancerous city of Gotham City. The bombing of Congress ignited the anger of all the people. Demonstrations can be seen on the streets every day. The Justice League has also been investigating this matter. However, they searched and searched, but they always found a young version of Clark Kent. Batman Bruce Wayne's face was very gloomy. He went to Yi's psychiatric consultation room. Even when facing Yi, the expression on his face was not calm at all. You really think Clark did this? Although one of the two people is a young version and the other is an adult version, they have the same soul, but their experiences are different. Perhaps it is really the young version of 117 Clark Kent who did such an unbelievable thing. Batman Bruce Wayne's tone was full of seriousness when he said this, and he didn't want to believe that Clark did it. After all, he and the adult version of Clark Kent are very close friends, and they have accomplished many things together. But there are some things he believes only in evidence, because evidence doesn't lie. Bruce Wayne thought so in his heart, and he couldn't help but directly said what he thought in his heart. Evidence does not lie, but evidence can be falsified. When Batman Bruce Wayne said these words, Gwen and Wanda were also beside them. They wanted to leave, but they didn't expect that before they had time to leave, the other party had already called Yi. Obviously whether they are here or not doesn't affect Bruce Wayne, so they should just stay here. This matter is very likely, but do you think I have not checked these? The evidence is not forged. Clark did go to Congress that afternoon and stayed for a long time. At that time, a camera captured him. He looked flustered, especially with a big bag on his shoulders. Having said that, Bruce Wayne raised his hand and slammed his fist on the table. 312. Who is telling lies? In order for the other party to tell the truth, I even went there in person, but none of his words were true, all were lies. If the other party was telling the truth, Bruce Wayne would not be what he is now. He would not even come to find Su-Yi ahead of time when he was planning to do something. He always knew that Su-Yi had an extraordinary relationship with a young Clark Kent. What did you say? He said that someone called and asked him to bring something to Congress, but we didn't see that call on his mobile phone, nor did we see what he had prepared a long time ago. Bruce Wayne said here, couldn't help but paused, and at the same time, his voice became more serious. What I said is true. If you still don't believe it until now, then I have nothing to say. No matter how I think about this matter, it's not right. There must be a misunderstanding. Sue, why don't I go there myself? Wanda approached Su-Yi while putting her hands on the table. I don't think Clark is lying. I can ask his adoptive parents. They have always been for Clark's good, and they will never let Clark go wrong or do wrong things. I'll go with you. Su-Yi pointed his finger at his chin, and then spoke softly. Bruce Wayne was very surprised when he heard that Su-Yi was going there in person. It seems that Clark has a special place in your heart. I've always heard that you raised him like a son. I thought it was exaggerated. After all, even the young version of Clark looks older than you. I didn't intend to go there, but I just have time tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow a weekend? I'm on vacation, so I just happened to be able to stop by and see those old neighbors. For Bruce Wayne's shock, Su-Yi was a little speechless, but in order to avoid people thinking that he was a person who didn't love his work, he finally chose to explain. This explanation silenced Bruce Wayne. She thought that in Su-Yi's mind, Clark Kent was different after all. But now this is the explanation. So Clark Kent is unworthy, too? I don't know why. My heart is a little bit complicated, but it seems extraordinarily peaceful. Can you add me as a if you go out? Bruce Wayne glanced at Su-Yi, Wanda and Gwen, and finally he decided to make a very powerful light bulb. He didn't think there was anything wrong with doing so. At the same time, he also wanted to know if the younger version of Clark Kent would still lie when facing Su-Yi. The time on the second day came quickly. Su-Yi and his group returned to the small town, and were immediately welcomed by the former neighbors very warmly. Yeah, we thought you wouldn't come back in the future, but we didn't expect to meet again after only a few short months apart. My son who doesn't like reading, because after talking with you, he is now learning spontaneously, and his recent mock quiz scores are very good. How long will you stay in the small town to have a meal with me? Go to Kent's house? We watched Clark grow up. How could he do things like bombing Congress? This is clearly slander. His adoptive parents have been protecting him, but recently a lot of news media have surrounded their homes and interviewed them. As for Clark, he has already been imprisoned. How could Clark be a victim of ability? What? Even if it is true, he will not harm ordinary humans. These neighbors and folks really deserve to be old neighbors who have lived with Clark Kent for a long time. Every word, every sentence is a trust in Clark Kent. I really hope he doesn't get hurt too much in prison. Probably not. That's a really good kid. If he really has the ability, he can protect himself. While talking, these old neighbors involuntarily cast their eyes on Su-Yi. They acted like they wanted Su-Yi to be sure that what they said was true, and they also wanted to make sure that nothing would happen to Clark Kent. Bruce Wayne was ignored by these neighbors. He still remembered that when he came here before, these neighbors were not enthusiastic at all, and even when they looked at him, they quickly ran away from him one by one. Even those who are occasionally blocked by him forcefully, when they look at him, their eyes are full of vigilance and rejection. I didn't expect to be imprisoned so early. The situation is not good. Maybe we have to go to the prison to see the situation. Su-Yi didn't expect such a thing to happen just after coming here. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Speaking of his expertise, Bruce Wayne is very proud. He made a direct phone call, and the person on the other end immediately arranged for them to meet with Clark Kent. The prison is a very depressing place, and there are many people in the vicinity of Clark Kent. They are all armed with guns, and their eyes are particularly fierce when they look at Su-Yi and others. However, when they saw that it was the chief who brought them here, the vicious look quickly submerged, and they nodded and bowed towards the chief. Open the door, my friends want to see 19 Clark Kent. They said they wanted to see each other, but they definitely didn't dare to have any opinions, so they nodded immediately, and one of them took a key, and opened the door with 2 or 3 clicks. When seeing Su-Yi, Clark Kent's face was a little guilty and a little excited. He didn't want Su-Yi to see himself in such a mess, but he was very happy that Su-Yi could come in person. Tell me, what happened? My boss asked me to deliver something near the capital. The boss asked you to send something. What is it? I don't know, and I didn't see what was in there. It was a very small box. I carried it in my backpack all the time, and no one approached it, but it just disappeared. Clark Kent couldn't help frowning when talking about this incident. When I was looking for that box, the Congress suddenly exploded. There were many ordinary people present at the time. I couldn't watch them get hurt, so I transformed myself directly to save them. And I don't know why other people think that I caused the explosion, which obviously has nothing to do with me, and I'm quite wronged. 313. Luthor, the man behind the scenes. Clark Kent felt that he was simply unlucky. Obviously the whole matter has nothing to do with him, and I don't know how it can be related to the matter of having something to do with him. Don't worry, since this matter has nothing to do with you, it will only be a matter of time before you are released. Hee spoke very slowly. Clark Kent nodded. If someone else said this to me, I might not believe it that much, but this is what you said, Sue, and I believe it. At the moment Clark Kent is relaxed. He even has the mood to worry about his parents. I don't know how my parents are doing now. Will they be disturbed because of my affairs? Before he was arrested and came here, he had seen how difficult those reporters were. One by one said he was very dangerous, but those reporters didn't seem to care whether he was dangerous or not. Just want to get first-hand information. It makes people very angry. Before we came to the prison, we went to a small town, and the neighbors were very enthusiastic. Your parents are fully able to deal with it now, so there is no need to worry too much. Gwen persuaded Clark Kent. You are in prison. The most important thing to do now is to ensure your own safety. After all, so far, we don't know what the real purpose of the man behind the trick is. 947. Yeah, we all believe that this matter has nothing to do with you at all. Don't worry too much. Wanda said the same thing. Hee, Gwen and Wanda all have the same attitude, which is not at all what Batman Bruce Wayne originally thought. At the beginning, he obviously hoped that several people would go to the prison together to ask some details about Clark Kent. However, these three people expressed their trust in Clark Kent one after another, which made him seem a bit out of place with the rest. Could it be that other people simply ignore it when it comes to this step? This is definitely impossible. Even if they want to gently expose this matter, Bruce Wayne, absolutely can't let this matter just go away. Bruce Wayne coughed lightly twice, and after drawing everyone's attention to him, he slowly opened his mouth. Clark, can you tell me clearly, is there anyone suspicious around you? Or have you encountered anything recently? Whether there are suspicious people around Clark Kent can judge the other party's interpersonal relationship by whether he has encountered anything. It can also be seen whether he has had irreparable conflicts with other people recently. Although it was just a simple question, Clark Kent could clearly feel that this man named Bruce Wayne did not believe in himself. Clark Kent's eyes fell on Bruce Wayne involuntarily. He had seen this man a few times before. The other party has always been calm about his performance, and he can't say he likes it or doesn't like it. After all, there was already another Clark Kent. He knew that the man in front of him was a good friend and partner with another adult version of Clark Kent. As for himself, he probably didn't know how to deal with this inexplicable relationship. It is also natural that the other party does not believe in themselves and doubts themselves. Clark Kent didn't ask much, but answered Bruce Wayne's almost critical questions. He explained who he suspected and what happened recently. It wasn't because the other party doubted him and wanted to prove that he didn't do this thing, but because he felt that there were some things that could be explained more clearly, so that Hee and the others could find the person who framed him earlier. Clark Kent explained everything he could say, and Bruce Wayne just asked these questions and didn't say what he would do in the future. Nodding to Clark Kent, he left with Hee and others. After leaving the prison, Bruce Wayne, paused. The people before us have already checked everything. Are you sure there are still doubts? Is that why you don't trust Clark? As I said before, he is not the same person as the Clark I know. I don't think I trust another Clark, but I have to trust this Clark. Bruce Wayne's tone was very firm. It seems that there is no way to convince the other party. Hee exhaled, with a delicate expression on his face. Then you can do whatever you want. If it makes you feel better, then so be it. And Gwen and Wanda's attitude is the same as Hee's. Compared to another adult version of Clark Kent, they naturally believed in this Clark who almost watched him grow up. It is natural that the two parties will have different results if their positions are different, and there is no need to have any bad thoughts about it. Speaking of which, they haven't seen an adult version of Clark Kent so far. Where did he go? Where is the grown-up Clark Kent whom everyone misses? He had found the suspicious figure. What happened to the young Clark Kent now happened to be what happened to him. Originally, Clark felt that the world was already different in many places, so the young version of Clark Kent would never encounter some things again. But he did not expect that he was obviously thinking too much. While some places have changed, many more haven't changed at all. Take, for example, the bombing of Congress. This impressed Clark Kent deeply. In an alternate timeline, something sad happened to him and he got into a fight with Batman Bruce Wayne as a result. Even the person behind the scenes kidnapped his adoptive mother Martha in order to deal with him. The adult version of Clark Kent sent his adoptive mother and adoptive father to a safe place almost immediately after he knew about it, and then he went to find the man behind the scenes, Luthor. Luthor is a very good person, but he has a special hatred for aliens. He thinks that aliens should not exist on the Earth, and it is precisely because of this that he has done many things. Everything makes the older version of Clark Kent feel extremely headache now thinking about it. He showed up at Luthor's house. Luthor is still paying attention to Clark Kent who is in prison, but when the adult version of Clark Kent appeared in front of him, he was very surprised, shocked and indignant at the same time. 314. The Influence of Kryptonite. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in prison? What do those police officers do? Can they give ordinary people a good explanation? Aren't you very clear about whether they are doing well or not? After all, You have been under surveillance all the time. Don't you know at this point? The older version of Clark Kent walked towards Luthor. He raised his finger and tapped Luthor's monitoring device lightly. Isn't he here? Didn't you successfully frame him? The older version of Clark Kent said lightly. Luthor definitely believed in his plan very much. He immediately set his eyes on the older version of Clark Kent in front of him, and then on the slightly younger Clark Kent in the monitor. Between the two of them, he felt a very subtle difference. Not quite right. These two people look very similar, almost the same person, but their age is obviously wrong. They are indeed not the same person. What's the matter? I've been asking Crick Kent, and he doesn't have any brothers. By the way, the adoptive Clark Kent is only his adoptive father and mother, and Clark Kent is an alien. The possibility that you are brothers is very high. Luthor used a scientific method to answer the question in front of him. Although he didn't seem to understand it, the problem in the middle didn't seem to be that big. Because when a group of people really saw the older version of Clark Kent and the younger version of Clark Kent standing together, they would only think that they were brothers or twins. Xin would never think that they were actually one person. Luthor didn't think about it at first, but now he feels that some of the things he just thought about are completely unnecessary. They are all aliens. As long as the humans are eliminated, wouldn't that be fine? Is there anything else to worry about? He thought of a kryptonite he had gotten. This kryptonite is a fragment after the explosion of Krypton, which can make Superman temporarily lose his super ability. It took Luthor a lot of effort to get such a small piece. Although I haven't tried it yet, Luthor thought about it for a while, and then quickly made a decision in his heart. This is not where you should come. I don't have any hatred for you. Luthor spoke slowly. He tried his best to be calm, but he already knew what kind of person Luthor was. How could Clark Kent be deceived by the other party? He thought it was a little funny. What are he still pretending at this time? Do you think he will let his guard down if he pretends so well? He put his hand on Luthor's shoulder. Let go of what you're doing right now. Okay, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. While Luthor replied, he silently held the kryptonite in his hand. His eyes showed a little bit of tension, and the joy that he was about to realize himself. Originally, the older version of Clark Kent thought he had Luthor under control, so he didn't have too many worries in this regard, but it was only for a while, when he noticed that Luthor seemed to be holding something in his hand. At that moment he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Almost immediately, he took a step back. It's kryptonite. The look on the older Clark Kent's face is a bit subtle. Just a little bit. He almost forgot all about it. He only remembered that the kryptonite should be in the hands of Batman Bruce Wayne, but he forgot everything else. And he also forgot that the kryptonite was originally in Luthor's hands. He raised his hand and hit Luthor hard on the back of the hand. Clark Kent was very careful in this regard, but the opponent's hand was still broken directly. The kryptonite in Luthor's hand naturally fell to the ground. The older Clark Kent breathed a sigh of relief almost immediately. He was glad that the person facing Luthor was himself, and he was also the one who had experienced a similar thing once in the past period of time, for his adoptive mother Martha. Even if Luthor ordered him to kill, he would still do it. It was a very bad past for him. He wants to hide this bad past directly. No, it is to completely eliminate it. My past self was pure and easily deceived, just like the current young version of Clark Kent. Zero seeking flowers. But Clark Kent, who has experienced many things, has been able to face various situations. Even at this moment, he had killed Luthor. An existence like Luthor is very unstable to society. The opponent can be eliminated directly like this. When Clark Kent came here, he had already decided to do this. Originally, he thought that if Luthor had chosen to give up at the very beginning, well, this thing, the matter of wanting to kill the other party, he acted as if it had never happened. He had already thought this way, but the other party was lying on the ground and writhing in pain. Clark Kent really couldn't kill an unarmed person. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. Destroy the kryptonite immediately, and then publish what Luthor did on the internet, and then he left. He left very quickly because he was worried that he would regret it if he stayed for a while. Not long after he left, a group of people also appeared nearby. They watched an older version of Clark Kent just walk away. So the man named Luthor bombed the Congress just to frame Clark. Wanda is very unfamiliar with the name Luthor. Even he has no way to understand the reason why the other party is doing this. Luthor really hates the existence of aliens. So Yi directly stated one of the reasons. If it is said that in the past, everyone didn't understand what was going on in the middle, then now they understand. Because Clark's identity as an alien was revealed, that's why Luthor hated him so much. But since he attacked Clark, why didn't he attack those aliens from Kruga? Gwen didn't understand, but soon those incomprehensible remarks changed drastically. Things that I didn't want to understand before, I suddenly understood. I know why he didn't attack Kruga. Like what Sue said before, persimmons have to be squeezed softly, right? Luthor just thinks that Clark Kent is easy to bully, that's why he is like this. 315. Kill Luthor, avoid overtime. Speaking of this, Gwen couldn't help but snorted coldly. It's really too much. So what do we do next? Gwen and Wanda still couldn't understand why Su Yi had to come here to prevent something from happening. Su Yi's voice was very soft, but also very cautious. Gwen and Wanda believe that what Hee said is true. It is to avoid some more serious things from happening in the future, so it is what it is now. Kill Luthor? Killed. Hee said the most cruel words in the calmest tone. Although he feels that even if Luthor is killed now, if some things happen, they will still happen, but if he can avoid some troubles and overtime work in the next period of time, 090, then he thinks it's worth it. In a word, Hee really doesn't want to work overtime. Seeing Hee's affirmation, Gwen and Wanda rushed in immediately, intending to kill the man directly. However, before they could make a move, Hee did. I saw him lightly lift his finger, and then, that Luthor, who was covering his arm with his hands, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead, was easily crushed and his neck was broken. Just killing an ordinary person is too easy for Hee and his group. Sue, what's going on? Why did you choose to do it yourself? Gwen couldn't help but ask. Hee smiled. This kind of dirty hands. If you can do less, try to do as little as possible. After all, they are his own women, so he has to protect them well. Although he knows very well that Gwen and Wanda don't need their own protection at all. He also knew that since coming to the DC universe, Gwen and Wanda realized that their abilities were very weak. I have been looking for opportunities and trying to make myself better. They grow up constantly. They are also very good, making Hee feel that she did not choose the wrong person from the beginning to the end. Every time he sees their bright smiles, he feels that life is really wonderful. What Luthor had done was quickly discovered, and his death left one to wonder. A younger version of Clark Kent was let out of prison. The older version of Clark Kent felt a little complicated when he knew that Luthor was killed not long after he left. At the same time, he also belatedly realized that even though he had experienced many things, he still hadn't made much progress. Obviously he knew what a dangerous person Luthor was, but he didn't kill him, and even spared his life. Simply outrageous. Why did I let the other party go so easily at that time? Now that I think about it seriously, he doesn't even know what he was thinking at that time. However, the fact that Luthor has died has already happened, so there is no need to dwell on the past. He could sigh inwardly that it was a good thing someone killed Luthor not long after he left. It also avoided more and more dangerous things on the Earth in the future. The trouble with Clark Kent was quickly sorted out. Although sometimes the older version of Clark Kent can't help but wonder, who the hell is the guy who killed Luthor? Why did he do it? But no matter how strong the curiosity in his heart is, there is no way to get the result anymore. Although he didn't know about it, but because he was holding back in his heart, he couldn't help asking Hee. As Hee's patient, I spoke out some of the things in my heart. Do you think this matter is important? Hee listened to the older version of Clark Kent with a very calm expression. Only when the other party accidentally mentioned who killed Luthor, his eyes moved slightly, and then he lowered his head and continued on his way south. Right and draw. This matter is really not very important, just like sometimes it is enough to get a satisfactory result. The older Clark Kent just wanted someone to listen to what he had to say, but he didn't want to tell anyone else what he had to say. Only Hee, who is a psychiatrist, can guarantee that these words will not be leaked after he has finished, and he is very satisfied with this. Sorry, actually I just want to find someone to talk to, and I just need someone to listen to. Speaking out his heart, Clark Kent felt much better in his heart, but after saying these words, he felt that he seemed a little too much embarrassed. He hurriedly apologized to Hee. No apologies, that's what psychiatrists do originally. Hee didn't show any impatience, and he even thought what the other party said was quite interesting. Isn't it very interesting? The other party said the most important thing in his heart to himself, and I am afraid that only he, a psychiatrist, can know such words in this world. That kind of feeling is very good. When Hee said the above words, the corners of Hee's lips were always slightly raised. The older version of Clark Kent was still very nervous at first, but when he saw that Hee really didn't care about this matter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The older version of Clark Kent is content and ready to leave, when he suddenly thinks of his colleague Diana. By the way, does Mr. Hee still remember a woman named Diana? She met you before. Diana. How could he not be impressed by such a beautiful woman? I remember. What's wrong? Did Lady Diana have something to say about 3.9? Hee looked at the other party with a very curious look, and asked calmly. Seeing that Hee was so calm, Clark Kent couldn't help but shook his head, and even couldn't help joking. I don't know what kind of things in this world can make you turn pale with shock. What Hee said to Clark Kent was even more strange. Diana seems to have a crush on you. Clark Kent said while recalling, I saw a photo in a book when she found it was yours. The photo was a little wrinkled, and it was obviously normal when she read it very diligently. Hee was very surprised by what Clark Kent said. After hesitation for a while, Hee continued slowly, this incident may be just a coincidence, just pretend that you didn't see anything. 316. Diana's invitation. Although Hee was a little surprised that Diana would clip her photo on the book, but it was only a little accident at the beginning. After that, he regained his calm. Clark Kent originally thought that if he brought up Diana's matter, it would make the subsequent conversation go more smoothly, but he didn't expect that Hee didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The other party didn't care, but it made him feel a little too much. You're right, I really should pretend I didn't see anything. It is actually a very embarrassing thing to tell certain things to the person concerned behind the back of one's colleagues. When he first started talking about this matter, Clark Kent didn't think it was too much. Clark Kent originally wanted to stay in Soo-Yee's medical room, but he opened his mouth and tried to find a lot of topics, but he couldn't find any. In this case, he could only find a reason at random, and then left. Soo-Yee didn't take this incident seriously. He went to work naturally, and then naturally waited for the time to get off work. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he clocked out of get off work on time and then signed in. O3, ding, sign in successfully, ding. Congratulations on getting X3 lamp ring fragments. This is the nth fragment of the lantern ring that Soo-Yee has acquired during this period of time. Soo-Yee promised to give gifts to Wanda and Gwen. It's still a little bit short. I believe that the pieces will be assembled soon, and then synthesis. Soo-Yee was in a pretty good mood about this, and quickly left her spiritual consultation room. The matter of Diana had already been thrown out of the sky by him, and he didn't take it to heart at all. After about several days, Diana suddenly found his psychological consultation room, and he suddenly remembered about the photos. Although his mood was a bit subtle, and he didn't show it, he was still very calm when facing Diana. Miss Diana, I haven't seen you for a long time. May I ask why you came to see me this time? Soo-Yee smiled and looked at Diana. Diana can say that she has nothing to do, but she suddenly has an urge to come in and take a look when passing by here. And when he saw Soo-Yee in front of him, it seemed that those patiences in the past had no way to continue. Diana took a deep breath. Under Soo-Yee's calm eyes, she showed a bright smile. Mr. Soo helped me a lot before, and I have always been very grateful to you. When Diana said this, her voice couldn't help but pause. She seemed to be organizing the next words to speak. In Soo-Yee's under the gaze, she took several deep breaths. The situation is like this, Mr. Soo. I have always known that you and the two ladies beside you have never had a good tour of Gotham City. Don't you have the honor to lead the way for you? Casual strolling around Gotham City. Soo-Yee's expression appeared very subtle at this moment. There is absolutely no problem with saying this in other places, but this is in Gotham City. Saying such a thing in Gotham City is outrageous no matter how you look at it. Although Soo-Yee couldn't help but slander this matter in her heart, she didn't say anything on the surface. Your proposal is very good, but I have to go back and discuss this matter with Wanda and Gwen. When saying these words, Soo-Yee's expression was extraordinarily sincere. Diana has already realized that what she said just now is very inappropriate. There was a hint of annoyance on her pretty face. But under the circumstances of Soo-Yee's response, even if he changed his words again, it seemed that it was too late. Under such a situation, she could only continue to say, "Don't worry, Gotham City is a very dangerous existence in the eyes of some people, but it's not worth mentioning to us. If there is any danger, I will definitely rush in front of you to block all crises." Diana patted her chest and assured her. Seeing Diana's appearance, the corners of Soo-Yee's lips still raised slightly, with a slight arc. "Okay, just do as you said." Soo-Yee's face was always smiling, and Diana was always watching. The cheeks are also getting more and more red at this moment. She felt hot. This hot feeling made her a little uneasy, afraid that her thoughts would be directly exposed by the other party. Even though she herself didn't know exactly when she had such an inappropriate thought. Diana pursed her lips, with obvious restlessness in her mind. He was also a little absent-minded when he left. When she came back to her senses, she found that she was already standing on an unfamiliar street. After looking at some buildings around, he walked quickly to the vicinity of the intersection. In the end, he finally confirmed where he was now. If Soo-Yee agrees to what I said before, then I definitely need to find out all the nearby places clearly. Although Soo-Yee hasn't promised himself so far, she still can't stop the anticipation in her heart. Maybe it will work out in the end. The more she thought about it, the more Diana felt that there was a great possibility. That's right, no matter whether he agrees or not in the end, I have to be prepared. 7:10 Diana secretly told herself this way, and in the next few days, this matter was always on her mind. Just when she had given up any hope about this matter, Soo-Yee appeared with Gwen and Wanda. When Diana saw them, there was still some disbelief deep in her eyes. "Have you decided to let me lead the way?" Diana looked at them expectantly. "Yes, I will trouble you in the next time." When Soo-Yee told Gwen and Wanda about this, the two agreed directly without any hesitation. So, after discussing this matter with them, Soo-Yee chose today. On the other hand, Diana was really excited. Seeing that what I was looking forward to had no chance of happening, but in fact happened right in front of my eyes, how could such a thing not make people excited and happy? I will definitely be a good guide. Diana raised her hands and promised. She firmly memorized the topographic map of Gotham City that she had patched up in her brain, and then took people to play directly. Although there were some small riots in the middle, there were also many surprises. 317. Arkham City, visit Gotham City. Gwen and Wanda had a great time together. Seeing the two of them having fun, Soo-Yee naturally became happier. Although we have visited Gotham City before, we have always acted in the city center, or outside the city. It is really rare to seriously visit Gotham City. Gwen sighed. Wanda nodded approvingly. Although they stayed in Gotham City for a long time, They never thought about taking a good look around Gotham City. Perhaps this is the same as in other cities. Just pay attention to the situation at hand. Even if some very special things happened before, they still only act around the things happened, and they still don't care much about other things. By the way, Miss Diana, I wanted to ask just now, why do you keep avoiding this place? Because when going to certain places, some routes are the same, so it is very normal to pass certain places. At this point, she doesn't see a problem. But passing by the same place many times, no matter how you look at it, it feels very strange. It's hard not to think about it. It's the most chaotic place in Gotham City. Even the Justice League almost never go here. Gotham City is huge. When they want to go somewhere, they will take a taxi. There is even a map in hand. When Diana knew where the place Wanda and Gwen mentioned was, she couldn't help frowning hard. At the same time, he explained it naturally. Although I may not have understood it before, but now that you have explained it, I understand it. But I am still curious about that place. Can we take a look? On the back seat, Yi tapped lightly on the map. If the person who mentioned this was someone else, Diana would definitely stop it, and even felt that the other party's behavior was a bit desperate. But the person who mentioned this matter was Yi. Diana couldn't help but glance at Yi. Okay, let's go. After paying, Diana asked the taxi to stop nearby, and then all her eyes fell on the city of Arkham. There is a yellow cordon over there. There are even warning signs hanging high. If you get a little closer, you can still hear the sound of bullets and crazy screams. Not only can you hear the voice, but if you look a little closer, you can see the crazy chasing people and the terrifying existence. There was also a bloody corpse. Here is the hell on earth in Gotham City. There is no order, and even the police and doctors are abnormal one by one. All the craziest and sickest people in the city spontaneously gathered in this city. Arkham City is the no one in charge of this. Wanda never thought that there would be chaos in a relatively developed city. Take care? Diana didn't know what to think of when she said this word, and her eyes turned cold all of a sudden. How could no one try to take care of it? It's just ... Some things can't be taken care of even if they want to do it. There is simply no way to manage it. Diana just said such a sentence, and then closed her mouth. Judging from the other party's attitude, she clearly didn't want to talk about it. Maybe I also feel that even if we continue to talk, it won't work at all. Nothing will change. Help ... Help. As they were constantly going deep into Arkham, they heard cries for help. Gwen's eyes locked on one of the directions at once, and her tone was very affirmative. I just heard someone calling for help. She just wanted to walk over, but Diana raised her hand to stop her. Don't have any sympathy in this place. Diana's expression was extremely serious. Even if you meet old people or children ... Don't worry about it. Gwen stood there in a daze, and as they walked forward, they finally saw clearly the person calling for help. It was a young woman, and a young pregnant woman at that. Wanda's eyes narrowed suddenly. Her speed was very fast, and she appeared in front of the other party almost immediately. Are you okay? Wanda lowered her head and asked seriously. I am innocent. I was dragged in by a horrible man. My stomach hurts. There was a strong fear in the eyes of the young woman that could not be dispelled no matter what. Such fear made Wanda think of the people she met in the past. When they faced death and some terrifying threats, their eyes showed such fear. Miss Wanda, don't worry about this woman. Although the other party looked very pitiful, Diana thought that she had been here before and had been deceived more than once, so she immediately asked Wanda not to care about this matter. However, how could Wanda ignore this matter? I don't know what Miss Diana is worried about, but I can't do it to an innocent woman. When Wanda said this, her tone was very certain. Diana originally wanted to step forward, but when she heard Wanda's unaffected words, her expression suddenly became subtle. How? I am obviously well-intentioned. Does this matter have to be blamed on her in the end? Diana knew that the identities of these people were unusual, so even if she didn't intervene now, it probably wouldn't have any impact on the other party. Thinking like this, Diana didn't make a sound, and just let the other party do other things like this. Anyway, what she should have said has already been said. After no one, Zhao, stopped her, Wanda's next steps became much smoother. Plus Gwen was there to help. The young pregnant woman was quickly lifted up. Thank you very much. Without your kind help, I'm afraid I would have been unable to walk, and in the end I could only leave one life here. When she said this, the young woman had tears in her eyes. Obviously the other party was really serious when he said this. This made Wanda, who was still a little vigilant, heaved a sigh of relief almost immediately. She felt that she did not make a mistake in saving people this time. At this time, Wanda thinks like this, but just after a while, when a sharp dagger pierced her abdomen, Wanda didn't think so. The young pregnant woman threw her fake belly on the ground and couldn't stop laughing. 318. Stupid human beings. Harley Quinn. It's really stupid. I'm tired of playing this game. When will it end? The woman's voice is delicate, and following her voice, people appeared one after another. Most of them are young people. What's boring? Isn't that interesting? The man who said these words was cheerful, and the smile in his eyes was bright and crazy. No matter how you play this game, I think it's very interesting. Looking at these stupid human beings constantly being deceived, and losing their lives because of being deceived. We are giving them a life education. Don't you think this is a very meaningful thing? That's right. We are leaving a deep impression on them in their next life. When these people spoke at the beginning, it made people feel very wrong. But now this feeling of something wrong made them feel more profound. Are you pretending? Wanda clutched her belly, and looked at the woman pretending to be pregnant not far away. Her voice was a bit sultry. What Wanda hated most in life was when someone used this kind of thing to put on a show. Such an extremely hateful feeling, even if it was stabbed with a dagger. It is not as deep as this. That's right. It's pretending to be 477. Haven't your companions told you already? Don't feel sympathy for anyone here, but you don't listen. What does that have to do with me? The woman replied, not feeling at all that what she said was too much. He didn't feel that his behavior was excessive at all. Wanda looks very angry. When he noticed the other person's expression, Hee spoke slowly. He was stabbed, so nothing will happen. Seeing that Hee and Gwen didn't look worried at all, Diana couldn't help asking with concern. She thinks this is very important and necessary to understand, but these people don't seem to care. It's just an ordinary dagger. How could it hurt Wanda? Hee glanced at Diana lightly. He originally thought that Diana should know a little about them, but now he found that she didn't seem to know them very well. Otherwise, how could she ask such a question? While they were talking, Wanda removed the hand on the stomach, and the dagger fell to the ground. With a snap. The woman who had been posing as a pregnant woman before watched this scene quietly, without any panic, but with extraordinary excitement. It turned out to be ability people. You must know that those ability people in Gotham City don't like to play with us very much. I have always wanted to know what kind of ability people exist. How powerful are they? Well, it seems that the things we want to know are obviously the same. The other people were also very arrogant. What they said one by one made Hee and the others couldn't help frowning. These people are really not afraid of death to the extreme. Ability users are different from ordinary guys like you. Wanda's originally accumulated anger suddenly became very different because of them talking one by one. If you want to know the difference between ability users and ordinary people, then I can tell you now. Wanda didn't hold back this time, but directly chose to do it. When the attack suddenly rushed towards them at a very fast speed. When these people fell to the ground one by one without warning, the rest of the people couldn't believe it. Wow, that's interesting. After being stunned for a while, suddenly I didn't know who it was, and a big laugh came out of my mouth. Did you ever feel as if you were going to meet God just now? Yeah, I felt the same way just now, and I want to talk to you guys. Cheerful laughter constantly came out of these people's mouths. Wanda is the closest to them, and only she can clearly feel whether they are really happy, or just pretending. What a bunch of lunatics. When Wanda muttered such a sentence, there was obvious displeasure in her eyes. At the same time, she was very clear that she didn't want to have a word with these lunatics at all. Also had the idea of leaving. This place may not be dangerous in the true sense, but here, it is possible that everything these people do is crazy and incomprehensible. Let's go. What's the deal with a bunch of lunatics? Thinking of this, Wanda's expression became a little indifferent at this moment. She turned around and walked back to Hee and his group, and planned to leave with them. However, after walking a few steps, he was blocked by a delicate and beautiful woman with double ponytails and Joker attire. With a baseball bat on her shoulder, she tilted her head and looked at Hee and his group. This is not a place where you can come and go whenever you want. Harley Quinn smiled, and the other people who leaned forward and smiled very brightly also stopped. They also blocked the way behind Hee and his group. That's right. How can this be a place where you can go whenever you want? Since you are here, don't go. While saying this, they smiled at Miss Hee, without a trace of fear in their eyes. Using ability against ordinary people is completely unnecessary for them. It is also completely overkill. One by one, they all locked their eyes on the exquisite and beautiful Odaran with twin ponytails in front of him. Who are you? Gwen looked at Harley Quinn and couldn't help asking. You all stepped into Arkham, and even into Joker's place, but don't know who I am? Joker, right? Seeing that the other party is completely dressed as Joker, it is almost obvious at a glance. You mean we entered your territory? Following Gwen's question, there was another roar of laughter, and this time Harley Quinn laughed the loudest. It's really ridiculous to think that this is my territory. Brothers, if you don't mind, just give these people to me. Harley Quinn smiled at several people. In Arkham, apart from their leader Joker, the person they least want to offend is the Harley Quinn in front of them. After all, the person in front of him is a doctor. It is good to offend anyone, but you must not offend the doctor. This is an eternal truth in Arkham. Even if this Harley Quinn in front of him is actually just a psychiatrist. 319. Harley Quinn dumped them. Speaking of Harley Quinn has the same occupation as Hee, both of whom are psychologists. It stands to reason that when Hee knew that the other party was in the same profession as herself, Hee should have a little bit of emotion. But in fact, when facing Harley Quinn, Hee's expression was always very calm. When Harley Quinn proposed to take Hee and others away, other people did not object to it. Hee and others seemed to have no qualifications to raise opinions here. This is Arkham, and in Arkham this place must accept the rules here. Where do you want to take us? Gwen watched warily at Harley Quinn, who was already leading the way. Harley Quinn walks with a very light body. Just from her back, it can be seen how happy she is at the moment. Although Hee and his group walked behind Harley Quinn, it didn't mean that they really relaxed their vigilance. At the same time, it does not mean that they are afraid of Harley Quinn and his party. The reason they were following Harley Quinn was because they wanted to know just how messed up this city of Arkham was, just how bad it was. Ask me where I want to take you? Why do you care so much? Anyway, you have already come in. Even if the result is bad, you can accept it, can't you? When Harley Quinn said these words, her voice was also pleasant. She likes these ability people very much, because these ability people always think that they are superior, and they don't even put other people in their eyes. Every time she sees their desperate expressions, her mood will be more joyful than before. Even if she didn't look back, she could still know that the people behind at the moment must have many questions in their hearts. The sky was gloomy, and there were many corpses piled up where they walked. Some corpses were hacked to death, and some were shot to death. Some of the death conditions are very tragic, and some, if you don't pay attention, you can't even see what their real cause of death is. At the same time, I asked Harley Quinn from time to time. The difference is that Hee walks on this street and keeps a very calm attitude. If he, like Harley Quinn, puts his psychological consultation room here, his business will be booming. After all, few people in this city are mentally normal. Hee couldn't help complaining in her heart. However, although he was complaining in his heart, Hee's face was still very calm. After he saw through Harley Quinn's behavior that she was in a dangerous state of mind, Harley Quinn can naturally see something from some of his behavior, which can be said to be a contest between two people. Although these are all in private, they have not been discovered by others at all. Harley Quinn walked ahead faster and faster. She is very familiar with the surrounding terrain. At first, the rest of the people didn't realize that there was anything wrong with it. But gradually, is she trying to get rid of us directly? Everyone here except Diana felt the same way. You can't blame them for having such an idea. It's because Harley Quinn is fickle and uncertain. Who knew what thoughts would pop up all of a sudden? They noticed this subtle difference at the first time, and followed Harley Quinn closely almost immediately. Tell them to follow and follow. At this time, I want to get rid of them directly. Such capricious people can only be met here in Arkham, and they might meet more than one or two afterwards. After all, the guys in Arkham are all crazy. Hee and his group are ability users, but they didn't use ability when tracking. Coupled with the fact that they are not very familiar with the terrain of this place, almost immediately, they failed to follow the people directly. I didn't expect that a few of us would follow and lose one person directly. It's simply unbelievable. Wanda couldn't help letting out bursts of sighs from her mouth. If it is ability, it is very natural to get rid of them easily, and it will not surprise dodgy people at all. But the ones who got rid of them were not those with abilities, but just ordinary people. Even if the other party is dressed very strangely, but the other party does not have any special abilities. Seeking flowers. Oh, at least at this point they can feel it. Although we don't know why the other party brought us here, but suddenly threw us away. Finding Harley Quinn is the top priority we need to do. She should be nearby now. There was a hint of interest in Sue's eyes. Playing hide and seek in Arkham does have some fun. Hee couldn't help thinking this way. At the same time, his gaze was constantly sweeping back and forth between buildings and buildings. He is very curious how to lock Harley Quinn in this situation. The nearby corpses are so obvious. The smell of blood is disgusting, and at the same time, it is impossible for people to ignore it. The sky was gloomy, and it seemed that there would be a heavy rain soon. Hee and the others walked around the area slowly, looking for something in their eyes at the same time. Someone is watching us. Gwen quickly noticed that in that building, there would be people looking at them through the windows from time to time. Those people are not full of curiosity like ordinary humans, but when they look at them, there is interest in their eyes, as if they are prey, and those who are watching them in the dark are hunters. Hee analyzed their status and their current situation, and quickly came to such a conclusion. He thinks such a conclusion is quite interesting. We split up. Hee spoke suddenly. In fact, they didn't know what to do next when they came here, but subconsciously wanted to find Harley Quinn. Gwen, Wanda, and Diana nodded at the same time, expressing their at-the-moment attitude. Now that they split up, Hee naturally walked slowly in the direction he deduced. He doesn't use the ability because there's no need for it here. He looked at the scenery on both sides of the street, and judged some things by observing the expressions of those who are secretly watching them. Although the distance is a bit far away, his eyesight is very good. He can see their movements, and their body language is 0.320. The Game of the Jokers, Base Camp. It's like telling him exactly where Harley Quinn is. He stopped and walked, and soon came to a building. It's an abandoned building, not unlike some of the more complete-looking buildings. Hee's eyes only stayed on it for a few seconds, and then quickly walked into the abandoned building. The buildings here look like they could be crushed with ease, even the walls and doors. Hee was too lazy to do other things, and directly destroyed these buildings. He was constantly walking in this abandoned building, which was completely different from what he had imagined at the beginning. Hee's fingers moved slightly, and the unpleasant smell in the air made him frown subconsciously. This unpleasant smell is the smell of corpses and decay, like a stinky mouse. 437. At the same time, there was another smell that he couldn't ignore. Yi raised his hand and rubbed his nose, and soon he knew what was going on. This is simply hell on earth. If we talk about the time before, Yi would not be able to help frowning when he saw the corpses piled up on the side of the road. So here is the scene of dismemberment. The corpses of men and women were piled up together, and they could not be distinguished from each other. Just looking at it for a while, you can't help but feel your scalp tingle. The pattern of Joker is very eye-catching on the wall, and those smiling eyes seem to be alive, staring at Yi firmly. Yi put his hands in his pockets, quietly watching the Joker's pattern. Even in such a scene, his expression still looks very calm, without much influence. He had watched the movie and knew exactly how terrifying these lunatics in Arkham were. They enjoy killing people, they have no friends, even if they really have so-called friends, they will definitely guard against each other. After all, those so-called friends are likely to stab a knife in their backs. They even play a killing game as friends. But anything that these people can imagine can happen. After all, these people are lunatics in the true sense. The corners of Yi's lips pursed slightly. In fact, when I entered Arkham City with Wanda and others today, the little accident I encountered was just a game for them, and it was completely the daily life of Arkham City. When Yi was thinking about this, suddenly he felt something attacking from behind him. He tilted his head slightly, and the thing flew across the side of his cheek. Nothing special, just a shot put. The shot put with an unknown object smashed hard on the wall directly opposite Yi, leaving a deep mark on it, and then fell heavily on the ground with a thud. What an interesting person. Even though he is an ability user, he doesn't use his ability. Instead, he escapes my attack with ordinary means. Yeah, it's really interesting. Exactly what Harley said. I'm already very much looking forward to the next game. Hurry up, everyone is waiting. Men and women with Joker makeup suddenly popped up one after another from nowhere. When they knew that there would be a new game today, they were already looking forward to it. I really hope to start right away. Yi was surrounded by a group of weird people. It stands to reason that no matter whether he is a normal person or not, he would feel nervous and scared when facing this situation, or some bad thoughts would appear in his heart. But Yi didn't. Not only didn't he even smiled at these people when they appeared. It seems that this is your base camp. Although he was a little surprised not to see Harley Quinn. When Yi said these words, his tone was light, with a bit of carelessness. The group of lunatics who were dressed very strangely on the opposite side didn't care at all. They all giggled and laughed. Because you have ability, you don't care about us people, but if it's because of this, you don't care about us, that's definitely the worst thing you've ever done. The leader is a thin man with a brighter smile than the others. Yi's eyes fell on the man who spoke. Originally, Yi guessed whether the other party was a Joker, but after just a few words of communication, he already naturally judged that the other party was definitely not. Yi curled her lips, feeling that she wasted a little time. He stepped back, smashed open the window, and finally jumped back slightly. This is the third floor. If it were an ordinary person, if he jumped back like this, he would either be a third-class cripple, or die directly. However, Yi landed firmly on the ground under the eyes of everyone. He even raised his hand to say hello to those who were paying attention to his situation. There was an explosion. Yi stared blankly. The explosion should have happened nearby. He had reason to suspect that it might be Wanda and the others who caused the explosion, or it might be those people with malicious intentions. Diddly. Just when Yi was thinking about these things, suddenly a red convertible, crooked, stopped beside Yi like a swimming snake. The driver was Diana. There was red blood on Diana's forehead, and her overall condition looked very bad. What's going on? Yi never thought that Diana would be injured. He was very surprised. Diana noticed Yi's gaze, raised her hand and touched her forehead. It's not my blood. After Diana wiped off the blood on her forehead, there was smooth skin under the blood. Obviously it wasn't her blood. After noticing that it wasn't hers, Yi nodded. 2.8 He casually got into Diana's sports car. You insist on coming here. I don't know why you have to come. You have your reasons. I won't ask, but this place is really dangerous. Diana was talking about the city of Arkham, and she was talking about these Jokers. There are many men and women dressed as Joker on the street they are on. They had the same weird and terrifying makeup painted on their faces, and the same evil light shone in their eyes. Even though many of these Jokers were dealt with directly by Yi and Diana, there was still no trace of fear in the eyes of the following group of Jokers. Don't rush away, let's continue playing the game. They are very enthusiastic. However, this kind of enthusiasm is unstoppable and creepy. It also makes people absolutely unable to produce the slightest joy. 321. Arkham's hide and seek. I really don't want to do anything to these ordinary people. Ability people do things to ordinary people, no matter from which aspect. It makes people dislike and feel uncomfortable. They are holding sharp cold weapons, lethal weapons, and even explosive objects. In normal times, Yi wouldn't even pay attention to these existences, but at the moment was held in the hands of these people. Maybe we can use another way to deal with these guys. Yi said slowly, I don't know if the prison in Gotham City can hold all the criminals in Arkham City. It is obvious that the city of Arkham has gathered all the criminals from all over the world. In fact, it is very simple to kill them. But when you actually do it, you will feel scared. A person with ability can easily get rid of a city. Maybe at the beginning, people can't help but be moved. But over time, 06 moved absolutely no longer exists. Instead, there will only be fear and anger. Those who can easily destroy a city can easily destroy another city. Whether it's an organization like the League of Justice or the League of Assassins, they won't bother with this kind of thing. Moreover, the existence of evil, even if Arkham City and Gotham City did not exist, would exist in another place. Sometimes it is better to restrain them in the same city than to eliminate their existence. It is believed that the leaders of those countries allowed Gotham City and cities like Arkham to exist precisely because of this consideration. None of the things you're thinking about are going to happen. Even if all the criminals in Gotham City were arrested, people in other cities would never accept it. Then what I just said may not be possible. Yi was not surprised to hear Diana's answer. He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Then let us make a big fuss in Arkham City today, and at least teach them what fear is in the true sense. People who can afford to play the death game mean that they are not afraid of death at all. Yet some things are more frightening than death. Otherwise, how could there be such a word as life is worse than death? The corners of Yi's lips raised slightly, with a hint of a smile, but this smile contained a lot of malicious intentions. Killing can happen anywhere in Gotham City, but it happens all the time in Arkham City. A group of people driving large trucks shuttled through the streets and alleys. They held a handful of weapons in their hands, and whenever they saw someone on the street, they would shoot straight away. And from time to time, these people would occasionally be targeted by snipers and die on the spot. The blood did not stop them from doing this, but made them even more rampant. After Diana took Yi to the sports car, they quickly picked up Wanda and Gwen. They found a small house that looked relatively safe, and went inside. They are now being followed all over the city. It is not that simple to get away from under the eyes of a group of people. Although they were able to break through forcefully, they didn't stay here just to leave. Yi knew exactly what she was going to do next, and Wanda and Gwen didn't want to leave just like that. Although Diana felt a little headache, she only persuaded them a few words at the beginning, and then said nothing more. There are still children here, Gwen said suddenly. The youngest is only 7 or 8 years old. I used to think that the words born evil were a bit too exaggerated, but now I understand that it is clearly not exaggeration, but reality. Yi was not surprised by Gwen's sudden words. True villains never know age. They regard us as prey, and they are hunters. Maybe we should directly convert such identities, Diana said slowly, and it's best that everyone in the city of Arkham knows about it. After all, Diana has lived in Gotham City for a long time, and she knows what to do right now is the best. However, when Wanda and Gwen heard Diana's words, they disagreed very much. There is never a way to truly convince a person with the evil of evil. Besides, how could a real villain be bluffed by such a small trick? How about we leave? Out of sight is probably the most important thing to do. Gwen actually didn't want to make such a suggestion, but she really had no choice. Catch the thief first and catch the king. While they were discussing, Shenzai slowly expressed his thoughts. Although these people seem to have no order, if you look carefully, you will find that this is not the case. This is also the judgment Yi made after observing for a period of time. When it comes to capturing the thief first, they can't help but think of Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn who led them to this place before. Ever since I came here, I have never noticed her existence. I don't know where it is. Although she didn't know the exact location, it was impossible for the other party to avoid them all the time. She would definitely stare at them where she could see them. Yi is very sure about this. 610 believes that not only him, but also the rest of the people know this very well. Then ignore these guys and find the person behind it. Are we going to act separately this time, or just go together? The girls whispered and looked at Yi secretly. Let's act together. I didn't gain much when I acted separately before, so there is not much difference between acting separately and acting together. But where are people? They have clearly used their abilities, but they still have no way to find someone. This situation is not right no matter how you look at it. Ordinary people don't have such a great ability. In this city, there must still be ability beasts, and these ability beasts can just block some places. This is a very possible thing. Although at the beginning they didn't take it too seriously, but gradually, later they felt that the possibility was very great. Let's just look for those few places that are always easily overlooked. Yi opened his mouth slowly, and the rest don't have any opinion on it. Hearing what Yi said, they all nodded in agreement. And what follows is a game of hide and seek. It depends on who can find each other faster. 322. Hee Hee, welcome to the circus. Led by Diana, they drove a red sports car and rampaged on the streets of Amka. From time to time, there will be people desperately blocking in front of the car. The eyes of each of them are very crazy. Diana didn't stop the car. Even if someone blocked her, she rushed over directly. Unlucky, it was knocked into the air like this. Fortunately, he was pulled on the car at once, but the 4 people in the car didn't even move, and those people were directly overturned by some force for no reason. Everyone saw this scene. From the beginning, there were people who rushed up desperately, but later, this desperate behavior gradually disappeared. "You can stop. This place is not right." While Gwen was talking, he suddenly jumped out of the car like a bolt of lightning. The cobweb was connected to the building next to it, and Gwen flipped a few times and landed directly on the highest position. Standing tall and looking far away, she clearly noticed the words "Welcome to the circus" on the beam above. Circus. I don't know why, when I saw the circus, I couldn't help connecting everything together. When Gwen thought this way, Diana turned the steering wheel, and with a quick sweeping movement, Guozi stopped directly. Unlike before, this time when they stopped, there were no strange jokers around to embarrass them. They seemed to be afraid of something, respecting something, stopped not far away to look at it for a while, then turned and left. "Maybe we're in an incredible place now." Wanda looked left and right, and finally made such a judgment. "If you are in the right place, you can see what is going on with your own eyes." 4 people stand in front of this building. Wanda stood by Su-Yi's side, and even raised her hands to straighten Su-Yi's slightly messy hair and some wrinkled clothes. Although she has just experienced everything, Su-Yi is not stained with anything. This is very different from several girls. Su-Yi shook his head helplessly, stretched out his thumb, and gently wiped away a little blood on Wanda's cheek. "Instead of taking care of me, it's better to take a look at yourselves." After calmly saying this sentence, Su-Yi retracted his fingers again. Wanda doesn't care, as long as Su-Yi is fine, then everything else will be fine. Why care so much about the rest? They felt that they had found the right place, so the 4 of them entered the building like this. As if someone was showing them something, they quickly walked forward in the direction of Joker signs and arrows one after another. "Those jokers we met before were really wasting our time." Gwen couldn't help but spit out a few words. Those jokers knew they couldn't hurt them, but they still wanted to do it. In fact, it can be seen from these that they are not only crazy, but maybe they are trying to cover up something. If Su-Yi knew what Gwen was thinking, she would definitely tell her seriously. It's not trying to hide something, but the people here are indeed crazy from top to bottom. However, Su-Yi didn't know what Gwen was thinking at all, so he didn't say that to Gwen. They have been walking in the direction of the Joker sign and arrows, and the more they walk, the more unusual it is in this building. Quiet, very quiet. Obviously, before they entered the building, they could still hear the sound of nearby gunfire and crazy noise, but after entering this building, they couldn't hear anything, only their own footsteps could be heard. With such a feeling, everyone felt that it was different from Xichang. "You must be careful." Diana swallowed uncontrollably, then turned her head and spoke to Su-Yi and his group very seriously. She was the one who brought these people in, so when she left, she had to leave without any damage, and she absolutely couldn't lose her life in the city of Arkham. Although she felt that losing her life was impossible. However, in Gotham City, no matter what kind of thing is possible, it is absolutely impossible to take it lightly. "That woman's name is Harley Quinn." Suddenly, Diana stopped in her tracks, and only slowly continued to speak when other people showed puzzled expressions on their faces. "She is a psychologist, the same as Sue." "Is that so?" "It doesn't look like that at all, because she's pretty crazy." Wanda felt a little unbelievable. Harley Quinn really didn't recognize her original identity at all. "Definitely it's like this," Diana said. While her eyes were very complicated, although it was like this, it was before she went crazy. As the heavy steps continued, Diana frowned. "Other people may not take it to heart, but you must pay attention to this kind of very smart person who suddenly went crazy. There is nothing scarier than a wise man becoming a madman." "It's really a pity," Gwen said slowly. "I think she must have cured many people before coming here." "How many people have been cured?" Hearing Gwen say this, Diana's expression was a bit strange. "I don't know what the situation was like before, but from what I know later, all the people who have been cured by Harley Quinn are crazier than before." While they were talking, Su-Yi, who hadn't spoken at first, said, "We seem to have arrived at the place and found the person we were looking for." 4 people stood at one of the doors, and Su-Yi, who was at the front, pushed the door hard. "Good money." Originally, when they walked all the way, there was no sound, but all the sounds that disappeared at this moment appeared in my ears instantly. Not far away, Harley Quinn's beautiful eyes swept towards the door, and then continued to play with the ribbon in her hand indifferently. Above the head, a white canvas was hung. The portrait of the weird Joker is particularly obvious. Entering this room is like entering a large playground. There is a boxy toy box next to it, and a frightening toy jumped out of it. It was Gwen who accidentally touched it, but Gwen was really frightened by this sudden appearance and trembled a bit. When he saw clearly what it was, he immediately pursed his lips involuntarily. She hadn't even been afraid of killing people, but she was scared by such a small thing. It really made people speechless. 323. I was surprised by a prank toy. I was so shameful. The footsteps only paused, and then Gwen continued to walk in the direction of Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. The mischievous toys that passed by along the way popped up one by one. Except for being frightened at the beginning, Gwen was never frightened again. "Gwen, are you okay?" Su-Yi noticed that Gwen looked like he was facing an enemy, so he couldn't help asking. Gwen shook her head, flushing with shame at the same time. "Nothing." Although he only trembled slightly when he was frightened just now, and he didn't even exclaim in alarm. The people around him must have noticed. The more she thought about it, the blush on Gwen's face became deeper and deeper. And Su-Yi just asked this question, and then looked away from Gwen. Su-Yi's eyes naturally fell on Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. As a psychiatrist, Harley Quinn must have made a big splash in Gotham City. Definitely. Besides Harley Quinn, there are too many people to ignore. These guys, like Harley Quinn, are some pretty damn crazy 747s. Just like Dr. Hugo, Funny Girl and other lunatics. A lot of pictures quickly slid through my mind. Su-Yi couldn't help letting out a breath. If you stay here for a longer time, those lunatics will definitely see all of them. Although most people are bound in a city like Arkham, as long as they want to go out, they can definitely turn the entire Gotham City upside down. This world is very strange. Although Su-Yi doesn't really want to say this, but there are so many bugs in some settings that it's not even easy to explain. However, in a world where there are so many ability players, even if there are many bugs, it is very natural. After all, until now, the stories of the Marvel world and the DC world are still going on. Harley Quinn. Just when Harley Quinn was still ignoring them, Su-Yi, who was getting closer, gently called out the other party's name. Harley Quinn is wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, showing her beautiful and healthy abs. Even with the very weird Joker makeup, it still can't damage her current beauty. Su-Yi can clearly perceive the opponent's state. Harley Quinn was happy, cheerful, lost in her own thoughts, and everything seemed beautiful to her. Such a mental state is obviously abnormal. Su-Yi looked very indifferent, but actually she was observing the other party all the time. But Harley Quinn was immersed in her own thoughts all the time. She knew that Su-Yi and the others were all here, but she didn't care at all. The rest of the people also spoke to Harley Quinn, but after talking for a long time, the other party remained motionless. Gradually, the others became a little impatient. Harley Quinn, all of us are here now. You can't run even if you want to. You have to give us an explanation today. Gwen couldn't help but rushed forward and grabbed Harley Quinn's wrist. Harley Quinn suddenly came back to her senses at this time, looked at Gwen with a strange look, and then she showed a big smile. Okay, I will give you an explanation. But what exactly is the explanation you want? Why did you bring us here on purpose? Gwen didn't think clearly about what she was going to ask at first, but when she heard Harley Quinn asking, she subconsciously spoke. Why did you bring you here? Harley Quinn's expression became even more strange. Don't you know such an obvious thing? So you are so stupid? Harley Quinn said this with a smile, but Gwen could clearly feel, the other party's contempt for her from what she said. It's like dealing with a very stupid person. Gwen never felt that she was stupid. She just wanted to get more useful information from Harley Quinn, but she didn't know why the other party said this in a weird way. Never mind. The lunatic's thinking is something that people like them can't understand. Instead of asking more, it's better to act as if you don't know anything. Gwen's face was only slightly stiff for a moment, and then she continued, okay, I definitely know why you deliberately brought us here. You just want to play. How could it be? Harley Quinn's tone was a little cold. Although I really mean it, I just want to know whether you are suitable to stay here. If you die on the way to find me, then you don't need to talk to me at all. Harley Quinn was a little disapproving, and at the same time turned her eyes away from Gwen and landed on Su-Yi. What your woman said just now always makes people confused and don't understand. What about you? What do you want to know? Su-Yi looked at the corners of Harley Quinn's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile like Harley Quinn's. I don't have anything to know, but Miss Harley seems very happy, presumably in the city of Arkham. You're every day have a great time. Harley Quinn was just casual at first, but when she heard what Su-Yi said, the light in her eyes suddenly became very bright. Yes, I am very happy. This is really a good city. No matter what you do here, it's great that you don't need to be legally responsible. You can do whatever you want without any scruples. That's freedom. Madman. The three girls present couldn't help but spit out such a sentence from their hearts when they saw the rampant picture of Harley Quinn. On the other hand, Su-Yi's tone was very calm, and he even said slowly, it seems that Miss Harley has a lot of things to say in her heart. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a chat? Yes, but I just want to chat with you. After all, chatting with stupid people will make me very unhappy, but this gentleman seems to be the same person as me. I like chatting with smart people. As he said that, Harley Quinn pointed to the sofa not far away that was stained with dried blood. Why don't we just sit there and chat? Looking at the sofa that was not only covered with blood, but also covered with other unknown objects, Su-Yi's expression was a little subtle, but only for a moment. He nodded. It looked like he didn't care about the unidentified objects on the sofa at all. He sat up, at a very comfortable angle. 324. Joker has regenerative healing factor. Are you kidding me? In this way, Su-Yi and Harley Quinn chatted very naturally. Both of them looked very relaxed and happy, but everyone else could see that these two people were clearly testing each other. If you don't pay special attention to this point, you won't find it at all. But that's the way it is. Neither Gwen nor Gwen dared to disturb Gwen in this state, so they could only look at each other, and then stood aside. They originally wanted to find a place to sit, but the nearby places where they could sit were stained with blood and some weird things, and they didn't even want to touch them. It was too dirty. In such an environment, only extraordinary people can easily sit down. They couldn't help but glanced at the two people not far away. However, although they didn't sit down, they listened to those two people very seriously. Not only did they hear it, they even looked thoughtful. I always feel that what Harley Quinn said reveals a lot of information. The most powerful person in this city must be Mr. Joker. He is very powerful. He is the regenerative healing factor. Harley Quinn who said this had adoration in Harley Quinn's eyes. Regenerative healing factor or something. Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. He knows something about the DC world. Although that Joker is very powerful, he is just an ordinary person. When Yi heard this, his eyes were a little subtle. However, when Harley Quinn looked very admiring, immersed in his own thoughts, and constantly exaggerating Joker, he didn't notice this little subtlety at all. Because of Harley Quinn's excitement, Yi and others really learned a lot from her mouth. I know your leader, that Joker is very powerful. But do you just know these things? How much do you know about the aliens attacking the Earth from the outside world? Yi opened his mouth slowly. Harley Quinn stopped talking. She turned her head to look at Yi, and said puzzledly, "Why should we pay attention to the outside world?" Not far away, Diana couldn't bear it anymore, so she stepped forward. "You only know that you are having a carnival in this city." Diana is worthy of being a member of the League of Justice, and she was able to say such words in front of Harley Quinn at this time. However, Harley Quinn doesn't care at all. Aliens attack the Earth and attack the Earth. Even if the world is destroyed, we will only carnival. What's the problem? No one cares about it. You must know what the outsiders call us, lunatics, are. That is the highest compliment for us. Yes, we are lunatics. Diana originally wanted to say a few more words, but she shut her mouth at this moment. She felt that they were not from the same world at all. Yi couldn't say the same thing at all. Diana was a little autistic. Sure enough, I will always be the one who gets angry when talking to a lunatic. Forget it, let's not talk about it. After making complaints like this, Diana backed away silently. Then what are you trying to do by keeping us here on purpose? I don't do anything, I just want to take a look. After all, it's rare for a few ability users to come to Arkham together. I'm really curious. Curiosity was only before, but now she has lost interest. Interests like them come and go quickly. Suddenly losing interest is also a very natural thing. You can leave now if you want to. Anyway, no one can stop you, right? As for whether you want to destroy this city or continue to let this city continue to run, it has nothing to do with me. What do you want to do? Do whatever you want. Harley Quinn is completely indifferent. It can be seen from her face that she really doesn't care about everything in the world, and she doesn't care at all. Yi probed some more from Harley Quinn, but still got nothing, and then he stood up directly. "Thank you very much, Miss Harley. Let's talk about this today, and hope to meet again next time," Yi said flatly to Harley Quinn. Seeing that Yi was about to leave with the rest of the people, Harley Quinn asked curiously, "Why didn't you kill me?" She originally thought that Yi would kill her without hesitation after asking what she wanted to know, but Yi didn't do that at all, which made Harley Quinn a little curious. Definitely. Seeking flowers. Even if Yi doesn't answer, it doesn't affect her in any way. He doesn't care at all. Harley Quinn just asked casually, but Yi still paused and replied, "Why did I kill you? There is no hatred between you and me. I will come to you again when I have the chance." Speaking of which, Harley Quinn is still in line with his aesthetics, and there is even a common discourse between them. Maybe. Yi suddenly smiled. It might be a little crazy that he didn't even think about it himself. If you want to drive a person into complete madness, like a madman, if it is not because of laziness, he may even partly go the same way as Harley Quinn. Yi's answer didn't have any influence on Harley Quinn, but in the end it still made Harley Quinn feel very strongly about Yi in his heart. Although Diana, Gwen and Wanda didn't ask when they faced Harley Quinn, but when they faced Yi, when they had already left far away, they still couldn't help asking, "Why did you choose to leave all of a sudden?" They whispered in Yi's ear. "Originally, today we just came to visit every place in Gotham City. We have roughly understood the situation here, and the places that should be visited have also been visited. Can't we leave?" Strangeness. Aren't they supposed to deal with the city of Arkham? They believed that Yi also had the same idea before. What made her suddenly change her mind? Diana looked at Yi in surprise. The expression on her face was very shocked and full of puzzlement. Why did Yi suddenly change her mind? After chatting with Harley Quinn for a while, he realized that Joker actually possessed regenerative healing factor, and then he was full of curiosity about this city. Definitely, more importantly, it is already very late now, and if they go back, it will probably be night. Although tomorrow is still a rest day and she doesn't have to go to work, Yi thinks that instead of wasting time here, it's better to continue shopping around with her woman. Moreover, the reason why a city like Arkham exists is also because it has the necessary knives for its existence. 325. To revive Damian. You need Jason's help. Although the trip to Arkham left a little bit of psychological traces on them, as time went by little, Hee and his group soon ignored all these things. Hee is still working hard, and one of his patients, Bruce Wayne, came to his door. Those handsome brows were slightly frowned, and he looked very troubled. Hee quickly glanced at him for a little bit, then retracted his gaze, and asked calmly, "What happened?" "I found a way to revive Damian." Bruce Wayne didn't beat around the bush, but spoke directly, maybe because he was worried that Hee didn't know Damian well, or because it was too long, he forgot Damian's name. "Yes." He paused and added, "Damian, my son." 553. Hee definitely knew who Damian was, and was not worried about this matter at all. "After all, this is not my business." "Wouldn't it be great to find a way to revive your son?" Hee smiled, and then asked with some confusion, "Why are you so embarrassed?" "I have an assistant named Jason. He has been by my side for a while. If I want to revive Damian, then I need his help." When he said this, Bruce Wayne seemed to find it difficult to say what he said next, and his voice obviously hesitated. However, the hesitation was only for a while, and soon. He took a deep breath, and then continued to speak to Hee. "Jason was killed by the Joker, and then he came back to life. As long as you find how did he survive, then Damian will be saved." It's a painful thing for a person who has died once to repeat his own death experience. "Bruce, you are really going too far." Once, when Hee saw this scene in a film and television drama, he had such an idea that he really felt that the other party was a little too much. Bruce Wayne raised his hand to cover his forehead, trying to block the pain on his face. "I know I've gone too far, but this is the only way to save Damian. As long as Jason goes to Ethiopia, where he used to be the place where Joker was killed, as long as he remembered the details." When Bruce Wayne said these words, there was still a bit of helpless emotion in his voice. The Joker's name was mentioned over and over again. Hee sighed softly. "Instead of forcing Jason to do these things, it's better to go to Joker. Maybe we can learn more things from him." Hee didn't forget that the last time she went to Arkham with Diana and the others, Harley Quinn once said that the Joker possessed the regenerative healing factor. Even now, when Hee thinks about this incident, he still finds it very inconceivable. Things happened to other people all of a sudden, and Bruce Wayne's expression was no longer as painful as before. "About the Joker matter, I know what he is all about. It is said that he has a regenerative healing factor, but that is his physique or his ability problem, and that is a lunatic. Even if you ask, I am afraid that none of the words you get from his mouth will be true. Plus that guy is elusive. He also wanted to find the other party in the past, but he never found it." Hee looked at the other party intently, and was silent for a while, then slowly asked, "Can I ask, what kind of person is Jason?" Hee knows many things. He definitely knows what kind of person Jason is. However, in the eyes of Bruce Wayne, he should not know this. Therefore, under such circumstances, Hee's asking such a question does not make people feel awkward. Bruce Wayne doesn't really want to talk about some things in the past, but he has no other choice now. He would come to Hee, just hoping that Hee could help him. "No matter from which aspect you look at it, I hope he can help me." Although Bruce Wayne didn't make it clear in this regard, Hee could see it from the other party's latent words. Hee didn't tell the truth, but just looked at each other with a very calm attitude. Bruce Wayne was still hesitation at first. He was in a dilemma, but after looking at Hee several times, he finally chose to answer. "The first time I met Jason, he was stealing my wheels and I parked the car in Crime Lane, where there is a lot of petty theft, but my car is so iconic, I thought it was there shouldn't be any problems if you stop for a while, but I didn't expect him to be so courageous. At that time, I needed an assistant, or maybe to prevent the birth of a criminal. I took him home. I prepared him a room, good food, clean clothes, although I had other purposes at the time, but I think I was really nice to him." Bruce Wayne feels that he has given Jason a lot of help, but now he just hopes that he can give himself a little bit in return. Hee looked at each other and couldn't help sighing. "Do you feel that you have given the other party a life?" Hee noticed that when Bruce Wayne spoke, there was definitely a sense of reason in his tone. He didn't see Jason as his equal. In fact, such a behavior is not incomprehensible. After all, not only him, but many people like Bruce Wayne have the same mentality. "I don't think so." Bruce Wayne didn't think he had such thoughts. Although just now when Hee asked himself, he couldn't help 3.4 paused and hesitated for a while. But he was still sure that he hadn't thought about it that way. And Hee just asked such a sentence. He didn't say anything after getting the answer. Originally, he didn't care what the other party's real answer was. "Then what kind of feelings do you think you have for Jason? Is it the employer or something else?" Hee picked up a pen to write and draw on the notebook, and continued to throw a question at Bruce Wayne with a very calm expression. Bruce Wayne's expression was obviously in a trance. His thoughts seemed to have drifted far away, and it took him a while to speak. "Slowly, the day Jason was killed by Joker, I was very painful. I felt that I lost myself very important child. He came back to life later. Don't you feel happy about it?" 326. The important child comes back to life. Should he be happy? Wouldn't he be happy that his important child came back from the dead? Bruce Wayne closed his mouth and lowered his head slowly. He was surprised and happy at first, but maybe people are complex beings. When the other party died, all Bruce Wayne thought was the other party's good, but when the other party came back to life, the conflicts between them came one after another. Sometimes Bruce Wayne couldn't help thinking about it in his head. Maybe it would have been better if Jason died in the first place, and it would be better if he didn't come back to life again. No matter what I think in my heart, but those ideas have never been implemented. Bruce Wayne followed Su-Yi's question after question, and gradually realized that he was doing something very wrong, but he disagreed, and even defended himself. Su-Yi didn't intend to have any disputes with Bruce Wayne at all. He just wanted to get the answers he wanted from the questions he asked. As for other things, who cares? The two came and went, although Bruce Wayne couldn't help being sharp because of some problems with Su-Yi in the middle, but in the end he regained his calm. After all, no matter what the situation is, Su-Yi has always maintained a calm attitude. If he is hysterical, he will look a little stupid. Bruce Wayne does not want his demeanor to be lost in front of Su-Yi. What was going on in Bruce Wayne's mind, Su-Yi didn't know and didn't care. He wrote the last stroke on the paper, and then remained silent for a long time. After listening to everything Bruce Wayne said, I have only a few thoughts, but I think it is very necessary for your assistant Jason to see a psychiatrist. Su-Yi said so, and then smiled at Bruce Wayne. The expression on Bruce Wayne's face was a little subtle. He opened his mouth to try to say something, but finally closed his mouth. Although I am still very stubborn in my heart, I feel that I have done nothing wrong at all. After all, he has always been such a person. But I don't know what's going on. When Bruce Wayne finished these words with Su-Yi, he always felt something weird in his heart. He even felt that it was a bad thing to let Jason do those things for him. Before coming to Su-Yi's psychotherapy room, he didn't think so at all. Maybe I shouldn't have come to you. Originally, I hoped that Su-Yi could help me solve the problem, but I didn't expect that after the chat, the problem became more and more serious. Although Bruce Wayne could treat it as if nothing happened and continue to do what he wanted to do, he just felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He stood up and planned to leave, but after thinking for a while, he sat down again and continued to say to Su-Yi, I know what I did was too much, but I only have one son, Damian. You talked about it here, and you saw what I looked like at that time. If you hadn't told me that Damian might be resurrected, I must have collapsed at that time. Su-Yi's memory is very good. He definitely still remembers this incident. He moved his lips slightly, looked at Bruce Wayne and said, So, some patients are clearly aware of their problems, but they always want to forcibly redeem their respect. However, these are really ridiculous to Su-Yi. Even if they say this, what can they make up for? Seeing Bruce Wayne talking about him all the time, just not talking about the main point, Su-Yi simply exposed him. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Following Su-Yi's culture, Bruce Wayne immediately stopped talking. He took a deep breath, and then said in a low voice, I know I'm wrong, but I finally saw a little chance. Let me now just give up. I don't want to. Sue, please help me. In fact, this result was already expected by Su-Yi when he just started talking, so he wasn't surprised. Tapping the table with her fingers a few times, Su-Yi said lightly, I can help you, so bring Jason here. TM. Bringing Jason over. Why did Su-Yi make such a proposal? Bruce Wayne looked at Su-Yi carefully and didn't understand it all. But if just taking Jason to Su-Yi's psychiatric office will allow him to save his son Damian, then whatever the reason, Bruce Wayne is willing to agree. Thinking of this, Bruce Wayne nodded quickly. I understand. In the next few days, I will let Jason come here. I hope you can successfully persuade him. Bruce Wayne didn't feel that there was anything wrong with shifting the problem to Su-Yi. As long as the result can be obtained, he will admit it no matter how despicable it is. Bruce Wayne nodded towards Su-Yi, then quickly lifted his footsteps and left. Su-Yi thought about the relationship between Bruce Wayne and Jason. He thought it would take a long time for Bruce Wayne to persuade Jason to come to him, but he didn't expect that it was only less than 2 days. A young man he appeared in Su-Yi's psychological consultation room. When the other party arrived, Su-Yi had not yet arrived at her workplace. After all, it's not even my working hours yet. The other party was standing at the door 307 of his psychological consultation room at that time, with his head down slightly and his face looking lonely. He raised his head when he heard Su-Yi's approaching footsteps. Those eyes were full of emptiness, and the expression on his face was also full of confusion. Although the other party did not reveal his identity, Su-Yi had seen Bruce Wayne by his side. Jason wasn't what he is now. No idea what exactly Bruce Wayne and Jason said to get him here. While Su-Yi was thinking, he opened the door of his psychotherapy room, and motioned for Jason to go in with him. He took off his coat and put it on the hanger next to him. Do you want coffee or juice or water? Sue asked while talking. Cafe, Jason responded quickly. But when he said this, his voice was a little hoarse. Obviously he hadn't spoken much since the morning. Su-Yi didn't know what was going on in her heart at this moment. He glanced at Jason and continued slowly, I can see that you are very depressed now, but you don't have to think about some problems. Just drink a cup of coffee and calm down. Jason took a look at Su-Yi, For Hee, he had seen it bite Bruce Wayne's side before. 327. He respected Bruce Wayne and envied Damian. Jason knows what kind of person Hee is and what his identity is. I heard Bruce. I heard it was you who suggested me to come to you. Why? Jason just took a sip of his coffee, and then opened his mouth to ask Hee why he came to the psychological consultation room. How much do you really know about Bruce Wayne? Hee didn't beat around the bush, but directly pointed out the matter of Bruce Wayne. In fact, when he saw Jason's expression at the door, he basically guessed what was going on in his heart. Jason's expression was visibly stiff. I don't know what you're talking about. Looking at Jason's attitude, he should clearly know what Bruce Wayne is thinking in his heart, or it can be seen from Bruce Wayne's words and deeds in normal times, but because he still has other mentalities, so always pretended not to know. It is worthy of being an assistant to other people, so there is really no way for ordinary people to surpass this tolerance. At least if something happened to her, Hee would not be able to bear it for a moment. However, everyone is different, and reacts differently when encountering the same thing, so it cannot be said that there is something wrong with Jason's pretending that he doesn't know anything. You should know everything about Damian, and you should also know what Bruce Wayne has been doing recently. Seeing that Jason was still pretending to know nothing, Hee didn't try to hide these things for the other party, and directly expose the other party's mentality. It is impossible for someone who can be an assistant next to Bruce Wayne to know everything. Especially Jason's status is not ordinary. He has experienced the dangers of people's hearts, and he has also been at the bottom. He can see through the hidden thoughts of others. Even if he might not understand it at first, he should be able to feel this in his daily life. After hearing Hee's words, Jason still didn't say anything. Hee was not in a hurry, but waited patiently. Comparing patience with a psychiatrist, ordinary people are absolutely incomparable. On this point, Hee was very sure, so he casually flipped through the books he hadn't finished reading in front of Jason. Jason's mood was very complicated. He looked up at Hee from time to time. Originally he thought that Hee would continue to ask him something, but he didn't expect Hee to read the book on his own. Is that all? Just don't ask anything? Or is the other party now waiting for me to take the initiative to explain something? Jason thought about it, and felt that the other party was probably waiting for him to take the initiative to explain the matter, otherwise there was no way to explain what his current attitude meant. There are a lot of things to hold back in my heart and I feel a little uncomfortable. Jason originally planned to say nothing, but he couldn't bear it after all. I was born in Crime Lane, and if it weren't for Mr. Bruce Wayne, I'd be a criminal by now. It is precisely because of this that it is complicated when guessing what Bruce Wayne wants to do. Everyone's birth can't be decided. My father went to jail for a crime. It's not something he can decide. My mother. Jason said this, feeling a little unbearable in his heart. All those naked pains were spoken out now, which made him feel even more uncomfortable, but after he finished speaking, he felt a little relieved in his heart. He has always hoped to have someone who can communicate, who can let him say everything in his heart. But he has never met such a person. Even if he has been by Bruce Wayne's side, he has never opened his heart. Because he knew that Bruce Wayne had never really regarded him as his own. Jason has always respected Batman Bruce Wayne, and once envied Damian. He even secretly regarded Batman Bruce Wayne as his father. However, he also clearly knew that these were just extravagant hopes, and Bruce Wayne was not his father. Although Bruce Wayne treated him well in the past, once he met his real relatives, he would always be the one who was abandoned. Coupled with the experience of getting along for a period of time, he found that some ideas between him and Bruce Wayne were different, and they had disputes because of this. Sometimes he also thought, would it be better for both of them if he died on that day when he was fighting Joker before instead of being resurrected? Jason's mood is very complicated. He can't help thinking like this. I couldn't help but reveal all the pain in my heart. It was very happy to say it, but he was even more confused. I know that Mr. Bruce Wayne wants to revive Damian. Although he didn't say anything in normal times, he always looks at me with an ominous look. Even if there are some things that the other party hasn't said all the time, isn't that also an obvious thing? Do you hate? Hee listened all the time, until Jason finished the above sentence, and at the same time, the confusion on his face became more and more intense, so he slowly said this sentence. Sometimes it will be like this. After all, I'm a human being, and there will always be a dark side in the human heart. But I really hope to get a little appreciation from him, although I may not deserve it. When he said this, Jason couldn't help but hooked his lips, but he seemed a little weak in doing this action. With me, who got Zhao, you don't need to hide anything. Even when facing Bruce Wayne, I will not tell the other party what you said. After all, I don't have basic professional ethics. You watched Jason continued to speak, and suddenly felt that something was wrong, and added another sentence when he was about to shut up. He knew what Jason was worried about. After all, Bruce Wayne would always go to his psychological consultation room in normal times, and he had helped the Justice League several times. So it is understandable for Jason to have such worries. Jason looked at Hee hesitantly, and stared at him without blinking. When he was sure that Hee was not lying, he pursed his lips, and then continued to speak out all the hidden words in his heart. After holding back for too long, He really couldn't bear it when he opened the conversation, and he just wanted to say everything in his heart. 328. Jason intends to leave Bruce Wayne. If Soo-Yi is not a psychiatrist, if Soo-Yi is Jason's friend, so at this moment, he will definitely persuade Jason to stay away from the big family of Bruce Wayne, because being near them would only make him look very unfortunate. Maybe he was rescued by Bruce Wayne when he was a child, which changed his impoverished life. But even if he hadn't been rescued by Bruce Wayne, with Jason's cleverness, even if he became a jerk, at least he was living comfortably now. On the contrary, he stayed by Bruce Wayne's side, and he probably suffered a lot of grievances in his heart. Soo-Yi didn't see those grievances with her own eyes, but she could understand everything when she saw Jason's eyes. If Bruce Wayne told you that he wanted you to recall the scene of his death before, and that he did so in order for you to save his own son, Damian, what would you do? Jason just listened a little, and felt that his breathing was a bit difficult. I actually guessed something in my heart, but if Bruce Wayne didn't take the initiative to speak up, then he could tell himself that this kind of thing would not happen. Can it really not happen? Those are just a matter of time. Jason knew it would happen, and it will happen soon. 800 I know he came to look for you a few days ago, and now that I'm here, it means that he told you his intention. Jason thought he would be very excited when he said this, but he found himself very calm. If he asks me to help this time, maybe I will help. Jason's tone was a little light, but this will be my last help. When Jason said these words, his expression was very complicated. It's very painful to recall the things that I have died. I don't want to think about it over and over again. But I can tell you who to go to, Jason said slowly. Know who the group of lunatics were taken from the mental hospital. Was it released from inside? So he definitely knows and is very impressed. However, he shouldn't know about this, so he asked, who is it? Theo, a very rich man, used some means to release all the mental patients in the Arkham mental hospital. There was a gang of lunatics back then, and Jerome was the leader of this group of people. They aimed to disrupt the entire Gotham City. Aha! Jerome died, but his influence and his dark spirits did not. After disappearing, he found out that all this was the conspiracy of his twin brother, 10 rational and clever lunatics. Jerome. A lot of things really happened that year. They tried to hide it, but I still know some things. I stayed by Bruce's side for a long time. Those jokers don't know what's going on. Yes, he always has a kind of obsession, and he will always come to him, and even hurt some people around him. When Jason said this, his voice became smaller and smaller, and he didn't want Soo-Yi to mistakenly think that he was resentful. And it is unnecessary to waste resentment on these things. Jason doesn't want to. Maybe he had a lot of time and energy to resent someone in the past, but after he died once, he knew that life is limited. Live better here. Leave? Number. He can't do it. He was born in this city, and this city is very important to him. Change? Number. He doesn't think he can change the whole city by himself. Stay by Bruce Wayne's side? Maybe it should be done that way. However, when Jason thought of the past when Bruce Wayne faced those jokers and let them go again and again, his face was a little ugly. The bottom line for Bruce Wayne is never to kill. If it's just an ordinary criminal and Jason thinks he wants to do it, then so be it. But what he couldn't stand and couldn't understand was that Bruce Wayne's bottom line always applied when facing Joker. That is a terrible criminal. Even the other party is not ability to solve it. It is actually very simple. Thinking of this, even if Jason told himself before that he must never feel resentment towards Bruce Wayne, he couldn't help it after all. He raised his eyes and looked at the handsome Dongfeng face sitting directly opposite him. Doctor, maybe my ideas are completely different from his. When he faces a criminal suspect, even if the other party has made a big mistake, he will still be able to deal with it. I don't want to hurt the other party. But I'm different. This is Gotham City, and the number of people who die here because of the rats is as many as cattle and horses every day. I can't agree with him. Speaking of this, Jason's tone was a little heavy. We have quarreled many times because of this matter. So, do you have other ideas? Soo-Yi looked at Jason calmly. As for Jason, his gaze was a little erratic, moving away from Soo-Yi's body, as if trying to cover up something. His gaze was constantly sweeping back and forth in this psychological consultation room, but soon he recovered, and his gaze fell on Soo-Yi's face. It's gotten to the point where it doesn't seem to work to keep hiding anything. Yeah, I do have other ideas, and that's important to me, even though I never tell him. I know that if I do it the way I want to do it, he'll see me as the criminal suspect, and then handed me over without any hesitation. He is such a person. It is really ridiculous. When will those criminal suspects stay in the prison of the police station obediently? But whenever there is any chance, they will never escape from hesitation. Speaking of this, Shusen couldn't help laughing out loud. He has seen too many similar situations. For the rest of his life, he no longer wanted to watch it. Then what are you going to do next? Soo-Yi's tone was calm, and at the same time, he asked Jason very slowly. I want to leave Bruce Wayne's side and do what I want to do. I will still be active in Gotham City. This is my hometown and the place where I was born. I will never leave here. Jason had said all he had to say. He felt that it would be of no use for him to stay here. Jason finally asked Soo-Yi to take back what he said to Bruce Wayne, and then left very quickly without any hesitation. After leaving Su-Yi's psychological consultation room this time, he will not go back to Bruce Wayne's side. Su-Yi didn't stop Jason, but let him leave just like that. 329. Harvey Dent can't distinguish reality from nightmare. After Jason left, Su-Yi flipped through the books in his hand. 2 hours later, he called Bruce Wayne. On the phone, he told Bruce Wayne what Jason wanted to convey. "Why didn't you stop him?" Bruce Wayne was unwilling to anger Su-Yi, but his tone was definitely not good. Regarding Bruce Wayne's attitude, Su-Yi was not angry. He just spoke very slowly. "Everyone is an independent individual. Since he has made a decision, no one can stop him. As for you, he has already told you how to do the things, so there is already a way, so you have to force him to accept the pain. But there are some things only Jason knows best." Although Bruce Wayne didn't explain this point, what else does Su-Yi not understand when he hears this? He has to admit that Batman Bruce Wayne is a hero, but such a hero is really annoying sometimes. Su-Yi couldn't help thinking this in her heart. But when he spoke to the person on the other end of the phone, what he said were all comforting words. Batman Bruce Wayne was still very anxious at first, and even had a bit of destructive desire, but under the comfort of Su-Yi's words, he gradually regained his composure. "Yes, Jason has already told me the method. As long as you find Joker, Damian may be resurrected. After all, Joker has been resurrected many times." Batman Bruce Wayne told himself so, and he and Joker are simply old enemies. Sometimes even if he doesn't take the initiative to find Joker, the other party will come to his door by himself. The more he thought about it, the calmer he became, and the speed of his brain became faster and faster. "Thank you, Sue, you have helped me a lot, and I can handle the next thing by myself." Batman Bruce Wayne expressed his deep gratitude to Su-Yi on the phone, and then hung up the phone. Su-Yi looked at the phone that had been hung up, with a slightly complicated expression on her face. "Sue, did you encounter any particularly difficult things?" Wanda and Gwen came in from outside the psychiatric room. As soon as they came in, they saw Su-Yi's slightly embarrassed expression, and immediately asked. "Nothing." Su-Yi put down the phone and looked at Gwen and Wanda with a smile, with a bit of comfort in her words. "For some things, he is not worried at all. It's just that when I made the phone call just now, I couldn't help being a little irritable." He quickly readjusted these irritable emotions, and it didn't affect him in any way. Not long after Gwen and Wanda walked into the psychotherapy room, a tall and straight man walked in from the outside. It was a very handsome and very temperamental man. He has brown hair and blue eyes. "Good afternoon, sir. Sorry to disturb you." When the man came in, he saw Wanda, Gwen and Su-Yi, lowered his head subconsciously, and slightly expressed his apology. "Are you here to see a doctor?" Gwen's curious eyes fell on the man. This man didn't look like he was sick at all. "No, I just want to ask Mr. Su-Yi about something, and I hope Mr. Su-Yi can cooperate in time." The man smiled. His smile was like a spring breeze without any aggression. Gwen and Wanda looked at each other, then left the space for Su-Yi and the man, and they walked away. "My name is Harvey Dent." After the two girls left, Harvey Dante nodded towards Su-Yi, and then sat down on his own. "Harvey Dent? Which film and television drama did Harvey Dent appear in?" Su-Yi looked at the other party vaguely. Harvey Dent is also a well-known figure in Gotham City. He formed an iron triangle to fight criminals with the city's Sheriff Gordon and Batman. He's even close friends with Bruce Wayne. In the later period, no matter what the reason was, his face would appear unexpectedly, and he was directly called a double-faced man. Although appearance is not that important to a man, but seeing the other party's handsome face may directly destroy half of it in the later stage, Su-Yi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Seeking flowers. "Definitely, now is not the time to sigh because of the other person's appearance." Su-Yi recalled the first thing Harvey Dante said when he came in, so he asked, "You said you have something to ask me. What kind of matter is it?" You must know that Harvey Dent is a lawyer. He appeared here, and he came here after talking with Bruce Wayne on the phone. No matter how you look at it, it cannot be a coincidence. Director Gordon and Bruce have mentioned you to me many times. I have always been very curious about you, and I always wanted to come and see you. It has been several months since Su-Yi came to Gotham City, but Harvey Dante has been very busy all the time, so when he occasionally had some free time to chat with Commissioner Gordon and Bruce, he became curious about Su-Yi. I also wanted to take a look several times, but in the end I still didn't come. Recently, Director Gordon and Bruce have mentioned Su-Yi many times, especially just before coming here. Bruce also called him, which made him come directly towards the psychological consultation room in the city center. "So you said you have something to do, but you just want to come and see me for yourself?" Su-Yi thinks that things may not be so simple. And later it was confirmed that the matter was indeed not simple, because Harvey Dante's eyes obviously paused when Su-Yi asked this sentence, and then he continued to say, "It's embarrassing to say, but it's not just it's because Director Gordon and Bruce and I have mentioned your matter many times, and it's also because I want to come and see you because of some special things." When Harvey Dante said this, Su-Yi immediately became interested. "Tell me what's going on." "I've had several nightmares, especially recently. The dreams were so real that there were times when I couldn't tell if it was reality or just a daydream. After hearing Harvey Dent talk about dreams, Soo-Yi couldn't help but think of the younger version of Clark Kent. This guy once had nightmare about his father too, and that dream was actually real and something that happened. Did Harvey Dante have a similar dream? That's interesting. 330. I'm going to kill you, Harvey. Soo-Yi couldn't help thinking this way, and at the same time set his eyes on Harvey Dante. What did you dream about? Soo-Yi's voice softened several degrees, but in fact, he wanted to relax Harvey Dante's vigilance and let him tell everything he knew in detail. My face, no matter what I dreamed about before, I will see my face destroyed at the end of the dream. While saying this, Harvey Dante couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his left face. It's unbelievable. But the pain in the dream, even if I wake up, even now, I can still feel it. Although it is said that a man's face is not that important, and Harvey Dante is not someone who values these things at all, but those dreams are really terrible, so terrible that he can't help feeling afraid. Soo-Yi has been waiting for 413 for Harvey Dante to continue talking, but he just stopped at this point, which made Soo-Yi unable to help being silent for a long time. Soo-Yi felt very strange. Maybe all the things just ended here. Could it be that the other party's nightmare only remembers the fact that his face was destroyed? This is a bit of speculation that Soo-Yi couldn't help showing after looking at Harvey Dante, but it's just a guess, and he didn't combine certain things to make this judgment. Yes, I only remember the incident where my face was destroyed in the end. As for the rest of the incident, it was probably because it was too scary, so I unconsciously forgot about this painful incident. When Harvey Dante said this, he also showed a bit of embarrassment in his expression. Although it was just a mere dream, logically speaking, he shouldn't forget about it. After all, he is a very famous lawyer. Even if it was just a mere dream, he should remember everything in the dream clearly, but the fact is that he forgot about it. This dream may be a warning to you about something you have encountered before. Seeing the embarrassment shown by Harvey Dante, Soo-Yi shrugged, and then said this to Harvey Dante. Warning? How is it possible? This is just a dream. There was obvious surprise in Harvey Dante's voice, and then he laughed, making it clear that he just didn't believe it. If you really think it's just a dream, then you wouldn't come here to ask me about it, and from the look on your face just now, you can see that this dream has had a profound impact on you, and it's even possible that it has already affected your daily life. No matter whether everything in the dream is something that happened in reality or not, you have to take it as one thing. Soo-Yi's tone was very calm when he said this, and at the same time, Harvey Dante couldn't help swallowing. Obviously Soo-Yi looks much younger than himself, but every word he said has a very convincing ability. Could it be that this Oriental man named Soo-Yi is actually older than him, but he looks younger? Or maybe this Oriental guy named Soo-Yi is actually very powerful, just hiding his strength? Or is it that psychiatrists are already very powerful? When facing Soo-Yi, Harvey Dante had various thoughts in his mind. But soon, Harvey Dante returned to normal again, and he focused his eyes on Soo-Yi. Yes, what you said is right. Since this nightmare has affected my daily life, then I should be more careful. Because of Soo-Yi's answer, Harvey Dante felt his whole heart relaxed. Soo-Yi thought he had solved Harvey Dante's problem, and didn't pay attention to Harvey Dante after that. Until one day, when he was watching TV with Gwen and Wanda, he was suddenly interrupted by a news. That's Harvey in court against the mob boss. This picture was live broadcasted by the audience, and everyone could see how Harvey Dante couldn't even answer a word from the gang boss, and they could also see the anger on the gangster's face. Constantly rising accumulation. I'm going to kill you, Harvey. I don't know where he took out a bottle from. Everyone was shocked in place, motionless. Harvey Dante also looked disapproving. Seeing this scene, Soo-Yi couldn't help but sighed. Sue, what's wrong? Gwen moved her head away from Soo-Yi's shoulder, and stared at him blankly. Even if some things have been reminded, there will be no change. Soo-Yi said these words almost unconsciously, but Gwen and Wanda couldn't understand these words. Sue, what do you mean by these words? Could it be that you have seen someone on TV? Ah, by the way, that man named Harvey Dante, are you talking about him? Wanda raised her finger and pointed at the already increasingly chaotic scene. Now on the TV, the gangster threw something directly at Harvey Dante's face. They clearly heard the painful wailing from Harvey Dante's mouth on the TV. Apparently, the contents in that bottle were definitely not ordinary items, but I don't know why someone allowed him to bring the dangerous items directly to the court. Wanda was very puzzled by this matter, and just when they wanted to continue watching what happened next, the TV suddenly cut off the signal, and they couldn't see what happened next in court. The two women, Wanda and Gwen, were very nervous when they saw the scene just now. They want to know what will happen next, but they can't see anything, so they can only focus on Soo-Yi. They believe that Soo-Yi must know much more than they do. After all, they also saw Soo-Yi chat with Harvey Dante for a long time that day. Although they didn't listen to it on purpose, it should have something to do with what happened today. Harvey Dante came to the psychological consultation room before and talked with me about some dreams. When the two women looked at him curiously, hoping that he could answer them, Soo-Yi didn't have any hesitation. I told them what I had talked with Harvey Dante in the psychotherapy room. Psychiatrists are indeed responsible for their patients, and they must not leak their affairs. However, Wanda and Gwen are not outsiders, they are one with him, and they can naturally know what he knows. 331. Harvey lying on the operating table. There was chaos in the courtroom. Harvey Dante was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Batman rushed over immediately after learning about the incident on TV, but he only saw the ambulance leaving. Batman Bruce Wayne feels very painful for his friend to encounter such misfortune. Before his son Damian came back to life, something happened to his friend again, and bad things happened one after another. It's hard for Bruce Wayne not to regard this matter as his own fault. After all, they have always had a very clear division of labor. He and Gordon were responsible for the arrests and detentions, while Harvey Dent was responsible for the convictions. They have always cooperated very well, but they did not expect that the gangsters' revenge in the end would be revenged on Harvey Dante. Bruce was in great pain. He didn't continue to stay where he was, but quickly chased him to the hospital. In the hospital, a beautiful woman leans against the wall. It's Barbara Gordon. The order of the entire court is very chaotic now. In order to prevent the gangster from escaping, Dad must stay in place to maintain order and protect the safety of most people. He sent me to take a look at Harvey's '07 situation. Barbara Gordon didn't look good either. Today's scene was beyond everyone's expectations. At that time, she was leading people to guard the gate of the court, in order to prevent the subordinates of the gang boss from coming to rescue. But I didn't expect that. Nothing happened outside, but something incredible happened inside. It's just irritating. Now everyone on the internet is accusing them of poor police management, which almost caused a hero to fall. Insulting them. Gotham police are pretty bad. Is almost always a city outside of Gotham. As for Gotham City, it was already very chaotic, and many people hoped that it would be even more chaotic. What happened in the courthouse was like a flare. It made many people feel as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. One by one was extremely excited. In the emergency room, Harvey Dante's painful wailing did not subside until the anesthetic was applied. Harvey Dante had another nightmare. Those nightmares had never been seen clearly before, but lying on the operating table today, he could see them all clearly, although there are slight differences in the middle. But the result is exactly the same. His face was ruined, and he could still feel the pain on the left side even in his nightmares. On the day he walked out of Su Yi's psychological consultation room, he actually didn't think so. Just a nightmare. However, the psychiatrist seemed a little concerned. What is that to care about? Harvey Dante couldn't help thinking this way. The reason why a dream is a dream means that it will not come true. But how do you know that this dream has not only come true, it has even become a reality? What will he do when he wakes up? Will it really be completely disfigured, and there will be no chance of salvation? Although most men don't care about their faces, but that's sulfuric acid. Even if it is plastic surgery, there is no way to restore it. A hero, an urban hero who is watched by all, but with a ruined face. What a terrible thing that would be. The nightmare was still going on, and it didn't stop because the face was disfigured. He saw his favorite wife, who ran away from him because of his disfigured appearance. He saw his best friend argue with him again and again because they couldn't understand his pain. He saw himself angry and disgusted, and under the interweaving of a series of negative emotions, a different personality emerged. He set out to take revenge on Batman and this ruthless society. Just when Harvey Dante was haunted by the nightmare, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Bright lights overhead. There is a vast expanse of whiteness all around. He turned his head and looked around. He should be in the operating room, but at the moment he is the only one in the operating room. He sat up with difficulty. He raised his hand subconsciously to cover his left face. The face was bandaged very tightly. The pain spreads. Not sure where it came from. He wants a mirror. He wanted to see if he was really disfigured. He gasped heavily, and then rolled over from the operating table all at once. Hospital lobby. Batman Bruce Wayne sat on a chair. He covered his face with his hands. His head was still confused. Barbara Gordon is now guarding outside the operating room, but he dare not face his friend for the first time. Those guys obviously came for him one after another, and his good friend Harvey Dante was completely unjustified. He shouldn't have suffered today's catastrophe. He hoped Harvey Dante would be all right. He also hoped that Harvey Dante wouldn't take a hit for it. The doctor said that Harvey's injuries were not serious, but he was probably disfigured after being splashed with a very high concentration of sulfuric acid on his face. When he was worried about this, there were various opinions about Harvey Dante's injury on the internet. Some said Harvey Dent was dead in court. Some say that Harvey Dante became a disfigured and very scary person. They have always attributed the incident to the police, and some people said that Batman Bruce Wayne was obviously capable, but he failed to protect his best friend. This is likely to be a conspiracy, because Bruce 767 Wayne was jealous of his friend. He deliberately didn't protect him well. How is it possible? How is it possible for me to kill Harvey? All the information on the internet is false. Mess. Not one word is true. While Bruce Wayne was still immersed in his own thoughts, Barbara Gordon ran towards the hospital hall very nervously. A hospital is not a place to run around. Barbara Gordon's actions quickly drew warnings from other doctors and nurses. However, Barbara Gordon said some apologetic words, and still quickly ran to Bruce Wayne. She panted slightly, Harvey is gone. Hearing about the disappearance of Harvey Dent, Bruce Wayne froze in place for a moment. He said nervously, "Why didn't he disappear? Didn't he take an anesthetic and hasn't woken up yet? Now we must find Harvey immediately." Although we don't know why the anesthetic suddenly failed, it must still be affected. If there is an accident, it will be terrible. Barbara Gordon's mind was quickly thinking about what to do next. What to do? Go wherever he might be. Maybe we should go to his house. Yes, the first thing he will do after such a big accident is definitely to go home. 332 My life is gone, Bruce. Bruce Wayne felt that what Barbara Gordon said was very possible, and immediately nodded vigorously. So, the two of them ran towards the place where Harvey Dante lived almost immediately. On the way, Bruce Wayne kept calling Harvey Dent's home. At this point in time, Harvey Dante's wife must be at home. However, Bruce Wayne made several calls in a row but no one answered. Obviously at home, but no one answered. Why is it like this? Because she wasn't home at all? Or because of some special reasons, there is no way to answer at all? Suspicions one after another made Bruce Wayne very nervous, and a bit of worry couldn't help but emerge in his heart at this moment. The speed of driving has also become faster and faster at this moment. Bruce Wayne didn't know why he was so worried. What are you doubting? He drove the car through the streets and alleys, attracting the attention of many people along the way. They definitely can easily recognize Bruce Wayne's iconic car. Seeing the representative figures of Gotham City driving to the point of taking off, they understood what was going on almost immediately. After all, what happened in the court during the day has still had a great influence on them so far. Is there anything they don't understand? Judging from this appearance, it is estimated that Harvey Dante's situation is already in a very bad state. The time seemed to have passed for a long time, but in fact it was only a short 10 minutes. Bruce Wayne stopped the car quickly, and then immediately walked towards Harvey Dent's house. Standing not far away, he felt a bad breath, fresh bloody smell, with a little bit of perfume. Bookie. For Bruce Wayne, who always takes care of beauties involuntarily, it is extremely familiar. A bad feeling resurfaced in my heart again. His footsteps gradually became very slow, and he was a little afraid to approach. Although he knows that even if he has such an attitude, if some things have already happened, they will never change. Harvey, are you crazy? Finally, even though Bruce Wayne walked to the door at the slowest speed, he still had a clear view of the tragic scene in the room. Harvey, who took off the bandage, revealed that terrifying face. Half of his face is still handsome, but the other face is terrifying. Disgusting, isn't it? Harvey Dent looked at Bruce Wayne, and noticed that he was staring at his face all the time. He held his left half of the face that was still in pain, and couldn't help laughing. That smile was somewhat morbid. "Ha ha, my beloved wife said the same thing. When I appeared in front of her, she covered her mouth with fear and disgust on her face." As Harvey Dante spoke, tears were constantly falling down. It was obviously a very painful look, but he seemed to find it very interesting, and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh from his mouth. "Even if it's like this." Bruce Wayne opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something comforting, but in the end he found that he couldn't speak at all. "Bruce, I used to think that a man's face is not that important, but I found out that I was wrong. I took off the bandages on my face and walked all the way from the hospital. I told myself that as long as someone saw my face and didn't feel scared or disgusted, then I didn't care. No, none. When that disgusted look fell on me, do you know how desperate I was? It's just ruining my appearance. I'm still me. Nothing has changed. My life is gone, Bruce." The hysterical Harvey Dante suddenly said this in a very soft voice. The next day, another new and surprising thing happened. Harvey Dante came out of the hospital halfway through the court accident. He went home, killed his wife, and was taken into the police station by his best friend. When Hee arrived at his psychological consultation room and was lazily watching TV, he got such news. Very free in the morning. Hee simply looked at the news. Although Harvey Dante can be regarded as Hee's patient, but what Hee should mention has already been mentioned, but the situation is worse than any previous visit. This is not a surprise to Hee. Even he had expected that such a thing might happen when everything in the dream actually happened in reality, because I didn't believe it. This kind of despair is far worse than trying to avoid it after I believe it. Harvey Dante was too confident in himself. Obviously that dream had given him a warning. If this matter falls on the young version of Clark Kent, even if it is only a possibility, he will definitely try his best to avoid it. Could it be that this is the difference between the villain and the decent? Just when Hee was pinching her chin and thinking about this, suddenly, Batman Bruce Wayne walked over aggressively. That look looks like he wants to ask him to blame. Hee watched the other person walking towards her, but she didn't even move. About Harvey? Hee could feel the energy in Batman showing sadness, anger and bewilderment. If it's sad and dazed, it's probably for Damian. But if there are angry, emotions mixed in, then it can only be Harvey Dante. Not only that, Hee even felt that the power of Batman seemed to be constantly overflowing to the side. All these can reveal that he is in a bad mood. 2. Damian's matter has not been dealt with, and Jason, who has been by his side, has left. After Jason left, his friend was arrested by himself. No matter who this kind of thing happens to, it is a very explosive thing. Harvey would like to see you. He obviously stood beside Su-Yi with a menacing appearance, but when he spoke, he suddenly became somewhat vain. Meet me? Su-Yi glanced at the time. Sure, but it's my working time now. Either you can bring people here directly, or wait until I get off work. It's only morning. Not in a hurry. 333. Trapped myself completely in darkness. It's not the first day Bruce Wayne has known Su-Yi. He knew that Su-Yi had an extraordinary persistence in going to work, although he thinks this is very unnecessary. But he can't force the other party to do what he says. After thinking about it for a while, hold on. After Bruce Wayne left such a sentence, he turned and left. After about half an hour, Su-Yi felt that besides Bruce Wayne, there were quite a few people. He guessed that the other party not only brought Harvey Dante over, but also a lot of policemen. Mr. Harvey, do you need to let them out? When seeing the disfigured Harvey Dante, Su-Yi's expression was always very calm. He didn't have any accidents, nor any fear. When looking at each other, the curvature of the corners of his lips didn't change at all. Harvey Dante, who had been in an angry mood, calmed down when he looked at Su-Yi. No need, just let them stay, Harvey Dante said indifferently, and then said to Su-Yi seriously, hello, Dr. Go Tommy Star, I don't know what difference do you think between me today and last time? Last time, your emotions were very stable, like light, but today you have completely trapped yourself in darkness. Su-Yi honestly explained to Harvey Dante the straightforward feelings she had when she saw Harvey Dante. Hearing Su-Yi's answer, Harvey Dante was obviously taken aback. Mr. Harvey, what's the matter? Are you not very satisfied with my answer? Su-Yi took the coffee and handed it to Harvey Dante, then sat back in his seat calmly. It's not dissatisfaction, it's just a little unexpected. When Harvey Dante said this, his voice was obviously happy. The doctor treats me as a normal person, which makes me feel very good. Those guys outside don't use disgust look at me with angry eyes, or sympathy. Also, a day ago, I was a glamorous guy, they would have my sympathy for me. I can understand this point, but I understand it, but when I think about it, it still makes people feel guilty. It seems that you are satisfied with my attitude, so I believe we will be very happy in the following conversation. Su-Yi raised his eyebrows, and when he took a sip of coffee for Harvey Dante, he gave himself make a cup of tea. Yes, I believe the conversation between us will be pleasant, just like last time. Harvey Dante also said in a very positive tone. Although Su-Yi has been talking to Harvey Dante calmly, in fact, she has been thinking about what to say to him next. As a psychiatrist, every word you say is very important. Don't look at his seemingly casual appearance, but in fact he is absolutely not casual. Because, Su-Yi has already noticed some changes in Harvey Dante's body and mind. Physical changes can be changed, but spiritual changes are very difficult to heal. Although Su-Yi is a psychiatrist, she can't cure her. It's like Harley Quinn. Instead of healing others, he fell into the abyss himself. Although Su-Yi will not make the same choice as Harley Quinn, he will not feel invincible either. Besides, Su-Yi doesn't really want to do such things as persuading people to be kind. I also don't think it's necessary. If some people want to do evil, there is no way to persuade them. I heard that you killed your own wife. How about we mention how you and your wife met? What do you think? Su-Yi asked this out of his mouth. Bruce Wayne and the others, who had kept their sense of presence as low as possible, widened their eyes, and couldn't believe it. He actually asked the question like this. Are you crazy? They didn't dare to ask about this matter at all before. That, Bbook, was because they knew clearly that Harvey Dante would definitely go crazy once the other party's killing of his wife was brought up. I don't want to see such a scene again. While thinking like this, they couldn't help but cast their gazes back and forth on Su-Yi and Harvey Dante. At this moment, his hand was pressed on the weapon on his waist. As long as Harvey Dante has a little change, they will immediately control each other. They were apprehensive and fearful. However, what was supposed to happen never happened. Harvey Dante didn't even look at them, but leaned comfortably on the chair behind him and talked about the encounter between himself and his wife. He talked about how happy he was when he saw his wife. What a wonderful feeling it was when I found out that my wife had fallen in love with each other just like myself. He also talked about some good things about the future. He also told Su-Yi very seriously how much pain he felt when he killed his wife, how much he wanted to forgive his wife, how much he wanted to stop. He told Su-Yi all the good thoughts and bad thoughts in his heart very seriously. They talked a lot, talk about past successes, everyone's appreciation for themselves. He also talked about the great changes after the court, how much everyone feared him. Family and friends can't be trusted at all, no matter how good you were in the past. A few hours later, after Harvey Dante had said all he wanted to say, he said this with certainty. Fortunately, you exist in this world, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep calm. Harvey Dante's tone was extremely serious. He is sincerely thanking Su-Yi about that nightmare. He didn't blame Su-Yi. What Su-Yi said was obvious, but in the end he chose not to believe it. Now that he has made a choice, no matter what the consequences are, he will bear them. It's just a fall. At first I thought it was a very difficult thing, but after thinking about it seriously, I realized that it was not so difficult to fall. We will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Harvey. Dante smiled, looking very relaxed. Hee knew that the other party had already made a choice. It is estimated that it will be Batman Bruce Wayne, a choice they don't want Harvey Dante to make. After seeing off Harvey Dante and his party, Hee staggered on his chair. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Punch the card. Check in successfully. Obtain a book of meditation mantra. The mood is already very calm. There is no need. 334. The word betrayal is too serious to bear. Hee knew that signing this thing was luck, and he has always been lucky. But it has also been a long time since I have received rewards such as books from the system. Remembering that she had watched Crayon Shin-chan and SpongeBob SquarePants in the past, the corners of Yee's mouth couldn't stop twitching. This meditation mantra, Yee decided to put it away properly. Although it doesn't help much for him to use it himself, but he is in Gotham City now, and I believe that many of his patients will definitely need it in the future. Yee's fingers moved slightly. Originally, she wanted to rest at home like in the past, but she met an unexpected person on the way home, so she stopped. Harley Quinn sat against a wall, dangling her big white legs. She was on the way, so Yee had to go home, and Yee passed by this way. She could see him, and he could also see her for the first time. The fact that Harley Quinn has come to find herself is obvious. Is there something wrong? Yee looked up at Harley Quinn on the wall and asked. Harley Quinn jumped lightly and landed firmly on the ground. She smiled. Is it okay if I can't come to you? Yee nodded slightly. You're right. No one stipulates that the other party must have a reason before he can come to him. It is because he thinks too much about certain things. It has been an honor to visit your home. Harley Quinn spoke very bluntly, and asked to go to Yee's house as soon as she opened her mouth. It may be inconvenient. After all, there are people at home, and I like to be with you in a place where no one is around. Yee curled his lips and smiled slightly. Yee's words were almost explicit. Harley Quinn looked at Yee with obvious astonishment on his face. Immediately, a smile soon appeared on that pretty face. She suddenly approached in Yee's direction, close enough to feel each other's breath. Worthy of being a psychiatrist, what he said is really touching. Harley Quinn blinked twice at Yee, then she stood up straight and looked around. The surrounding environment is too quiet, and the leaves rustle when the wind blows. I know there's a nice bar, how about going there? Yee asked. Harley Quinn felt that this decision was not bad, so he nodded. I think it's okay. So let's do it like this. So, the two of them walked together towards the bar that Yee had mentioned. The two of them walked together, and many people noticed. In the city of Gotham City, there are not a few people who know Harley Quinn, and there are also many people who know Yee. When seeing the two of them together, their expressions are very delicate. I can't understand why the two of them are together. On the other hand, Yee and Harley Quinn, who felt their eyes falling on them, were not worried at all. Both of them are the kind of people with a very good mentality. Doctor, are you afraid to walk with someone like me? Harley, don't underestimate yourself. It's too late for me to be honored to be with a beauty like you. How can I be afraid? Doctor, you are really interesting. Looking at Yee, Harley Quinn smiled. She raised her hand, stared at her hair and circled it twice. That appearance is faintly seductive. Yee turned her head to look at Harley Quinn, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was attracted by Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn originally did it on purpose, but when Yee looked at him so seriously, Song's cheeks felt slightly hot. But what about Yee? What is the real thought in his heart? Are you really attracted to her? Harley Quinn couldn't help thinking that, and soon this thought was deliberately suppressed by her. What are you thinking so much about? Anyway, if Harley Quinn likes it, it will definitely become hers. As for what Yee really thinks in his heart, how can he care? The more he thought about it, the more relaxed Harley Quinn felt. I think you need to drive a car. Harley Quinn smiled softly. After all, I will come to you often in the future. It's okay to be stared at like this once or twice, but it will always make people feel a little bit uncomfortable if there are too many times. Annoyed, Harley Quinn doesn't think she has such a good temper. If she is upset and suddenly kills these people, it is their fault and has nothing to do with her. 0 for flowers. You're right. Yee nodded slightly. After entering an underground bar together with two people, a man came out from a dark corner. Why is that doctor staying with Harley Quinn? There was an obvious misunderstanding in the man's eyes, and even a bit of anger. He is a member of the Justice League because Yee has helped the Justice League and stayed with the Justice League many times. He thought it was the same country with them, not with those damned murderers. But that doesn't seem to be the case. He left, and as soon as he left, he walked directly towards the base of the Justice League. The Superman Clark Kent of the Justice League base looked at the Flash, who was approaching aggressively in this direction with some headaches. 0. What's going on? Looking at each other like this, I always feel that things are not simple. Definitely not simple anymore. Because the Flash came here because of Yee, and he knew that Superman Clark Kent had a very good relationship with Yee, and the younger version of Clark Kent almost had an extremely good relationship with that psychiatrist, Yee. I saw the doctor go to the speakeasy with Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. That doctor betrayed our Justice League. The Flash. Barry Allen slapped his hands on the table vigorously while talking. Clark Kent was very surprised by this news. He did not expect that Soo-Yi would stay with Harley Quinn. But when was Soo-Yi with them? What does it mean that the other party betrayed their Justice League? Why did he feel that he didn't understand what he said? Allen, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't invite Soo-Yi to join the Justice League. No, I remember we invited, but the other party has clearly rejected, so he is not a part of our Justice League member. So there is no such thing as betrayal at all. Betrayal is too serious, and most people simply cannot bear these two words. Although he is indeed not a member of the Justice League, but to associate with us. He must be an upright person, not to be able to associate with anyone, right? Diane, 335. I don't care if they are criminals or heroes. Originally, Diana was in the same space as them, but she didn't want to participate in the conversation between the two of them, so she planned to leave quietly, but was stopped by the Flash. Barry Allen. Diana felt a terrible headache. This matter obviously has nothing to do with her. Why should she be involved? Allen, I think you take this matter too seriously. Soo-Yi is a psychiatrist. He can associate with anyone, and we have no right to interfere. This world is not black and white. You don't have to understand, but you have to allow people like Soo-Yi to exist. And he is a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist's patients cover a very wide range. I believe he has his own reasons for being with Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. After saying this, Diana 810 casually found an excuse and left in a hurry. Barry Allen looked at Diana's fleeing back and sneered, I know she's guilty, otherwise she wouldn't have run away immediately. I remembered that I still have important things to do, and the doctor left for the time being. Obviously, Clark Kent didn't want to have a word with the Flash on this matter, so he also left the office with an excuse. Although this office originally belonged to Clark Kent, but for a stubborn person who only wants to believe in himself, if he has a dispute with the other party, it is better to avoid it far away. The difference between the Flash in reality and the anime version is huge. Whether it is in character or in ability, no one can deny that the Flash. Barry Allen is a good guy. He is a scientist in physical evidence technology. Because he is kind and full of justice, he obtained a super ability in an accident. Dang even planned to use his super ability to fight crime and become the person who protects everyone. Unfortunately, there are too many criminals in Gotham City. They are all very busy, and I feel that there are endless things to do every day. He is determined not to kill. Also resolutely do not use any weapons. There are only two things he does. One is to save people, and the other is to hand over the other party's guns. He's been eyeing the Joker's inmate for a long time. He hasn't been at the Justice League base for a long time. Although he has met Soo-Yi several times, he doesn't know much about Soo-Yi. He only knows from other people in the League that Soo-Yi is a capable and very good guy. But such a fellow stays with criminals. How could Barry Allen not care when he knew about this and saw it with his own eyes? After Superman Clark Kent left, and after Diana ignored him at all, he figured it might be a good to do it himself. Putting criminals aside for now, the Flash. Barry Allen begins his pursuit of Soo-Yi. Soo-Yi's life is very simple. Basically, it is 2 points and one line, from work to home. Although he and his two women would wander around during weekend breaks, he usually just stayed with the two women and didn't do anything unnecessary. How could someone live such a leisurely life? This is Gotham City. It's definitely not that simple. The Flash. Barry Allen is pretty sure. He continued to follow, and he was bound to find out what Soo-Yi was hiding under that seemingly harmless surface. Excuse me, you followed me for nearly 2 weeks. Why? Although the other party was very careful, Soo-Yi still noticed it. He didn't have the idea of letting the other party stare at him all the time, and this kind of behavior was really disliked. I saw you talking to some criminals. Now that he had been spotted, the Flash. Barry Allen went out directly, and stood in front of Soo-Yi and spoke. Soo-Yi frowned. What's wrong with him talking to criminals? He didn't think there was any problem. Soo-Yi took a deep breath and looked at the other party with a half smile. Excuse me, does this matter have anything to do with you? Soo-Yi's memory is very good. He once met this man in the League of Justice, and he knew the man's identity was the Flash. Barry Allen, a man with comparisons to Batman Bruce Wayne. After all, these two guys are determined not to kill anyone. It's outrageous. At least from Soo-Yi's point of view, he really has no way to understand that they would have such thoughts and actions. I saw you and Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn went to the bar together. The two of you were talking and laughing, looking very happy. 0 inches. The last time he walked with Harley Quinn, he believed that not only Barry Allen, but also many people should have seen it. I'm not a member of the Justice League, so no matter who I associate with, it's my freedom, and it has nothing to do with you or the Justice League. Or you are useless yourself, so you want to arrest those criminals through me? When Soo-Yi said these words, he was always smiling, but the smile never reached his eyes. He doesn't want to be accused by others for no reason. In order to prevent your limited brain from being unable to understand the problem, then I will explain it to you once and for all. I am a doctor, although I am only a psychiatrist, but in my opinion, as long as the other party is alive, breathing, and able to communicate, then they can all be my patients, and I don't care whether they are criminals or heroes. Don't apply your Justice League style to me. It will make me feel very uncomfortable. Keep an appropriate distance. Yes, Mr. Barry Allen. Soo-Yi smiled. He was sure that if Barry Allen continued to speak, he might directly poke Barry Allen's pin without any hesitation, so that the other party would never dare to appear in front of him again. Barry Allen pursed his lips, still standing in front of Soo-Yi. 2.1 Motionless. Barry Allen, your mother died in a very bizarre and horrible incident, and your father was mistaken for the murderer. I know that so far, you have not found the person who killed your mother and framed your father. If I tell you that I know who the murderer is, but the prerequisite for telling you is not to pay attention to me, you can do whatever I ask you to do. Are you willing? Every word Soo-Yi said was constantly poking at the other person's sore spots, and he watched Barry Allen's face turn as pale as paper with his own eyes. However, Soo-Yi showed no intention of stopping at all. Barry Allen took 2 steps back. He has been investigating the death of his mother, and he also wants to prove it for his father. However, Soo-Yi's prerequisite made Barry Allen a little tangled. 336. Will the other party stab him suddenly? Let him do whatever he wants. If the other party asks him to do some bad things, should he do the same? Barry Allen shook his head. I will investigate my mother's matter myself, and I will never join you in the same way. After leaving such a sentence, Barry Allen ran away angrily. Soo-Yi raised his eyebrows as he watched Barry Allen go away in anger. Fight him? It's ridiculous. Because of getting Barry Allen away, Soo-Yi was in a very good mood, and both Gwen and Wanda felt this when they went back. The 2 women blinked at Soo-Yi. Did he meet someone who made him happy, or is it that Soo went out with Harley Quinn and was always in a good mood? Yes, both Wanda and Gwen know that Soo-Yi has been dating Harley Quinn for some time now. For Soo-Yi to stay with such a dangerous woman, although Wanda and Gwen believed in Soo-Yi in their hearts, they were still a little bit worried. After all, who knows if the other party will suddenly have a woman make a call to Soo-Yi. Crazy people have no reason to speak. 10. Wanda tapped her chin lightly with her finger, just hesitated for a while, then she smiled and said to Soo-Yi, Soo, you have been dating that Miss Harley for 2 weeks. Do you want to marry her? Bring it back? Yeah, Soo, we've got to know if she's going to be our new sister. Originally, Gwen and Wanda thought that Soo-Yi would fall in love with Diana or Barbara, but they didn't expect Soo-Yi to be interested in Harley Quinn. Why did you bring her back? Soo-Yi knows what Wanda and Gwen are talking about, and he will also say some reassuring words to them at this moment. I'm really interested in Harley Quinn, but that woman is not suitable to take home, because she is completely crazy, and I am not good at restraint. In order to keep our family in peace, Zongu and I maintain the same relationship as before. Soo-Yi didn't hide anything from Gwen and Wanda at this point. Originally Wanda and Gwen were very worried, but at this moment they calmed down. Although Soo was bewildered by the beauty, fortunately he remained calm. This time, Wanda and Gwen, who were a little tentative, stopped asking more about this matter. After all, no matter what Soo-Yi does, he always has a bottom line in his heart. And instead of letting Soo-Yi stay with them at home all the time, Wanda and Gwen hope that Soo-Yi can get to know more people outside, so as not to be bored. The rest time this weekend is not much different for Soo-Yi and his group, but this time Soo-Yi took the initiative to ask for it. What? Going to the garage? The place where they live is not far from the city center. Before, Soo-Yi never thought about buying a car. Why did she suddenly decide to buy a car again? Wanda looked at Soo-Yi with puzzled eyes. Soo-Yi definitely couldn't say that it was because of Harley Quinn that she remembered it, so he could only speak slowly. It has been many years since we arrived in this world. We used to have scooter when we were in the small town. It is impossible to go to Gotham City. I didn't buy it because I was afraid of accidents. Besides, those accidents can happen anywhere, but they will never happen in front of us, right? What Soo-Yi said was actually said by both Wanda and Gwen before, but at that time Soo-Yi still didn't think about it. So, such a reason cannot convince Wanda and Gwen. However, the 2 women just looked at each other, and then they didn't get entangled in this matter. Then what kind of car should I buy? Ferrari. Soo-Yi has a preference for Ferrari, and he can't help but think of the time when he first met Shitan. Wanda heard Soo-Yi say this. Her face was slightly reddish. When Soo-Yi thought about the past, she also happened to think about it, and immediately coughed heavily uncomfortably. Wanda nodded slightly. Soo, I also think Ferrari is pretty good. Looking at Wanda's shy look beside her, Gwen found it slightly amused. We've been together for a long time. Do you really think he doesn't know anything? Besides, the 3 of them have been together for so long, who doesn't know who? Although Gwen thought it was funny in her heart, she didn't point it out on purpose, lest Wanda's already very red face would become even redder after a while. When they arrived at the car dealership and asked to buy a car, someone greeted them quickly. Buying a car in this part of Gotham City is literally losing money. But there are also people who continue to drive the car dealership, and it is the kind of car dealership where no one dares to come to make trouble. Because this driver is much more aggressive than other gangsters in Gotham City. Look at the man who serves them is tall and thick, and he looks calculating when he sees them. Very unusual. Soo-Yi, Wanda, and Gwen noticed each other's gaze, but didn't care. We'll just have to see for ourselves. The cars are all very good cars, but the person in charge obviously looks unusual. "Are you going to buy a car? I suggest you don't buy it." A thin man took advantage of the moment when the person in charge left, said this to them in a low voice, and then left in a hurry. Hee, Wanda and Gwen only saw the back of 967 who was almost fleeing. "Seems to be reminding us." Gwen blinked her eyes and said, "Obviously so." Wanda also chimed in. Originally, they were supposed to find that person and ask what was going on in detail, but in the end they didn't do so. After all, the other party had kindly reminded them that if they chased after him to inquire, it might bring him bad luck. Obviously something is wrong. Should we still buy it in this case? Gwen leaned closer to Yee's ear and whispered, "Indeed, there is something unusual here and there. The person in charge is obviously not right. If ordinary people see this situation, they will definitely not buy it." Yee looked around and laughed out loud. "We're all here now, and it's not like we don't buy it if we don't want to." Gwen and Wanda were a little baffled by what Yee said. Is it possible to buy and sell a car by force? But the fact is like this, if Yee and the others don't buy a car, they really can't leave here. "Mr. Su, the cars in our dealership are all luxury cars. You should have seen them all, right?" The person in charge quickly brought a contract and looked at Yee with a smile in his eyes. 337. The boss of the car dealer kicked the iron plate. "Yeah, I've seen them all, and there's nothing wrong with these cars." "Then do you think we should sign the contract now?" The smile on the person in charge's face deepened. "Don't worry, since you're here, you can't just buy a car. Look around. After all, the whole Gotham City is in a mess, and only you dare to openly drive a car dealership." When Yee said the word "don't worry," the smile on the person in charge's face was a little stiff, but after hearing what the other party said later, the smile on that somewhat ugly face became brighter and brighter. "Mr. Su really has a vision. You can rest assured that you can drive this car home as soon as the contract is signed, without any problems." Not having any problems is the biggest problem. Although the car was placed in the exhibition hall, there was no trace of dust or running. However, there are many traces of people walking back and forth near this exhibition hall. Although it is very clean, it can be seen. If you think about what the thin man said before, you can basically guess what the truth is. It does sell cars here, but it's always the same few cars, and no one has ever been able to drive this car. It is estimated that after paying the money, they will not be able to drive away. If it was someone else, the car might not be able to drive away, but the shop owner was unlucky and bumped into Yee, Wanda and Gwen. Wanda and Gwen were in a delicate mood at first, not very good. But now this delicate emotion disappeared in an instant, without a trace. Not only did they not care about the strange behavior of the boss, even when Yee said that he wanted to buy more cars, they even took the initiative to say, "Yes, boss, don't be too stingy, buy your best car, lay it all out." The group of people were all smiling when they said these words. He was obviously smiling and talking, but it gave people the feeling that he couldn't help being afraid. The somewhat ugly boss couldn't help but took 2 steps back. He felt that the people in front of him seemed to know something. But this is his territory. There is no possibility for them to know something. Could it be that some daring guy told his story? The boss's eyes are constantly sweeping over everyone except Yee, Wanda and Gwen. The color of doubt in the eyes is very strong. Seeing that the other party's eyes were about to fall on the informer, Yee spoke again. "Boss, just as my girlfriend said, let's go and see the car quickly, so that we can finalize the next contract, isn't it?" The owner of the car dealership also really wants to confirm the next contract, but he always feels a little uneasy here. This is a conclusion drawn from past experience. In fact, he didn't want to think that way, but it was because he was vigilant and careful enough that he had such an achievement. The car dealer's eyes swept Yee back and forth again. Finally he nodded. "Okay, then follow me and let you take a look at the car." The owner of the car dealership didn't talk nonsense with them anymore and told them to look at other cars. Anyway, with him watching, there would never be any problems. It was like that in the past, and it will be like that now. The owner of the car dealership has great trust in himself. Yee, Wanda and Gwen then followed the owner of the car dealership and walked forward constantly. The cars are all good cars. Yee is very satisfied. Just a few. Yee and the owner quickly signed the contract, and the price of the car they selected was completely lower than the market price. "We will send this car to your house later. Is the home address correct?" A large amount of income came in, and the owner of the car dealership was very happy. "Yes, nothing wrong, but we have to drive away today. Let's leave the car here first, because we still need to do a full inspection here." When the car dealer heard that Yee was going to drive the car away, he immediately added. When he said these words, he didn't look flustered at all. Obviously, he had experienced many similar situations in this area in the past, and he was already familiar with it. Yee can't be bothered to talk nonsense with the owner of the car dealership. The car now belongs to them, and they can do whatever they want now. Even if they destroy the car completely, it has nothing to do with the owner of the car dealership. Do you think selling the car to them at a lower price will make a difference? He can tell them in this way that they are going to be unlucky next. The owner of the car dealership tried to stop it, and even surrounded him with several people, some of whom had abilities and some were ordinary people who were vicious. The owner of the car dealership was a little nervous at first, He always felt that Su-Yi's people were a little different. But now when his subordinates surrounded him, he suddenly felt relieved. There is nothing to be afraid of. If Su-Yi really drove the car away today, he would make them unable to eat. However, in less than a second, even the eyes of the people in the car dealership didn't see anything clearly, and those geese surrounded in front of Su-Yi and the three of them all fell to the ground. It's frightening. KR.KR. At this moment, the owner of the car dealership finally realized that they had hit the iron plate. How the hell is this happening? If he had known that this was the case, he would never have opened the door for business with the three of Su-Yi. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, the car had already driven away far away. Boss, what should we do next? A big man next to him asked the owner of the car dealership. What can I do? I can only transfer the car. Although one of the cars was driven away, they still made a profit. The dealership boss gritted his teeth. Some things can only be recognized. After all, offending the other party, they can't take advantage of it. En route, the Ferrari drives very smoothly. Galloping all the way, Su-Yi and others were in a good mood. Gwen and Wanda were lying on the edge of the window, watching the situation outside. Regarding the behavior of buying 5 cars but only driving one in the end, although I feel that the owner of the car dealership may play some tricks after they leave, but ordinary people, there is nothing wrong with playing tricks with them usefulness. Even if what belongs to them is the ends of the earth, it will definitely return to their hands. So on this matter, Wanda and Gwen were just a little surprised, and then they ruthlessly threw this matter behind them. Don't think too much about this matter at all. 338 Diana's tracking skills are not very good. Su-Yi and others drove a Ferrari in Gotham City, which seemed very arrogant. In fact, there are quite a few people driving in Gotham City, but they are either real rich people, people with real abilities, so they are arrogant enough. Even the car has been remodeled extraordinary, and some are very ordinary vehicles. Even if they are destroyed or stolen, they will never make people feel distressed. The Ferrari that Su-Yi and the others drive is not to mention expensive, and it doesn't have any special logos. It looks like an ordinary rich man. After driving past them at lightning speed, many people have already spotted them. Ferrari. Not far away, on top of a tall building, Diana, who was silently watching them, didn't know the details of the situation because she didn't get close to the car dealership to see their situation. She definitely never thought of spying on them. It was just because she hadn't seen Su-Yi for a few days. She missed him a little bit, but she was too embarrassed to go to the psychiatric consultation room, and she was too embarrassed to make another appointment with him. It took her a lot of courage to take the initiative to date last time. Diana blushed. I felt like my whole body was going to burn. She shook her head, hoping that the cold wind in the sky at 410 would make her heat disappear as soon as possible. At this moment, she suddenly received a call. She pouted a little dissatisfied. The beautiful butterfly-like eyelashes couldn't help drooping after getting the news. Clark, you called me. What's the matter? Although Diana tried her best to control it, the words in her voice quickly passed through the phone. Clark Kent was a little surprised, but finally said seriously, Harvey Dent escaped from the police station, and we still haven't found him. Are you outside now? Then go find Su-Yi. After discussing with our people, we feel that Harvey Dante has a certain chance to find him. Harvey Dante is not on Su-Yi's side. When Clark Kent said this, Anna spoke almost immediately. This statement made Clark Kent on the other end of the phone stunned. You didn't go to see it. How do you know that Harvey Dante didn't go to Su-Yi? Clark Kent raised his eyebrows, with a look of suspicion. BBDD. He was wondering where Diana on the other end of the phone was now. Diana on the other end of the phone also realized something was wrong at this time. She looked uncomfortable. How could she say that with such certainty? Isn't that telling everyone that she's staying near Su-Yi right now? In order to prevent Clark Kent from thinking about this aspect, she said almost immediately, I see, my place is not very far from Su-Yi's house. I'll go and have a look. Everyone knows that today is Su-Yi's rest day, so we can only go to Su-Yi's house to have a look. There's nothing wrong with that either. Clark Kent originally thought that he seemed to think of something, but when Diana interrupted him, he couldn't remember what he was thinking just now. It shouldn't be an important thing anyway. If you can't think of it, you just don't want to. Clark Kent then continued to say to Diana, then I will leave this matter to you, and I hope you can get the news immediately. After hanging up the phone, Diana couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he continued to follow Su-Yi and his party. Diana is very fast. Su-Yi. Some people did not go home at all. Not only did not go home, they went to another place instead. They went to a Chinese restaurant. Too bad to be out of sight again. Diana's beautiful eyes flickered with annoyance. At the moment, she was in hesitation. Does hesitation immediately follow into the Chinese restaurant? She worried that her stalking would be discovered. It would be bad if Su-Yi misunderstood that she had malicious intentions. What Diana doesn't know is that her tracking skills are not very good, and Su-Yi, Gwen and Wanda have already discovered her existence. At different times, the three of them glanced at Diana's position calmly. No matter how dull Diana was, she still felt that she had been discovered. She felt something was wrong, and there was still a bit of struggle in her heart. Was she discovered? She must have been found. Do you want to just walk over and say hello to them, and then stay with them? In doing so, he can not only complete the task, but also stay with Hee for a longer time. But it's really embarrassing. If they suddenly asked why she was following her, how would she answer? Diana felt too ashamed to answer anyway. Diana thought about it, and finally she decided that it was better to pretend that nothing happened. After all, she was a little timid. When I was not tempted before, I was able to face her generously. But after really thinking about it, she couldn't be generous. Isn't there such a saying that what is generous is friendship, and what is cautious is love? She felt that such words were very applicable to herself. Chinese restaurant. Hee, Wanda and Gwen got along very well, even if they have been together for a long time. But their feelings have never diminished in the slightest. Gwen and Wanda's eyes on Hee are still affectionate and very revealing. Hee is a bitress trained in expressing his feelings, but his feelings for Gwen and Wang will definitely not be less than theirs. Someone has been following us. Wanda spoke suddenly. That person is Diana, Gwen said with a smile. To be honest, Diana is really beautiful. Even I couldn't help being surprised by her beauty when I saw her for the first time. Both of them said this, and Hee felt that what he didn't say seemed not very good. He pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. It is indeed very beautiful. When I saw it, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. After Hee said such a sentence indifferently, he closed his mouth. He knew that Wanda and Gwen were very curious. Why didn't he have other thoughts about Diana? There is such a thing as an idea. It's just that it's been too long. He's used to living alone with Wanda and Gwen. If there is one more person in the middle, it will always feel a bit difficult to get used to, and he doesn't want to be destroyed. The only thought he had was to let nature take its course. What should be his is his, and there is no use in forcing it. 339. Harvey. Dante runs away. He refuses to help. Hee thinks that sometimes people should not think too much, and should not worry about whether there are too many women around them or not. Sometimes Hee also thought about it for a while, but it was only for a while. Probably not even a few seconds. For Hee, the best life is eating, sleeping and playing. At this point, he has never changed anything. He also feels that there is no need to change, because this kind of life is very good for him. If Diana and I were meant to be, then we would naturally be together. Hee's inactive behavior is still different from the past. Wanda thought back to the time when she first met Hee. Was she the one who took the initiative or Hee? The memories of the past made Wanda blush, even sweet. But now getting along with Hee is a bit more colorful than the sweetness in the past. Wanda, don't recall the sweetness of your past. There are many sweet memories between me and Sue. I didn't even think about it. Gwen joked with a smile. It's better to eat more dishes. This is Sue's favorite dish gone. Everyone comes out to play together, eat and play happily together. Although the past is very important, the most important thing is the present. Wanda has this bad point. Always easy to get stuck in the past. Maybe this has something to do with her past experience. I'm sorry. I won't think about it anymore. I will now offer you tea instead of wine. After staying with Hee for a long time, they have gotten used to the taste of tea. In normal times, I also pay great attention to health preservation. If it was in the past, they probably wouldn't have dared to think about it at all. But now they not only thought about it, but even did it. When the long holiday comes, we will travel all over the country. Although there is no such statement in the United States, Hee usually celebrates some festivals in China. There are long vacations, short and long vacations, summer vacations, and winter vacations. Definitely, the spring festival is naturally more important. Both Gwen and Wanda understood, so they nodded immediately after Hee finished saying this. Although in the past, they have been living like this. However, since Hee took the initiative to mention it, they naturally have to respond. They chat while eating. Very pleasant. At this moment, Diana, who they thought would not come close to them, was blushing, pinching a piece of her clothes, and looked a little uncomfortable. She did a lot of psychological construction, and suddenly felt that she should come to find Hee, and then felt that she was hiding in the dark for the time being. These two thoughts were constantly turning back and forth in her mind, and finally she took the initiative to come over. If she had no reason to come to Hee in the first place, didn't Clark Kent on the phone give her a reason? Why is she still hiding? When she realized that she had a reason, she almost couldn't wait, and at the same time, her heart beat faster. Seeing Diana appear, the few people in the seat were not surprised. Sit down. Hee looked at Diana with a smile, and at the same time signaled the waiter to add an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. The waiter came over quickly, placed a pair of bowls and chopsticks in front of Diana. Diana was just too beautiful. The waiter's eyes kept falling on Diana's face, and she couldn't bear to leave for half a minute. Hee smiled, but there was a bit of coldness in his voice. Sorry, we don't need any help here. Can you leave and leave us a quiet mealtime? When the female waitress not far away heard Hee's words, she could also feel the displeasure in the other party's voice, and almost immediately pulled her colleague away. After pulling away, the voice of the other party can still be vaguely heard. Are you crazy? The waitress couldn't stop complaining when she said this. Do you really think that if you stay the longer, that Beauty will be able to fall in love with you? I see 3 people at that table. Beauty, there is no one who can fall in love with you. Those 3 people obviously like the man at the same table, so don't think too much about it. The two waiters walked farther and farther, and finally, the waiter who was in charge of their table was changed directly and replaced by a woman. Hee was quite satisfied with how fast the Chinese restaurant could handle the problem, so she didn't get too entangled in this matter. Sitting in the seat, Diana ate a few mouthfuls of food, then hesitated for a while, and then slowly said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. This is the news I got from the League of Justice. Ask for flowers." The others continued to eat while listening to Diana. "What the hell is it?" Gwen asked curiously. "Harvey Dent has escaped from prison." As soon as the news came out, Gwen and Wanda, who knew who Harvey Dante was from Hee, stopped. "If our memory is not wrong, Harvey Dent is a lawyer, and he is an ordinary person. How could he escape from prison with his ability?" Gwen felt that this matter was too outrageous. However, what Diana also said was definitely not a lie. So this thing did happen. Hee next to him was still very calm, even when he heard that Harvey Dante had escaped from the prison. He didn't make any movement. Diana saw that Hee was still disapproving, so she immediately explained, "Actually, the matter of Harvey Dante running out of prison, logically speaking, I shouldn't have come to you, but after some discussion, the Justice League felt that there was a high chance that he would come to Hee." When Diana said this, when she looked at Hee, she looked a little uncomfortable. "I know it's too much to come to you so hastily. If it makes you unhappy, I can apologize to you here first." Diana replaced the wine with tea and apologized to them again. "It doesn't matter, you came to us for a reason." Hee didn't take this matter too seriously. He ate and drank enough, so he put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands. "Harvey Dante may appear in here, your guess is actually accurate, but I also made it clear that I will not help the Justice League or the police to deliver my patient to the doctor." Although the other party only came once, the other party also paid. In Yee's eyes, he is his own patient. Yee knew what their attitude was, and he didn't mind putting his own attitude here first. His words made Diana fall silent for a moment. She came to ask Yee for help, but Yee had already refused at the beginning, and she didn't know what to say next. 340. How to define beauty and ugliness. Yee is standing on the point that Harvey Dent is his patient, so he does not plan to cooperate with the Justice League and the police. However, it is not a mistake for the Justice League and the police to want to capture Harvey Dent. "I will not help the Justice League, nor will I help the police, but I will not specifically help Harvey Dante." When Diana lowered her head and her beautiful eyebrows were stained with melancholy, Yee continued to speak seriously, "I will not disclose Harvey Dante's whereabouts, but I will definitely not help him hide his whereabouts." Yee obviously has the idea of doing nothing in this regard. This kind of behavior looks a little bad to others, yet no one can reprimand Yee for what she wants to do. This is Gotham City. Everyone is a potential criminal. Even if ordinary people stay in this 977 city, it will be difficult not to be affected for a long time. Yee has not changed from the beginning to the end. He has always been such a person. In Gotham City, no change is the biggest change. This sentence is completely positive. Diana, don't worry too much. In this world, criminals will always exist. It is simply impossible to wipe them all out. Some people are born villains from the very beginning. They know what is white and what is black. But even so, they still go all the way in the direction of black. They enjoy crime and enjoy the crimes that make their eyes focus on myself. There is another kind of acquired crime. They have suffered various traumas in their childhood, and some have suffered in a trauma due to an accident, so that they behave irrationally. Harvey Dente was the latter because in court his face was disfigured. You might think, and even many people would think, that it's just a face. However, his face is destructive. There is no way to restore it. It is completely destroyed. In ordinary life, we will define a person as beautiful and ugly. When we see a beautiful person, we will, but when you stop and see an ugly person, you will involuntarily feel disgust, and even frown involuntarily. Yee frowns while talking. Diana, if it were you, can you guarantee that when you meet Harvey Dante, you will ignore his appearance and treat him in a calm state just like in the past? It's like normal, no sympathy, no disgust, no other emotions, like his face has never been destroyed. Diana listened to what Yee said, with a slightly troubled expression. She imagined such a scene, and then subconsciously frowned. Sorry, I may not be able to do it. She may not dislike it, but she has no way to control her heart. She will sympathize, pity, and feel pity. If what Harvey Dent wanted was equal treatment, few could, and it seems understandable that he would go to the point where he committed a crime. But even so, there is no way to go to a place like Harvey Dante. Diana couldn't help laughing bitterly. Yee, you are really a very powerful psychiatrist. Your words are full of deception. I unconsciously feel that everything you said is correct. But I have my own persistence. Even if I think what you say makes sense, I can't believe it, and I can't think it's right. When Diana said this, the expression on her face seemed a bit tangled. Seeing Diana's appearance, Yee couldn't help laughing. It's true that I can't help here, but you can monitor me, just like what you did just now. Yee said this sentence in a very relaxed tone. As long as you monitor me, if Harvey Dante comes, if you look for me, you can also know the first time. Yee doesn't hate being watched, although she doesn't like it either. Diana's beautiful eyes widened when she heard Su-yi say the word surveillance. Monitor. Monitor. I did not monitor. As he said this, his cheeks blushed uncontrollably. Although she had guessed that Su-yi and the others must know what she had done in private, she actually still had some expectation in her heart. Hope Su-yi and the others really didn't find anything. But now it's obviously not that they didn't find out, it's just that Su-yi didn't mention it to her before. Although I don't know why you want to follow and monitor, I believe you haven't done anything bad. Su-yi smiled at Diana. Diana was still very nervous at first, hoping that Su-yi would find out what she was thinking about him, but on the other hand, she really didn't want Su-yi to find out. In this conflicted mood, Su-yi spoke again. However, what he said this time was that he didn't even know why Diana was following and monitoring. At that moment, Diana's heart immediately became lost. It turned out that Su-yi didn't know her mood at all. Diana lowered her head and took a sip of the tea in her cup. The taste of the tea was a bit bitter, which she didn't like very much. She likes that sweet taste. But now this bitter feeling makes her feel pretty good. At least it can calm her down in a very short period of time. Just as she was frowning slightly and drinking tea, a piece of cake appeared in Su-yi's hand, and he handed the cake to Diana. The bitter taste was swept away, and the sweet taste instantly filled the whole mouth. Diana looked at Su-yi involuntarily. Su-yi is a person who pays great attention to details. Obviously she didn't say anything just now, but the cake was delivered to her right away. 5.8 Before, Diana didn't quite understand why she suddenly fell in love with Su-yi. But now it seems that it is not difficult for her to fall in love with her. In love, it has been said that details determine success or failure, but now isn't that the case? Thinking of this, Diana looked at Su-yi more cautiously and firmly. She felt that the matter of her confession must be put on the agenda, and she could no longer hide it. But now is obviously not the time to express your love at all, and you have to choose another suitable opportunity. Diana was still a little irritable at first, but because of Su-yi's gift of a small cake, her mood recovered again, and she even faintly revealed a little bit of undetectable joy. 341. Just someone similar to Harvey Dante. Diana thought she was hiding well. However, the people sitting at this table are people who have experienced a lot. Diana has also experienced a lot, but now she behaves completely like a child, and her personality is a bit exposed. The emotional aspect is even more exposed. Wanda, Gwen and even Su-yi knew that Diana had a crush on Su-yi. However, if you know it, you know it. So far no one has dismantled it. It may not be necessary, or it may be for some other reason. Originally Su-yi didn't have that kind of thought about Diana for the time being, but now he thinks it's okay to have that kind of thought. After all, the opponent has already walked 99 steps, and only the last step is left, so he can walk over. Girls have already taken the initiative to this point. Although Su-yi felt that she was becoming more and more lazy, she was not so lazy. The meal was still enjoyable. Diana originally wanted to find an excuse to leave. After all, she has no status now. Being stuck between Gwen, Wanda and Su-yi doesn't seem like a good idea. But every time I want to speak, I will be interrupted by one of the three people. 14. Gradually, Diana's face became more and more rosy. She is not a dull person. At this moment, she understood one thing, that is, she was really only one step away from joining the family. During this period of time, my uneasiness and apprehension seemed to finally have an outlet to vent. If she didn't feel that the place was wrong, if she wasn't a little bit shy, she would definitely speak up now. There was still a little uneasiness in my heart. But now it seems that everything is not important anymore. Diana simply let everything happen naturally and fight back. Now Diana is no longer hypocritical, she really let go of everything. Diana, I'll take you home. It was the first time Su-yi voluntarily said such a sentence after several people finished their meal. Diana's face turned red all of a sudden. Yes, let Su take you home. Gwen and Wanda linked arms and smiled at Diana. Diana was still blushing, but when she heard what Wanda and Gwen said, she suddenly felt something was wrong. What does it mean to ask Su-yi to send her home? This is leaving them alone. Does that mean she has a chance to confess? Diana thought of this possibility, and suddenly became nervous again in her heart. When Su-yi stood up, Diana immediately stood up, and at the same time, her eyes drooped slightly involuntarily, staring at her toes. This time the cheeks were not red, but the tips of the ears were red. Su-yi didn't set her eyes on Diana for too long, but simply said a word to her, and then took her away. Wanda and Gwen didn't get angry at all because of this. Instead they just smiled and watched all this happen. Su-yi drove the car all the way towards the direction where Diana lived. Diana was shy. She opened her mouth several times, but every time the words reached her mouth, she felt that it was not appropriate. Suddenly Diana's tone was very excited, and even when she said this, the tone of her voice was slightly changed. She looked back constantly. It was obvious that she saw some important person, That's why she had such an expression. I saw Harvey. Diana realized that what she just said might not be well understood, so she quickly added another sentence. Although Hee doesn't intend to help the Justice League and the police, he doesn't intend to help Harvey Dent either. When he heard Diana say such a sentence, he turned the steering wheel and went directly to the direction Diana was pointing at. Stand aside. Seeing that the person was about to leave, Diana felt very nervous, so she urged Hee to quickly park the car on the side of the road. No matter what she said, Hee listened to it, and then directly followed it, without seeming to have any other opinions. But while Diana wasn't paying attention, he raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had discovered something very interesting. In fact, they did find something interesting, and I believe that Diana and others will also find out. This is Gotham City. Even if the car is parked randomly, it doesn't matter. Diana went to chase someone, but Hee didn't follow, and she didn't worry about any danger she might encounter. In Gotham City, there are still a small number of people who can make things happen to Diana. So, there is no need to worry about this matter at all. Not long after Diana left, she came back soon. When she came back, there was no one around her. Diana's expression was full of apology. She was really embarrassed. Obviously Hee sent herself home in person, which was actually a good thing, but she suddenly ran to catch Harvey Dante. It would be a good thing if someone could be caught. But it happened that it was just a person who looked similar, but in fact it was not Harvey Dante at all. Sorry. Under such circumstances, apart from apologizing, there seems to be nothing else to say. No need to apologize. Hee didn't care about it at all. It's getting late. I'll take you back. It's just, I don't know if 400 will encounter a similar situation this time. When Hee said this, his tone was smiling. Diana's face was blushing. At the same time, I have a very positive judgment on this matter in my heart. That is, today is really not a day suitable for confession. In this case, you can only choose the next time. Looking at Hee's handsome face, Diana made such a judgment deep in her heart. The mood is still excited. It's just that this time it's not clear whether it's because of the excitement of the man in front of him, or because of other reasons. Or maybe both. Do you want to look elsewhere? Hee saw that Diana obviously didn't want to leave so early, but she seemed to be worried about something, so she asked this question. Diana didn't expect that Hee would take the initiative to propose this suggestion, and she was stunned again. Before that, she was very surprised what Hee would do on her own initiative, but at that time, she thought it was just a coincidence, but she didn't expect that this time the other party didn't seem to say such a sentence by coincidence. Good. Diana's mind was a little blank, and after she figured out what was going on, she said the word directly and actively, as if she had self-awareness. 342. Establishing a relationship with Diana. Although Hee had already guessed that the other party would definitely agree, there was still a little bit of surprise because the speed of the other party's answer is really too fast. Just like me so much. When Hee said this, his tone was very relaxed and calm, without any other excessive emotions, as if he said this sentence very naturally. However, although these words were light and fluffy, they broke Diana's new house at once, and made her previous hesitation and anxiety completely disappear at this moment. At this moment, Diana's voice was exceptionally firm. I don't know when it started, but I fell in love with it when I came back to my senses. Diana's eyes were very serious, and when those eyes stared at him so bluntly, it also made him feel very beautiful, more beautiful than ever before. Hee looked at Diana, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. He parked the car by the sea. At night, the beach is very quiet. No matter what they do, they will not be disturbed. Holding hands, kissing. It's a natural thing that happens after adults tell each other their hearts out, especially when the two of them happen to have feelings for each other. Very nice. Diana was leaning in Hee's arms. The corners of her mouth were always upward, without stopping from the beginning to the end. She is very happy today, and she was seldom as happy as she was today. Will Gwen and Wanda be upset if they find out that we're together? This was something Diana was very worried about. Although I saw Gwen and Wanda's attitude before, I think they should not be unhappy about this matter. But that may be just some illusions I had before, and the real situation may not be like that. There is nothing to worry about. They have accepted you. While Hee was talking, he raised his hand and rubbed Hee's head vigorously. In fact, it cannot be said that they accepted, but as long as it is Hee's choice, Wanda and Gwen will never have any objections. They respect every choice he makes. Actually, I'm not very worried about this matter. They accepted me, and I felt it more or less when I passed by. It's just that things that were once only dared to be imagined in dreams have suddenly become real, which makes me always feel like I'm dreaming now. Emotionally, I'm not that confident. Many people say that I am beautiful, and they always give me some preferential treatment because I am good looking. But you are different. When I first saw you, I noticed it. Although you thought I was beautiful when you saw me for the first time, you just lost your mind for less than a second, and then you recovered. Normal. Sometimes I also think very seriously, when did I suddenly have different feelings for you? Sometimes, I suspect, maybe it's the relationship of that day. The first impression is impressive, and then the emotion is created. Diana leaned on Hee's arms and said many things. While saying these words, Diana would look up at Su-Yi's expression from time to time, just to see how what she said would affect Su-Yi. However, when you look up, you will find that these words you said have no influence on Su-Yi at all. His expression was very calm. Even so, it doesn't make others feel bad. Because Su-Yi's eyes are so gentle. Being watched like this, Diana only felt that her cheeks turned red again, and her heart was also beating very violently. "Su, don't you have anything you want to tell me?" Diana felt that she said a lot, but the other party never responded. Shouldn't she say something at this time? Su-Yi was silent for a moment, and then let out a chuckle from his mouth. "You are very beautiful." When I saw it for the first time, I really came back to my senses quickly. But that is just an occupational disease. It is very impolite to stare at your patient for a long time. Behavior. Su-Yi is very sure that if she is just an ordinary person, or if she is not a psychiatrist at all, the performance of seeing Diana for the first time is definitely not good. However, no matter what Su-Yi said, in Diana's eyes, she already had a fixed judgment on Su-Yi. Moreover, no matter whether there was any inside story in the past, that is not important anymore. When Diana thought of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Anyway, everything is moving in the direction I want now." After knowing this, isn't that enough? Diana only thought about it a little bit at the beginning. Later, the smile on the face of the whole person suddenly became more and more intense. "It's getting late, let's go back." Su-Yi is now Diana's boyfriend. Diana will not look too shy as before, she has become extra active. He took Su-Yi's hand actively. Two people got into the car. Back to Diana's residence. When Diana was about to go in, suddenly, she seemed to suddenly remember something. So she said very actively, "I heard that both Wanda and Gwen live with you. Then, shall I also live with you?" It is natural for male and female friends to live together. It is not too much for Diana to raise this matter. Su-Yi was slightly taken aback by the other party's words. But soon, he laughed. "Living together depends on what you want. Definitely, if you look at it from my point of view, I, Wang Li's, definitely hope that my girlfriend can live with me." When Diana raised something, Su-Yi also took the initiative to speak up. When respecting Diana's choice, she also expressed her attitude. Su-Yi's statement made Diana feel that it was not bad. We have just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and there are some things I'm not ready for, so I'll think about it." Diana smiled, and then took another serious look at Su-Yi. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Su-Yi's face, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good. It seems that Su-Yi is not angry about it." Diana was satisfied. Immediately, he walked briskly towards his house. However, just as they separated and were about to go home, a loud voice suddenly came from not far away. "Help! Help!" The voice of calling for help was clearly reaching his ears. 343. A branch of the Daily Planet opens in Gotham City. With this cry of help, Diana didn't continue walking in the direction of her house. She returned to Su-Yi's side, her face full of worry. "I don't know what's going on. I have to go and see." It was just a sound, and then there was no more sound. Obviously, the person who called for help should have been killed. They feel a little sad about it. However, in Gotham City, this is something that happens every day, and they have long been used to it. "I'll go with you to take a look." Diana's fingers gripped Su-Yi's cuff tightly. There is a bright worry in the eyes. Su-Yi looked at Diana, thinking that if he left her here today, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled. "Then let's act together." The two of them galloped all the way, following the previous sound. Although it was only for a moment when they heard the voice calling for help, they quickly found the specific place. A man's corpse at the moment was lying quietly on the ground, eyes wide open, with an unbelievable appearance. The other party looked very gangster in his attire. "It is estimated that I was sneaking here at night and saw something that I couldn't see." Su-Yi's mind quickly thought of many things. 767 in a flash. One blow is fatal. Obviously the opponent is a person who is very good at using guns. Diana said, her brows also slightly frowned. Gotham City is full of crime almost all the time. But for Diana, as long as she bumps into it, she never pretends not to see it. This matter is related to the Justice League, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Su-Yi. Diana knew that Su-Yi's ability was extraordinary, but now she doesn't really want Su-Yi to intervene in this matter. "What's the matter? Do you want me not to interfere in this matter?" Although Diana just glanced at Su-Yi, Su-Yi accurately read her mind. This made Diana involuntarily feel a trace of fear, but because the other party was Su-Yi, the trace of fear quickly dissipated. After all, because Su-Yi is her boyfriend now. If you were embarrassed to say it in the past, now that you think about your own identity, you don't need to be too uneasy. Sometimes I really feel that the profession of a psychiatrist is very scary. It can accurately guess what the other person is thinking. It's not because of other abilities, but really just a glance. Diana spoke quietly. Su-Yi looked at Diana. "Very good. At this point, I still have the heart to think about these things, which is very good." Su-Yi was not polite either, and directly blocked her mouth. This action directly made Diana red swim. The two were very secretive, and soon, they discovered some people. One of them was wearing a black windbreaker and a hat on his head. covering his whole body so tightly that he couldn't see what the other person looked like at all. In another place, it seems that someone is staring at them. Although she hid very secretly, she was still seen by Diana and Su-Yi. "It's Jimmy." Diana's tone was very positive. Su-Yi looked at Diana strangely. Diana saw that Su-Yi didn't understand, so she explained, "He is a reporter, working in the Daily Planet, maybe in order to get more news." They opened a branch of the Daily Planet in Gotham City. The top person in charge, it's called Lois, and I've met her a few times. "Louise is here?" Su-Yi was a little surprised. "Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I met this reporter friend. But now is not the time to think about these, but to figure out what is going on." "Do you know where this is?" Su-Yi couldn't help asking. "I was distracted by other things before and didn't notice it. But now I can see clearly that this is the laboratory of a technological star. Beej, not good." Jimmy was found. Suddenly, Diana couldn't help but let out a low voice, and before Diana's words were finished, Su-Yi had already rushed over, put her hand on Jimmy's shoulder, flung it back, and quickly threw Jimmy thrown behind. The bullet that was originally aimed at Jimmy's face fell into the air. The man in the black windbreaker pushed his hat down and smiled strangely. Originally, Su-Yi thought that there would be a fight with the other party, but the other party didn't seem to have such a plan, and led the people away quickly. "Su, do you have any?" Diana rushed to Su-Yi almost at a very fast speed, and asked with concern. Su-Yi shook his head. "I'm fine." "Then see what the man in the windbreaker looks like, and know what his identity is?" Diana couldn't help asking again, because it was obviously wrong for him to appear in the Science and Technology Star Laboratory. "I always feel a little bad. Probably something happened." For the situation that was not asked on Su-Yi, Diana took action and almost immediately picked up her mobile phone and called the Justice League. She quickly told the Justice League about the situation here. While Diana was on the phone anxiously, over there, Jimmy was sitting on the ground cautiously, wiping the camera on his neck. He muttered softly, "Fortunately, it didn't break." Just as he was fiddling with these, he suddenly found a pair of feet stopped in front of him. As soon as he looked up, he saw the person who saved him just now. "Although my camera was almost broken because of the person in front of me, if he hadn't saved me, I'm afraid he would have been shot just now." Jimmy is not an ignorant person. Glancing at the other party, Dang even smiled and said, "Doctor, thank you for saving me, otherwise I would be doomed." Su-Yi raised her eyebrows. "You know me?" "Definitely no. The boss of our studio is a loyal fan of yours, and he will talk about you from time to time." Su-Yi frowned. Apparently Jimmy was referring to Louise. "How long have you been in Gotham?" "It's been 2 months." "Boss has always wanted to visit you, but there are too many things on his body, so he has no free time." Who would have thought that Gotham City would be so lively, and there would be so many the news. The daily reports can't be done at all. Speaking of this, Jimmy smiled. It's not bad to have such a busy day, but if the criminal activities in Gotham City no longer exist, that is also a very good thing. What Jimmy said was the most sincere thought in his heart, and it didn't seem disgusting. 344. The research of Techstar Laboratory is discovered. While Su-Yi and Diana were still staying nearby, the members of the Justice League had already rushed over quickly. Their eyes first fell on Diana, and then quickly turned to Su-Yi. "Su, good evening." Although Diana didn't say anything on the phone, they already knew that Su-Yi was dating Diana. Everyone in the League of Justice knows that Diana likes Su-Yi, and everyone in the League of Justice is very touched by the fact that she can achieve what she wants. But now is not the time to be moved and want to ask about this matter. Before I came here, I called and discussed with the person in charge of the Science and Technology Star Laboratory, and now we will go and see what's going on inside. The expression on Clark Kent's face was very serious. Is something wrong? Diana was a little worried, especially when she saw that Clark was so serious. The Science and Technology Star Laboratory was broken into tonight, and it seems that something is missing. When he said this, Clark Kent couldn't help feeling a headache. A very important thing was lost today. With Clark Kent's embarrassed look, especially the one with a very headache, it is obvious that what is missing must not be simple. Technology Star Laboratory is researching kryptonite, and I just found out tonight. As soon as Clark Kent said this, the expression on his face sank. I thought I would destroy kryptonite, there would be no any accident happened. But I didn't expect that someone would use it for experimentation. Batman Bruce Wayne also knew about it. He was cooperating with their actions, and even concealed it from me. Because of this incident tonight, Clark Kent has been angry many times. Actually, you don't need to be angry about this matter, because it has already happened. No matter how angry you are, you can't change anything that has happened. This is what Su-Yi said after seeing Clark Kent angry. You're right, things have already happened. No matter how angry I am, I can't change anything. Clark Kent is constantly doing various things to calm himself down in his heart. I try my best not to continue to get angry, but there is no way to restrain it. The person in charge of Techstar introduced them into the laboratory at this time. When they saw Superman Clark Kent, their eyes were very surprised. Seeing his gloomy face, the accident became clear in an instant. It seems that what they were worried about has already happened, and there is no need to hide it. I'm really sorry, we don't mean to hurt you in any way. We know what kryptonite means to you. It's just this alien kryptonite. We'd like to know if it will be beneficial. Can it be used as an energy source? Is it possible to cure disease? We are scientists. There must be a lot of what we think, and everything we have is positive. We didn't use kryptonite to do bad things, but now that this thing has been taken away by some villains, there is a good chance they will use kryptonite to do some bad things. The person in charge of the laboratory has been explaining this matter very seriously. You are studying kryptonite, and there should be very few people who know about it. So you looked at the person in charge and asked. Not many people know about kryptonite. The person in charge of the laboratory doesn't know Su-Yi, but seeing that Su-Yi and Clark Kent are together, and that Clark Kent didn't have any opinion when Su-Yi asked this question, the person in charge knows that Su-Yi can make the decision. People. Anyway, the main purpose now is to find kryptonite, right? Su-Yi suddenly said this. Clark Kent is still struggling with this matter, and has no idea what to do next. However, when she was still thinking about these things, Su-Yi had already thought of the next step. The most important thing is to contact all the people in the Justice League, and concentrate all our efforts to find these people who invaded today. Definitely, first of all, we have to investigate the insiders who know about kryptonite. They are likely to be colluding with technology. The people in the Star Research Office made today's work. Diana listened carefully to what Su-Yi said, thought about it carefully, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. So she nodded. Diana called, and she gave a call to Batman Bruce Wayne, asking for flowers. Concentrate everyone's power. Diana, you have to know that different departments are dealing with different things now. It is impossible for us to concentrate all the power for a mere kryptonite. Definitely, I know this will have a huge impact. Sorry, I can only share a part of the personal history. And we will only do this if you have found clues. Let this matter be handled by you and Clark Kent. I believe that with the strength of the two of you, this matter should be able to be completed properly. The attitude of Bruce Wayne on the other end of the phone has been very clear, and Diana sighed and hung up the phone. She looked around at the other people in the room, and then explained what Bruce Wayne meant. Bruce Wayne thinks that this matter doesn't need a lot of people to deal with it, so he asked a few of us to deal with it. In fact, Diana hoped that Su-Yi could help her in this matter. After all, they are already boyfriend and girlfriend. If Su-Yi can help her, they will be able to settle this matter quickly. But precisely because they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Diana didn't want to bother Su-Yi too much. In short, she didn't say anything. It just depends on what Su-Yi will do next. No matter what Su-Yi plans to do next, Diana will not have any opinions. Anyway, let's find him. Su-Yi just said such a simple sentence, and Diana knew that Su-Yi was planning to help. Science and Technology Star Laboratory quickly took out the information that Su-Yi needed to know. All of the above are researchers who participated in the study of kryptonite. Su-Yi flipped through all these materials at a very fast speed. After reading these materials, he basically had a clear idea in his mind. Find Jokers. Su-Yi's voice is so sure that people can't have any doubts from the words he said. If it's something Jokers did, then I know what to do next, and I'm the first to do it. After Clark Kent finished speaking, he quickly left Laboratory 5.345. The submarine is thrown ashore, and Doomsday appears. Clark Kent searches the skies for Jokers and his party. He began to scan the entire city with his own eyes. The light flickered. Almost nothing can escape his scan. Definitely, Clark Kent is indeed very powerful, but there are limitations. Then I'll search where Clark can't see. After Diana said such a sentence, she glanced at Su-Yi carefully. Seeing Diana's cautious look, Su-Yi found it funny. Even his fingers couldn't help itching. He raised his hand and rubbed Diana's head directly. Go to the basement or something to search, maybe you will find something. Su-Yi and Diana started the search. However, when they were just preparing to search, and had even left the 490 at the port, they suddenly found a person. When they found this man, they were very surprised. Most of the people have fled. Why is he still staying in the port? Is this a trap or is it for other reasons? The man didn't panic at all when he was arrested. Su-Yi and Diana stood in front of the man. The man even smiled. The person you are looking for is no longer in the metropolis. No matter how hard you search, it will not work at all. While talking, the man laughed sullenly. Master Joker led other people to hijack a submarine. After handing over the person directly to the staff of Techstar Lab, Diana and Su-Yi rushed to the port immediately. They appear in midair. Immediately search the sea. After a while, Su-Yi said slowly, the man has been found. With a slight frown, Su-Yi dived directly into the water. In the next second, a submarine was easily taken out of the water by Su-Yi. The submarine was thrown directly towards the shore by Su-Yi. When Su-Yi started to act, Diana had already made a phone call in a hurry. She notified others. After hanging up the phone, she almost immediately wanted to open the door of the submarine and go in to catch him, but Su-Yi blocked her with his hand. Sue, what's the matter? Why are you blocking me? When you don't know what's going on inside, you rush in rashly. Do you want to die? When Su-Yi said these words, his tone was light, but it gave people a lot of pressure. Diana's fingers trembled slightly. She originally wanted to open the door directly, but she retracted her hand. Then what should I do? Is it possible to wait here all the time? Diana spoke anxiously. Just waiting outside like this, that's not okay. I have to go to work tomorrow morning. When Hee said these words, his tone was light and light. Diana was a little stunned. She didn't expect that Hee would actually say that he had to go to work tomorrow. Now it's not about going to work or not going to work at all. Is it really that important to go to work? Diana looked at Hee and didn't know what to say. She fell silent, but Sue acted immediately. He directly damaged the submarine bit by bit from the tail. He didn't go in, so he forced the people in the submarine to come out by themselves. Hee has always been very serious when doing this. A strange green gas suddenly came out directly from the stern of the destroyed submarine. When Diana saw this scene, her body froze suddenly, and she couldn't help becoming a little nervous. This green gas obviously looks very complicated, and I don't know what's going on. Is this poisonous gas, or is there no harm at all to the human body? It's just a random guess. Diana couldn't help thinking like this, but in the end she was absolutely sure that such a thing as harmless is absolutely false. Jokers, these guys are crazy and everything they do is absolutely dangerous. On this point, Diana and even others will not doubt it. But when Hee saw Diana froze in place without any movement, she couldn't help but shrugged her shoulders. What the hell does this happen? You should know something is wrong. Why are you planning to move forward? Seeing Diana not only not vigilant, but also trying to move forward, Hee simply didn't know what to say. He grabbed Diana's wrist with one hand, and then led Diana back suddenly. Such a big move finally brought Diana back to her senses. She looked at Hee with very apologetic eyes. If Hee hadn't moved fast enough, I'm afraid she would have been hit just now. What the hell is that? Is it really poisonous gas? Diana asked in a serious voice. Although Hee has not experienced anything, but with what he did just now, and with Hee's intelligence, he must know something. Otherwise, he would not have made the correct judgment in the first place. Maybe it's poisonous gas. Hee didn't come close, so there was no way to make a correct judgment. And then it was not time to judge at all, because a person suddenly appeared from the submarine. It shouldn't be possible to call it a human being. He is very huge, his whole body is green, his teeth are extremely sharp, and his eyes are extremely fierce. It is not simple at first glance. It was a monster, and a very powerful monster at that. The long overdue Superman Clark Kent fell from the sky. Doomsday. He called out the other party's name accurately. Doomsday comes from Krypton. He possesses destructive strength, flying jumping ability, infinite physical energy that will never feel tired, and super healing regeneration ability. He is very powerful. Even if he is killed, he will still be resurrected constantly. This is not the first time Clark Kent has faced each other. It seems that this guy is someone Clark knows. Maybe he should deal with it. 1.7 Diana breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the appearance of Clark Kent, who obviously knew him and planned to deal with him. However, Doomsday doesn't seem to have much impression of Superman Clark Kent, because it directly carried out an indiscriminate attack and did not treat Clark Kent specially. This guy looks very strong. Diana dodged Doomsday's attack, looking very disturbed. Hee moved his steps indifferently, and the attack of Doomsday fell through in the next second. Where the hell did this guy come from? Diana couldn't help asking. Hee looked at Joker's group who were sneaking away not far away. His eyes flickered slightly, and then his eyes fell on Doomsday again. I guess this is the purpose of Joker before. 346. The Joker's smile is creepy. Joker and the others obviously want Doomsday to deal with them. This behavior is really despicable. Diana looked at Doomsday and couldn't help thinking in her heart. And when they confronted Doomsday, Oda and the others were about to leave. Can you let them run away? The Joker and his organization are like rats in the gutter, always trying to get away when they do something bad. When the Justice League didn't pay attention, they escaped. However, they were able to escape once. Could they continue to escape? Seeing Clark Kent fighting against Doomsday, Diana felt that she had to make a move at this time, and at the same time, only she could make a move at this moment. Hee sent these guys in front of them before, and he has done a very good job, and they can't have some excessive thoughts. It is impossible to allow people who have nothing to do with the Justice League to constantly help and infiltrate this matter. Although Hee is now her 16-year-old boyfriend, the other party still does not have such an obligation, and Diana is very sure of this. At the same time, I am also very worried that this matter will affect the relationship between them that they have finally established. At this moment, Diana felt that she seemed to have thought about a lot of things, but in fact it was not the case at all. Before she could fully understand this matter, she had already rushed towards the Jokers. Where do you want to escape? If you can't catch it, that's fine. Since people have already come in front of themselves, there is absolutely no possibility of letting them go. Ha, I'm just a mere person. I think I can do nothing to us. Joker was laughing and laughing, not paying attention to Diana at all, or he didn't pay attention to anyone at all. Diana would never be angry with such a person, because it's completely unnecessary to be angry with some people. Although I think so in my heart, sometimes emotional control is really not that simple. Diana also understood this truth in her heart. She wasn't worried that these people in front of her were playing some insidious tricks. What she was afraid of was that even if these people were playing tricks, they were doing it as a cover for escape. Thinking of this possibility, Diana still had some worries in her heart. Diana, sometimes thinking too much doesn't work. The main thing is to see what you plan to do next. When you were fighting before, could it be possible that you would still think about things when the enemy attacked? With me here, it's easy to catch these guys. When Hee said these words, he was always smiling. This made Diana a little embarrassed too. It is obviously something that can be done very easily. Why do I think so much? No matter how cunning these Joker's guys are, they are all ordinary people. As an ability user, it is very simple to deal with an ordinary person. This time, Diana really didn't think about anything anymore. Directly from a high altitude, kicked fiercely in the direction of Xi Ocean. Diana's speed is simply too fast. With just such an attack, Joker was kicked to the ground directly. A muffled grunt came out of Joker's mouth. Even if he was knocked down to the ground, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he sat up unsteadily, with a big smile on his face. Haha, it really hurts. The appearance of the other party is really creepy, and the whole body develops. The word lunatic really appeared for the sake of the other party. I originally wanted to attack all of you one by one, but I didn't expect that you didn't enter the submarine at all, and let the gas go to waste. It's such a pity. After Joker said this, he couldn't stop laughing again from his mouth. It's extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Gas? Is that the green gas that came out of the submarine before? What the hell is that? Diana was very curious about this, but she forgot to ask before. Hee seemed to know something, but she didn't explain it to her at all. Seeing Joker's arrogant appearance, Diana was very displeased, and her voice turned cold a few degrees. What the hell is that gas? What the hell did you do? Diana asked lowly. These things seem to have nothing to do with you. After all, you haven't been recruited at all. But it's very interesting. Seeing you trembling in fear, I really want to die laughing. Joker sat cross-legged on the ground, with his mouth open and smiling. He looked up at Diana and Hee. This attitude seemed extremely arrogant, which made Diana very angry. You geese really don't know how to repent at all. Don't you feel guilty for what you have done, and you can't even sleep? With all the bad things they've done, Diana can't believe they haven't been affected at all. However, the reason why bad people are bad people is because they have never regretted doing bad things. I don't feel like what I'm doing is wrong. Some even obviously know that 113 is wrong, but still decide to do it. Like these bad things in Gotham City. They only know happiness and enjoyment, and they even wish to turn Gotham City into a criminal's paradise. Although Joker didn't say anything, Hee knew something. He took 2 steps forward, looked at Diana, and said slowly, the kryptonite we've been looking for must have been used. Deliberately lured us here. In fact, your goal is Clark Kent. You added kryptonite to the terror gas, just to allow it to enter Clark Kent's body smoothly. You want to drive him crazy. While talking, Hee purposely squatted in front of Joker, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile similar to Joker's. Joker didn't smile for the first time, but looked at Hee with a very serious expression. No matter how big the trouble was this time, and no matter what Joker and the others wanted to do, this time the matter was finally over. Joker was caught and put in jail. The people who asked him were members of the Justice League, and even this time they were very cooperative with Director Gordon's actions. After all, Harvey Dante escaped from the prison. Joker, who is more ferocious than Harvey Dante, probably wants to escape from the prison with ease. 347. Harvey Dent's cleanup routine. No matter what you ask me, I will not answer. Maybe you should ask me in another way. No matter what the people from the police station and the Justice League asked him, Joker kept an indifferent attitude. Even though the bridge of his nose seems to have been tossed a lot now, his attitude still hasn't changed in any way. Don't talk nonsense to me here. Do you know how much trouble you have brought to Gotham City? Batman Bruce Wayne hammered the table with his hands very angrily. I have a lot of things to do, not when I'm wasting time with you here. Hand over your companions. Maybe your sentence will be lighter. That's the way it is said, but both of them are very clear that it is simply impossible to give a light sentence. What Joker did before could kill him countless times. Joker still ignored him. Damn guy, disgusting scum. If it weren't for these guys, Harvey wouldn't have been hurt in any way, and now they will still be good friends, and they are still working together on the same route. After staying in the interrogation room for about half an hour, no useful information could be pried out of Joker's mouth. Batman Bruce Wayne walked away with resentful strides. It's really bad. Although Joker and even a few of his accomplices have been successfully captured, Chief Gordon does not feel pleased about it. He has experienced several Jokers. No one knows better than him that these guys are lunatics. It must be guarded well, otherwise the whole police station will suffer. Gordon made a layered arrangement based on the way he dealt with these Jokers in the past. Joker kept smiling and watching, thinking it was very interesting. At this time, the legendary man involuntarily appeared in his mind. Many people have mentioned to him that Gotham City has a very powerful psychiatrist. Anyone who went to the other party's psychological consultation room to make trouble was immediately cleared. The degree of cleaning varies. It's so much fun. 1. With shackles on his hands, Joker suddenly felt that he had found something new and very interesting. While Commissioner Gordon and Batman Bruce Wayne were thinking about what to do with Joker, in a dark corner, Harvey Dent killed a group of thugs. There is a force surging in his body constantly. Only killing can completely bury this emotion. Just killed a bunch of hopeless guys, and everything I did was right. Harvey Dante held a shovel in his hand, and the viscous blood on the shovel was dripping down bit by bit. He staggered down the alley, not feeling at all that he had done anything wrong. Since escaping from the police station, he has been thinking about what he should do. The light can no longer accept him, but he has a heart for the light. Even in the dark, he still has things he wants to do. It will be the way it is now. And he knows that he can't blame anyone. In addition to seriously recalling the days of talking with the psychologist Hee, he felt that he had found a way to go. When I have time, I have to thank Dr. Sue properly. To thank Hee, Harvey Dante has always had such an idea, but he never did it, because he knew that if he went to find Hee by himself, he might be killed by the League of Justice. People from the police station will be targeted. Therefore, such an idea is at most just a thought, and the actual operation is definitely not enough. He may not have others, but he is patient. Harvey Dante held the shovel in his hand, and walked slowly and unsteadily. Bruce and Gordon guarded Gotham City, obeying the law on the premise of not killing people. But there are always many people who cannot be sanctioned by the law. Only by using violence to control violence can Gotham City find another way out. It's still early, let's keep cleaning up, Harvey Dante muttered, while slowly moving forward. His sharp eyes began to search for a bastard suitable for attack. On the other hand, Hee leaves work on time. In the past few days, he always had the feeling of being followed by someone, and his gaze was very calm, without any killing intent. Feeling this sight, Hee was a little silent. I don't even know what's going on in this city. There are always all kinds of people who just like to keep track of this kind of thing. Can you stand in front of me and say something directly? Is it that interesting to follow? Hee thinks so, but everyone has their own choices. When someone followed him before, he didn't expose it, so now that the other party is following him, he naturally still won't expose it. If the other party really wanted to find him for something, he would have come out by himself. So Hee only thought about it for a while, and then continued to walk forward very calmly. Seeing such a scene, Harvey Dante was a little dazed. Did Dr. Sue discover himself or did he not? He managed to get rid of the people from the Justice League nearby, so he wanted to talk to Dr. Sue. If the other party left so soon, what else can he say? Harvey Dante was still in the hesitation. Should he show up? This time there is no hesitation anymore. He felt that Dr. Sue must have found himself. He quickened his pace almost immediately, and called out at the same time, Dr. Sue, do you still remember me? Harvey Dante's voice came from behind. Hee naturally heard it. He stopped and turned his head. Long time no see, Mr. Harvey, how are you doing recently? Although Hee was asking Harvey Dante if his life was okay recently, in fact, when he saw the other party, it was clear at a glance whether the other party was doing well, Zhao or not. 2. The other party has a home now and cannot return. Everyone was saying he did something wrong, angry and sad about him. Hee has noticed that if someone pushes him again, he will soon jump into the abyss. This is what Hee doesn't want to see. Believe Gordon and Bruce Wayne also don't want to see such a scene. Harvey Dante and Joker are still different in the minds of director Gordon and Bruce Wayne. It is precisely because of this difference that when the other party is detained in the bureau, one is more relaxed, while the other is locked in layers. I heard that Joker is currently locked up on the 3rd floor of the police station. Even everyone put on body armor and helmets, but that had nothing to do with him, so Hee just thought about it for a while, and then set his sights on Harvey Dante. 348. The Joker came to challenge him. Let's change places. Hee was silent for a while, and then said to Harvey Dante. Harvey Dante showed an incomparably bright smile on his face. He just knew that Hee was the only one who treated him differently. If this was replaced by his friend Bruce Wayne, he would definitely be imprisoned in the police station again now. Dr. Sue, I knew you were different from others. There is no need to give him such a high hat. He felt that there was no difference between himself and other people, but he looked at it more from the perspective of a psychiatrist, and from the perspective that the other party was his patient. How are you recently? Although Hee could tell this from the other party's appearance, she still opened her mouth to ask. I don't know whether it's good or not, but I'm very comfortable, Harvey Dent said here with a strong sense of excitement and satisfaction on his face. Gotham City is an extremely chaotic place. A lot of criminals, but also ordinary people who want to be quiet. During the few days in prison, I have been seriously thinking about what I can do in the future. When it comes to the past, Harvey Dante seems to have a lot of things to say, almost eloquent. I thought that 030 would fall into a dead end and I couldn't figure it out, but later I found that as long as I let myself relax, then the matter will be considered. When Harvey Dante said this, the other half of his face was very scary. All of a sudden it looked even more terrifying. At the beginning, he was still very concerned about his half face, but now he seems to be used to it. He is used to the disgust, nausea, and fear of others. I am also used to facing Hee with a calm attitude. Seeing that you are doing well, I am also relieved. Harvey Dante will come to this point, which is already very good for Hee. He is very satisfied with this. But if this matter is pointed out by Director Gordon and Batman Bruce Wayne, or if those black and white guys know, the situation may look very bad. Hee doesn't want this to happen. After all, this world should allow all kinds of people to survive. Dr. Sue, I won't bother you anymore. I know you have your life and I have mine. This is the last time I see you. Harvey Dent bowed to Hee very seriously. After all, BGDG, has caused you a lot of trouble. Director Gordon and Bruce must still be looking for me everywhere. Don't look at Harvey Dent walking around constantly in this kind of city, but he has been paying attention to the things that should be paid attention to, and there is nothing missing. He knew that Joker, one of Gotham City's biggest criminals, had been caught. He also knows that for the sake of that Joker, no one else has the energy to deal with him. Because of this, he will get a little respite. But the chance to come to Hee next time may be rare. Even if there is, he will not come to Hee again. Hee watched Harvey Dente's back and left. What happened this afternoon? He will treat it as nothing. When Hee was thinking like this, she headed towards home again. When they got home, Gwen and Wanda felt a faint smell of blood from Hee's body. Sue, could it be that you were injured? Gwen felt that the possibility of this was very low. However, no matter how low the possibility is, it can't hold back their worries. Being in the game, Hee didn't smell anything wrong at all. Even when Gwen and Wanda bring it up, he finds it very strange. I'm not injured. Hee just wandered his mind for a while, and then thought of what caused it. I understand what happened. When Hee was in contact with Harvey Dante, he noticed that although the other party had been wiped clean, there were still some spots on his wrist with obvious bloodstains. However, at that time, Hee just glanced at it casually, and then didn't look any further. But in retrospect after separation now, it is estimated that the bloodstains on Harvey Dante's body at that time were the result of cleaning up. Hee also didn't know what at the moment was thinking in his heart. Some mixed emotions, but soon, this complicated emotion regained its calm. Gotham City is very chaotic, maybe I came across it accidentally. Hee smiled slightly, that expression obviously didn't want to talk more. Gwen and Wanda looked at each other, and immediately knew that Hee was hiding something. But concealment is concealment, although most of the time I talk to them directly when I have something to say, and I don't hide it at all, but everyone has their own secrets and I don't have to tell them. Hee simply said such a sentence, and then went back to the room to rest, not even letting Gwen and Wanda accompany her. He always felt that his life in Gotham City was not easy. Obviously, they have worked very hard to avoid some troublesome things. Thinking about it now, it was really troublesome. And day 2 seems to be more trouble. Surrounded by layers of Joker, he escaped from prison. Several of the guards monitoring Joker are Joker's subordinates. When I got this news, it was because Joker himself was sitting on a seat directly opposite Hee's psychological consultation room. He didn't regard himself as an outsider at all, casually flipping through the books on Hee's desk. Some flipped through more and some flipped less, and felt boring, so they just threw it on the ground. When he saw that Hee was not moving at all, he looked at Hee strangely. What's the matter with you? Aren't you angry? Joker looked at Hee curiously with those eyes open. Why should I be angry? You haven't done anything unbearable to me. When Hee said these words, his tone was very calm. Joker tilted his head, and suddenly laughed out loud. Then if I kill the woman you love the most, will you be angry? When Joker said these words, Hee was picking up the book he threw on the ground, and patted the dust on it. He seemed to feel that he had heard a very funny thing, so he looked at the other party and said, if you can do it, then you can try it. Then we will see whether you will be killed or my woman will be killed. Joker's expression became serious. It seems that you are not worried about your woman at all. I'm really not worried, because they have the ability to protect themselves. When they do anything, they can't wait to rush to the front of me. They won't hold me back, and they will always satisfy me. When Hee said this, there was not obvious tenderness in his voice, and Joker became emotionally unstable. 349. Bruce Wayne and the Joker are opposites. Man is a very indifferent creature. Investing too much emotion will only hurt yourself. Joker seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face showed obvious pain. But soon, he laughed again. Doctor, let's play a game. He seemed to think that his proposal was very good, and he couldn't help jumping up on the stool with excitement. Yes, it's just playing games. That guy Bruce Wayne and I have already gotten tired of playing. I lose to him every time. I find it extremely boring. Joker couldn't help laughing again when he said this. You looked at Joker. Losing? I don't think you have ever lost. No matter what happened, at least the Joker in front of him seemed very happy and was not affected at all. You think I haven't lost? Maybe what you said is correct. In fact, I don't care about winning or losing at all. What I care about is the whole process. Don't you think it's very interesting to see the other party's black face and angry look? Don't you think it's very interesting to let all those who stand on the side of justice be blackened? Superman, Batman, and the Flash, Wonder Woman, all those who stand for justice. It must be very interesting if they destroy the city of Gotham City. As long as I think of such a scene, I will be so excited that I can't sleep every night. Hee didn't intervene, and let the Joker constantly talk about it. Joker talked a lot, and at the end, he found that Hee didn't talk to him. and his face sank. "What? Isn't what I said meaningless?" Joker put his hands on the table, and at the same time approached very deliberately, as if he wanted to give Su-Yi a strong sense of oppression. However, these oppressions have no effect on Su-Yi. Not only did he not have any influence, he even put his hands on his chin and raised his head slightly. There was a smile on the corner of his lips, and this raising of his head actually put an extremely strong pressure on Joker. Sweat dripped from Joker's forehead constantly. At the moment, the heart that has never felt fear suddenly felt something else. This man must not be an enemy. Joker is very sure of this in his heart. His hands trembled slightly, then shrank back. "Ha, if you don't listen, it's getting late, and I don't know if people from the police station and the Justice League will come to me suddenly, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Let's go first." After speaking, he turned and left. When he left, his face that was still smiling suddenly sank. This psychiatrist named Su-Yi is really interesting. He is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. He swore that he would definitely pull Su-Yi directly into the abyss, and then something very interesting would happen, definitely more interesting than letting Blacken from the League of Justice. However, this kind of thing can't be rushed. It can only be done step by step. Joker's brain was spinning quickly, and all kinds of thoughts in his mind popped up at the moment. There are still many people outside looking for his whereabouts. Not long after Joker left, a group of people came to Su-Yi's psychotherapy room. "That guy came to you?" Bruce Wayne walked over angrily. Su-Yi is very calm. "Yes, he did, but is there any problem?" Su-Yi spoke lightly, not taking Bruce Wayne's anger to heart at all. Bruce Wayne stopped in his tracks, looked at Su-Yi, and finally said this: "I used to think that we would be together. But now it seems that I am overthinking. We are not together at all." People. He didn't get any closer, but turned around and walked away with a group of people. They were not all the same, but he made it very obvious. But Bruce Wayne was always invisible. Now the other party finally saw it. Su-Yi twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, not taking these things seriously at all. The atmosphere in Gotham City is very tense now, because of Joker's escape, and because of riots happening everywhere. Gwen and Wanda stood beside Su-Yi. In such a blatant situation, is it true that they do nothing? Gwen and Wanda feel that since they are already members of Gotham City, things like standing in line will happen one day. It is simply impossible for the city to stand alone. Ask for flowers. Don't worry, let's take a look. Although Gwen and Wanda didn't explain anything, Su-Yi knew what was going on in their hearts. As for Diana, who originally said she would move in with them in a while, it seemed that there was no such thing during this time, and she was busy everywhere, and they even had no contact for several days. Su-Yi didn't seem to care about it at all. The hunt for the Joker has been huge. About 2 days passed. Su-Yi finally made a decision. Let's get started. Avoiding working hours, Su-Yi talked to Gwen and Wanda on the day off. Gwen and Wanda looked at each other, and they didn't know the specific meaning of Su-Yi's words. But no matter what Su-Yi plans to do next, they will stand firmly by Su-Yi's side. On the streets of the city, a group of crazy people were massacring with impunity. They don't fear police bullets at all. There was a wild smile on everyone's face. Even if the guns were pointed at them, they could still utter extremely vicious words. Harley Quinn has been observing Su-Yi, and when he saw him standing with 2 women, he knew that he had made a decision. And it was a very wrong decision. She didn't continue to monitor, and even went directly to the 3 of Su-Yi. Su-Yi was not at all surprised that Harley Quinn suddenly came out of a different corner. He will always experience all kinds of stalking, and he has long been used to stalking. But being followed by one's own woman always seems a bit strange. Although he and Harley Quinn have not established a relationship, a substantial relationship did occur. "Sue, change your current thinking. Staying with us is the most correct choice." Harley Quinn smiled, but there was a hint of threat in that smile. For Su-Yi, she has a little affection, but this little favor is definitely not enough to make her betray Joker's eye. 350. Warnings and lessons for Harley Quinn. What's so good about peaceful days? The world is interesting only when it should be in chaos. While talking, Harley Quinn approached Su-Yi step by step. It's just that she hasn't approached yet, when suddenly a fierce attack came towards her. Harley Quinn subconsciously turned you aside. But no matter how fast she was, her cheek was still scratched. Touching her injured cheek, Harley Quinn was a little taken aback. She looked up at Wanda not far away. "You were attacking me just now? Why do you do this? We are all Sue's women. There is no difference between us." Harley Quinn smiled suddenly while talking. "Could it be that you are jealous? Before you say this, take off all the weapons on your body first." Wanda's voice was cold when she spoke to 863 Harley Quinn. She wasn't jealous as Harley Quinn said, and she wouldn't be jealous of those women outside at all. Her love for Su-Yi is not that narrow. "What are you talking about? The weapon on me is only for protecting myself, and I don't mean to hurt you, let alone Sue." Harley Quinn spread her hands, seemingly completely incomprehensible. Wanda smiled coldly. "Before you say these words, let's hide the little bit of murderous intent leaked from you." Although Wanda didn't stop it before, she still disagrees with the fact that Su-Yi and Harley Quinn have a relationship outside. Who knows if Harley Quinn would suddenly cut off Su-Yi's head with a knife when they were sleeping together. Such dangerous elements, even if they stay in one place, or even separated by a distance, are extremely dangerous. Originally, Harley Quinn still looked indifferent, but when she heard Wanda say this, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She raised her brows and crossed her arms. Miss Harley, when you say something, you should take a look at the surrounding situation, and then take a look at how powerful the enemy in front of you is. Don't be too self-righteous. This is indeed Gotham City. You are used to everything. They all develop in the direction they want, and live as they please, but there are people out there who are out there. Gwen pulled up a lock of her hair and put it behind her ear. Her tone was very calm. We were able to stay in Arkham before. If you retreat, you should know that you can't do anything to us. To be honest, I really don't know where you got the courage to fight against us. There is a complete wall between ability users and ordinary people. She couldn't even understand why Bruce Wayne couldn't deal with Luthor. Perhaps, just like the recent rumors in Gotham City, it is the reason why Joker is very smart, very cunning, and even alive. The cobweb in Gwen's hand darted in Harley Quinn's direction. In just a split second, Harley Quinn was trapped. Harley Quinn struggled subconsciously, and found that the cobweb was very firm, and there was no way to break free with ordinary means. She couldn't help but glanced up at Gwen, who was not far away, and was convinced of one thing again. Even with special means, it would be difficult to break free. Since she couldn't break free, she simply didn't struggle. A smile appeared on her face again, and there was an indifferent attitude on that beautiful, delicate face. The beautiful abdominal muscles are more eye-catching under the bundle of cobweb. This made Su-Yi's eyes slightly lost, but soon, he returned to his indifferent state. Okay. It's enough to teach her a lesson. Su-Yi patted Gwen's head while talking. Gwen's originally tense face gradually returned to a calm state under Su-Yi's touch. The cobweb retracted from the body that bound Harley Quinn very neatly and quickly. I let her go not because you told me to let her go, but because I knew Miss Harley couldn't do anything to us. It's their trust in their own strength, not in Harley Quinn. Su-Yi didn't respond to Gwen's words, but continued to rub her head with her hand. However, Gwen and Wanda still don't have a good impression of Harley Quinn. But they will not have a good impression of any existence that threatens Su-Yi's life. Scarlet magic gathers in the palm of your hand. Wanda put down her cruel words without any seriousness. Miss Harley, for your safety, I hope you will never meet Sue again. Although she was threatened, even though she was treated like that just now, Harley Quinn didn't care at all. She even smiled and said, "You are just Sue's women," and he didn't say a word. Isn't it a little bit of an overreach for you to do this? Sue, what do you mean? They all know that the most important thing is Su-Yi's attitude. So the eyes of the three women present all fell on Su-Yi. Gwen and Wanda clearly believed that Su-Yi would definitely stand by their side, but at this moment they still couldn't help but get nervous. Su-Yi was in a delicate mood. If a few people are jealous because of their rivalry, maybe they will feel very proud as a man. Su-Yi didn't know if she would be proud when she encountered this kind of thing, because now it's obviously not a matter of jealousy. I have self-preservation ability. Su-Yi was silent for a while, and said this lightly. A smile suddenly formed on Harley Quinn's face. Yes, it should be such an attitude. However, Su-Yi didn't finish his sentence, but after a slight pause, he continued, Before I stayed with Miss Harley, it was because I had a crush on Miss Harley, but if I have to make a choice in Gotham City, you will definitely not be my choice. The implication of 0.5 is that he will never choose Joker's. Harley Quinn's original smile disappeared in an instant. But no matter how dissatisfied she was, there was nothing she could do to win Su-Yi. She can only make the only choice at this moment, and that is to leave temporarily. The sirens of police cars approached from afar. It's Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. Obviously, all the people in the police station recognized Joker's as familiar, so they were able to discover the existence of Harley Quinn in the first place. Harley Quinn snorted coldly. She looked at Su-Yi. You will regret it sooner or later. After saying this, Harley Quinn left in a hurry. So far, she doesn't want to be caught by these policemen at all. There are still many things waiting for her to arrange and do. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.